Lin Shun is your five-element spirit body, not the supreme constitution of the wind and cloud empire? Quickly leap into this abyss and see whether your five-element spirit body is more formidable or this merciless pit of doom. A young man clad in extravagant garments cast a mocking glance at Lin Shun, who was surrounded at the edge of a massive pit. The boy appeared frail, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he possessed a visage chiseled like granite, with sharp brows and bright eyes that flickered with an extraordinary resilience. This individual was none other than Lin Shun, as referenced by the young man. Lin Tian, how dare you? I bear you no grudge. Why must you be so aggressive? Lin Shun glared at Lin Tian, who was flanked by a throng of followers. As his words fell, an overwhelming wave of dark energy surged forth from the abyss, spreading like a gust of wind, exuding a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings. The spiritual energy nearby was drawn in as if caught in the jaws of a monstrous beast, vanishing in an instant. This pit of despair had inexplicably appeared within the Great Beast Mountain Range, a perilous sight where beasts of any rank would be annihilated upon entry. Even the most skilled practitioners from the surrounding Tsungyan city could not discern its secrets, merely issuing orders to maintain their distance. Now, Lin Tian's directive for Lin Shun to jump into it was tantamount to courting death. Before Lin Shun could ponder further, a sudden and violent gust of wind sliced through the air. Whoosh! A fist tore through the atmosphere, violently aimed at Lin Shun's abdomen. The force propelled Lin Shun backward, slamming him against a wooden post, causing him to spew forth several mouthfuls of blood. Given your current standing, how dare you reprimand young Master Lin Tian? It seems you are seeking your own demise. Clutching his abdomen, Lin Shun glared icily at the assailant, a surge of wrath igniting within him. The youth who attacked Lin Shun was none other than Lin Yun, once his sycophant, now merely at the fifth level of the body refinement realm, yet daring to lay hands on the nominal heir of the Lin family. If my power were intact, these brutes would not dare to act so brazenly. Lin Shun seethed inwardly. In the Tianwu continent, strength reigned supreme, with a rigid hierarchy of realms categorized as follows: body refinement, spirit entry, spirit vein, spirit body, nirvana, true martial, divine platform, life and death, and so forth. Each realm is further divided into 9 minor levels. A year ago, Lin Shun was the pride of the Lin family, the foremost youth of the Wind and Cloud Empire. This was all due to his 5-element spirit body, which allowed him to harness elemental energies from birth, granting him the spirit vein realm, the 3rd realm. The Lin family was ecstatic, as their strongest member barely reached the nirvana realm, the 5th realm. A genius born at the spirit vein realm would undoubtedly lead the family to glory. Moreover, the Emperor of the Wind and Cloud Empire had arranged a betrothal between Lin Shun and the newly born 3rd princess. However, all this changed a year ago. While Lin Shun was out training with his parents, he was ambushed by a mysterious master, left unconscious, and his dantian was destroyed, rendering his cultivation null. His parents' whereabouts became unknown. Due to the nature of the 5-element spirit body, the elemental energies became unstable, and Lin Shun was reduced to a mere shell of his former self, unable to cultivate. The respect and admiration he once received swiftly transformed into scorn and derision. Rumors of a broken engagement began to circulate within the Wind and Cloud Empire, plunging the Lin family into turmoil. Lin Shun, do you still believe you are the once great genius? I could crush you with a mere fingernail. Lin Tian stepped forward, casually crushing a boulder beneath his boot into dust. Though his talent was inferior to that of the former Lin Shun, he had still entered the spirit entry realm at the age of 15. With his cultivation, dealing with Lin Shun, now a mere wastrel, was a trivial task. Yet, he would not simply kill Lin Shun with a single punch. After all, it was far more gratifying to witness the former genius grovel for mercy. Even the abyss before them would be of no aid, even if the former head of the Lin family were present. If Lin Shun wished to survive, he could only hope for a modicum of mercy from his adversaries. Bah, you wretches used the resources I provided, and now you turn against me. Only you curs would relish in the scraps left by others. Lin Shun spat blood, his voice laced with derision. The Lin family's current status was solely due to the brilliance brought forth by his 5-element spirit body. Now, having been rendered a useless being, they began to turn against him. Had the elders of the Lin family intervened, would these younger ones dare to raise a hand against him? Had his parents still been alive, would anyone have the audacity to challenge him? Yet at this moment, Lin Tian and his cohorts reveled in Lin Chen's helplessness, their laughter growing ever more derisive. Sharp-tongued, do you think you're still that once great genius? Even if you brought immense resources to the family, what of it? You are now a worthless insect, easily crushed. Lin Tian sneered. Once upon a time, Lin Tian had been overshadowed by Lin Shun. Now, he had soared to brilliance, while Lin Shun had fallen into disgrace. Standing over Lin Shun, Lin Tian's pride swelled immensely. Lin Shun, you must think carefully. If you crawl over now and apologize, I might just show mercy and allow you to live. Otherwise, should you truly descend into this abyss, even if your parents are alive, they cannot save you. Lin Tian taunted these words. Lin Shun, already on the brink of collapse, felt a surge of blood rush within him. For Lin Tian was indeed pushing the limits of cruelty. Not only did he repeatedly humiliate him, but he also brought up his parents. Very well, very well, very well. Lin Tian, I shall remember this grudge. Should I regain my former glory, your blood shall be the offering for my vengeance. Lin Shun forced his rage down, his tone icy. Seeing Lin Chen's defiance, Lin Tian's expression darkened. Then go down and join your parents, Lin Tian scoffed. In an instant, a powerful fist imprint surged forth, and Lin Shun saw a flash of white light before losing consciousness entirely. His body was hurled into the abyss, blood gushing forth like a torrent, vanishing into the pit without a trace. The onlooking youths displayed no signs of sympathy, only admiration for Lin Tian's formidable power. Meanwhile, as Lin Shen plummeted into the void, he felt an overwhelming aura enveloping him, as if his blood had awakened some terrifying taboo, sending the entire abyss into a frenzy. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a mysterious insignia emerged, its deep patterns seeming to devour all that existed. Time and space appeared to freeze at that very moment. Chapter 2. Devouring the Ancestral Talisman, Forging the Devouring Divine Body. Within the depths of the demonic cave, an overwhelming force of attraction suddenly emanated from the ancient script, and Lin Chen's blood was instantly drawn into it. As the blood continued to surge into the enigmatic inscription, dark patterns began to faintly shimmer with light. Suddenly, a peculiar change occurred. It seemed as if the mysterious script sensed something and began to tremble. Countless profound energies surged forth, wreaking havoc alongside the movement of the runes. In the blink of an eye, the arcane inscription seamlessly merged into Lin Chen's body. His cracked skin instantly healed. Even the blood that had seeped from his pores vanished without a trace, while the raging energy flowed into Lin Chen, repeatedly cleansing his meridians and physique. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed within the unfathomable abyss of the cave. Fortunately, the cave was situated in a remote area, far from the prying eyes of the ordinary populace, or else such a spectacle would undoubtedly incite widespread astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself enveloped in a mysterious space, blissfully unaware of the transformations occurring within his body. In this pitch-black realm, a stone talisman inscribed with arcane symbols floated in midair. Gazing around, he was met with a terrifying expanse of starry seas, and that palm-sized talisman could devour these cosmic oceans in an instant. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lin Chen could not help but feel a profound shock. After all, he had previously encountered the emperor of the Fengyun Empire, yet even such a formidable figure could not achieve the terrifying feat of consuming the starry seas. Before Lin Chen could ponder further, the stone talisman hurtled toward him. It swiftly integrated into his body, leaving behind a dark mark at his brow. As the talisman entered him, waves of vast and profound knowledge flooded into Lin Chen's mind. Devour. Ancestral talisman. Chaotic. Devouring spirit technique. Devouring divine body. Upon absorbing the immense information, Lin Chen's breath quickened, for the revelations were astonishingly extraordinary. The ancestral talisman. A stone imbued with the power to consume all that exists, could transform everything into the purest form of energy. This was the secret behind the cave's ability to devour ferocious beasts. The chaotic devouring spirit technique contained within the talisman allowed the absorbed energy to be fully integrated into the cultivator's body. Now, the ancestral talisman had become part of his dantian, granting him the power to consume all things. This meant that from this moment on, Lin Chen could absorb everything to enhance his cultivation. What others found insurmountable would merely require Lin Chen to consume additional energy. This also signified that his path of cultivation would be nearly devoid of bottlenecks. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the enigmatic devouring divine body. It is essential to note that Lin Shun was merely a spiritual body. To be deemed a divine body was no trivial matter. According to the information within the ancestral talisman, the devouring divine body could be forged by utilizing the ancestral talisman as a catalyst to sacrifice his spiritual body, thus giving rise to a new divine form. Such a treasure, capable of inciting bloodshed across the continent, had unexpectedly fallen into his hands. This series of transformations filled Lin Shun with uncontrollable joy. After all, the moment he fell into the demonic cave, he believed he had no chance of survival. However, with the ancestral talisman in hand, he had been granted an opportunity to rise once more. I never expected that I, Lin Shun, would be bestowed with such fortune. If it weren't for my 5-element spiritual body being destroyed, the ancestral talisman would not have recognized me as its master. Lin Shun marveled inwardly. Lin Yun, Lin Tian. This time I will make you pay in blood for your debts. After digesting the information from the ancestral talisman, Lin Shun abruptly opened his eyes. Beholding his intact body, a smile crept onto his lips. The devouring divine body. Lin Shun gazed at his restored Dantian and clenched his fists in determination. Suddenly, Lin Shun raised his hand, and a profound energy emerged, mirroring the energies surrounding the cave. This was the extraordinarily peculiar devouring energy. With a focused gaze, Lin Shun resolutely directed this energy into his body. In an instant, the terrifying devouring energy enveloped Lin Shun's form. A tremendous force of attraction emanated from his hand, drawing forth the 5 elements spiritual energy within him, causing countless meridians to rupture. The excruciating sensation of his body being torn apart surged through his mind. Even with Lin Shun's formidable willpower, he could not help but let out a cry of anguish. The agony of sacrificing his spiritual body was akin to having all his meridians forcibly extracted. Despite the torment, Lin Shun gritted his teeth and persevered. At that moment, images of humiliation flooded his mind, and the fierce desire for vengeance suppressed the overwhelming pain. Under the influence of Lin Shun and Apos' devouring energy, the 5 distinct energies rapidly transformed into pure essence, subsequently converging upon the rune at his brow. Time became indistinct, and when the last trace of the 5 elements energy was consumed, the pain within Lin Shun evaporated instantaneously, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation, and his Dantian morphed into a colossal beast, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Shun's eyes burst open, radiating brilliance as the previously silent meridians erupted with intense light, unleashing a formidable pressure that spread throughout the vicinity. The energy that had been devoured by the ancestral talisman continuously flowed into Lin Shun's body. In a heartbeat, Lin Shun's cultivation began to soar at an astonishing rate. It is worth noting that the ferocious beasts that had fallen into this demonic cave numbered in the thousands. The energy accumulated from such a vast quantity would significantly aid Lin Shun in forging his devouring divine body, leaving a considerable surplus. This surplus energy would greatly shorten the duration of his arduous cultivation. Crack, crack. In mere moments, Lin Shun's bones resonated with booming sounds, and his vitality surged within him. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. 6th level of body refinement. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shun's cultivation ascended to the 6th level of body refinement. Were it not for the formidable nature of the devouring divine body, which required several times the energy for each advancement, this energy could have propelled a cultivator into the spiritual realm. Lin Shun reveled in the surging vitality within him and the ceaseless flow of devouring energy in his Dantian, experiencing an unparalleled sense of euphoria. After all, this was the first time he had regained his cultivation since his Dantian was devastated, and now he had acquired the formidable devouring divine body. Boom. Lin Shun gazed at the stone wall before him and unleashed a powerful punch. The frenzied vitality surged forth from his fist, creating a deep imprint in the stone wall that extended a full yard into its surface. Such terrifying power would undoubtedly astonish Lin Tian, for even he, at the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, could not unleash such a potent strike without employing martial techniques. Moreover, even among those at the 5th level of body refinement, in terms of physical strength, those who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement would not stand a chance against him. Lin Shun squinted at the punch mark before him, marveling silently. The Lin family possesses numerous formidable experts. Even with my current cultivation, I cannot compel Lin Tian to kneel and apologize. I must continue to elevate my cultivation. Without hesitation, Lin Shun leaped from the fearsome depths of the demonic cave. Next, he would remain in the Great Beast Mountain range, continuously devouring ferocious beasts to grow stronger. Chapter 3. A Surge in Power. The Ferocity of Absorbing Spiritual Energy. 3 days later, within a dense forest, Lin Shun, clad in a black outfit, flickered with movement, his vitality surging around him. Roar, roar. Suddenly, 3 ferocious lions, their bodies covered in fiery red fur, burst forth from the thickets. Their scarlet eyes fixated intently on Lin Shun, their massive claws pounding the ground with relentless force. In that moment, the earth trembled as if caught in a tempest, trees collapsing in their wake. Not bad. Attracting 3 fire lions in one go. If I consume these beasts, I shall ascend to the spirit realm. Lin Shan squinted at the frenzied lions behind him, musing silently. After 3 days of rigorous training, Lin Shan had fully mastered the cultivation he had regained. This trial revealed that the devouring divine body was on an entirely different level compared to his previous 5-element spirit body. Initially, Lin Shan had considered testing his strength against a first-tier 6th-level beast, but with a mere punch, he had obliterated it into a mist of blood. It is important to note that a beast possesses a physique far superior to that of a cultivator of the same realm. Typically, a cultivator yet to enter the spirit realm would require the cooperation of 2 or more individuals to confront a beast of the same tier. However, for Lin Shan, this was a non-issue. At present, Lin Shan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of body refinement, with his spiritual energy condensed around him. Just one step away from drawing in spiritual energy to elevate himself to the spirit realm. The 3 fire lions behind him, with their blood energy refined and spiritual energy swirling, were distinctly 2nd-tier beasts, 1 at the 5th level and 2 at the 3rd level. Having lured the 3 fire lions to an open area, Lin Shan took the opportunity to assess their cultivation levels. Encountering 3 2nd-tier beasts would send most body refinement cultivators fleeing in terror, for the disparity in strength between levels is immense, especially for 2nd-tier beasts that rival those in the spirit realm. Human cultivators must summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies to refine their physiques in order to ascend to the spirit realm. The same applies to beasts advancing to the 2nd tier. Their naturally robust physiques, enhanced by the infusion of spiritual energy, elevate their power far beyond that of 1st-tier beasts. Nonetheless, for Lin Shan, the prowess of these 2 2nd-tier beasts was merely sufficient to test his limits. It is noteworthy that the strength of the devouring divine body, even now, remained partially unfathomed by Lin Shan. Observing the spacious terrain around him, he recognized it as an ideal battlefield and chose to halt his provocations. Preparing to confront the fire lions. The 3 fire lions, surprised by the seeming cowardice of this insignificant creature, could only conclude that Lin Shan was an easy target to shred and thus showed no mercy. Their claws gleamed in the sunlight as they struck towards Lin Shan with tremendous force. The oppressive weight of their attack caused the ground to collapse like a landslide. What a welcome challenge. Lin Shan, unfazed by the approaching claws, steadied himself, channeling his brute strength into his right fist before delivering a powerful blow. If any cultivator were to witness this moment, they would likely assume Lin Shan had been rendered senseless by the 3 2nd-tier beasts. A single strike from such beasts could fracture the earth. With 3 attacking simultaneously, even a 6th-level spirit realm cultivator would have to retreat, let alone Lin Shan, who was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. It was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Bang! Yet, in the next instant, a scene of extraordinary disbelief unfolded. Lin Shan's slender figure remained steadfast, his fist effortlessly blocking the trio of attacks. As he felt the raw power transmitted through his fist, Lin Shan could not help but rejoice. To think that even 3 2nd-tier beasts could not withstand me. The strength of the devouring divine body is indeed formidable. With that thought, Lin Shan wasted no time. He swiftly darted behind the 3 fire lions. The celestial collapse fist. The spiritual energy around him trembled, a faint yellow aura coalescing around his fist. In an instant, 3 powerful punches were unleashed. Crack! Before the fire lions could retract their claws, they found their world spinning in disorientation. Thud! Thud! The sound of 3 heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed as their skulls were pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the earth. Crimson blood splattered, transforming the once verdant forest into a sea of scarlet leaves. Lin Shan, witnessing this, felt no surprise, his expression tranquil as he extended his arms. A surge of black energy erupting forth to envelop the corpses of the fire lions. Although he could only tenuously wield spiritual power, the might of the celestial collapse fist rivaled that of a 4th-level spirit realm cultivator. Lin Shan chuckled as the devouring energy assimilated. Countless pure energies flooded into Lin Shan's being. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed as a barrier within him broke, propelling him into an entirely new realm. The spiritual energy that had merely circled around him now surged into his body. In that moment, Lin Shan felt his spiritual power continuously washing through him, an unending stream of strength emanating from his dantian. Bang! 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 Body refinement at its pinnacle. Spirit realm 1st level. Spirit realm 2nd level. Lin Shan's cultivation soared to the 2nd level of the spirit realm, his entire being exploding forth with formidable dark spiritual power. Before he could fully acclimate to his newfound strength, Lin Shan soon discovered something peculiar. My spiritual energy feels unusual. Extending his right hand, he observed a dark spiritual energy condensing forth. Yet, in an instant, it transformed into 5 distinct colors of spiritual energy. This is the 5 elements spiritual energy. Lin Shan gazed at the energy in his hand, astonished. It is known that each type of specialized spiritual energy is exceedingly rare. Some are born with a lightning affinity, thus manifesting as lightning spiritual energy. Others, unparalleled in swordsmanship, embody sword spiritual energy. Previously, Lin Shan's spiritual energy had been the rare 5 elements spiritual energy due to his 5 elements spirit body. However, Now Lin Shun could distinctly sense that the energy within him was not merely five elements spiritual energy. It should be referred to as devouring spiritual energy. Yet, in Lin Shun's hands, it could transform into five elements spiritual energy. This sparked a daring thought in Lin Shun and Appo's mind. Could it be that this devouring spiritual energy can morph into other specialized spiritual energies? Lin Shun and Appo's breath quickened. If this notion holds true, it would mean that he could unleash the extraordinary techniques of other unique physiques. As Lin Shun contemplated further, he attempted to manifest other forms of spiritual energy. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only oscillate between devouring spiritual energy and five-element spiritual energy. Just as Lin Shun believed that this five-element spiritual energy was merely a remnant of his original physique, a sudden message flooded his mind: devour all things. Evolve all things. 8 words, like a brand, appeared abruptly in Lin Shun and Appo's consciousness. In that instant, Lin Shun experienced a profound revelation. So that is how it is. The devouring spiritual energy does not lack the ability to transform into other specialized spiritual energies. Rather, it requires me to devour the spiritual energy of others to achieve such transformations. Lin Shun exclaimed with delight. Furthermore, within his mind, a sphere began to coalesce. The information imparted by the devouring divine body indicated that it had only just awakened. To continue its evolution, Lin Shun must ceaselessly devour potent spiritual energy. Only when the sphere is fully charged can he step into the next phase of the devouring divine body. Even the newly awakened devouring divine body possesses such formidable strength. One can only imagine the might it will attain upon reaching the next stage, Lin Shun remarked with a hint of astonishment. Contemplating this, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Shun's gaze, prompting him to transmute all the spiritual energy within him into the five-element spiritual power. After all, the devouring divine body is exceedingly powerful, and should it be exposed before it fully matures, it would undoubtedly become a target for hunters. The source of the five elements spiritual power stems from the five elements spiritual body Lin Shun had previously possessed. While potent, it would not attract undue persecution. Moreover, Lin Shun could readily justify the restoration of his cultivation. Having briefly acclimated to his newfound physique in the spirit realm, Lin Shun intended to rest before delving deeper into the Great Beast Mountain range for further cultivation. However, under the blazing sun, a glimmer at his feet abruptly captured Lin Shun's attention. Ah, is this the object that was inside the belly of that flame lion? Chapter 4. The Mysterious Legacy. The Dominant Blade Body. Following the beam of light, Lin Shun discovered a storage ring stained with blood. Upon this sight, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. It is well known that the value of a storage ring is considerable. Within the Lin family, only those who have reached the spirit realm are entitled to possess one. Moreover, its space is limited to merely 3 or 4 cubic feet. However, this storage ring found within the belly of the fire lion could resolve Lin Shun's pressing predicament. After all, for several days, he had been compelled to abandon numerous materials from savage beasts due to his lack of a storage ring. Lin Shun picked up the storage ring, his expression turning serious as he channeled his spiritual energy into it. To his surprise, he sensed a restriction within. Generally, while storage rings do possess protective measures, these tend to dissipate upon the owner's demise. This ring, having been ingested by the fire lion, was evidently ownerless. Yet its restriction remained intact. How intriguing! Lin Shun smirked as he contemplated the situation. Although he did not understand how this storage ring came to be within the fire lion, the prospect of such a treasure before him left him with no reason to decline. Without hesitation, Lin Shun activated his devouring energy, intending to consume and break the restriction. As the barrier was dismantled, his spiritual energy surged into the storage ring. However, he soon found himself at a loss. Contrary to his expectations of abundant treasures, he discovered only a solitary jade tablet floating within. Lin Shun held the jade tablet in his hands, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. Yet he could not discern its secrets. Despite the singularity of the item, the storage ring was indeed vast. Lin Shun marveled at the considerable space within the storage ring. As the former top talent of the Fenghan Empire, he had received a storage ring bestowed by the emperor, yet that had only a fraction of this ring and Appo's capacity. The spatial breadth of this ring was astonishingly several hundred cubic feet. However, this only piqued Lin Shun and Appo's curiosity regarding the jade tablet and Appo's true value. After all, the mere existence of this storage ring could purchase an entire city, yet it contained only a single jade tablet. Lin Shun attempted to infuse the tablet with his spiritual energy or even a drop of his blood, but to no avail. Realizing this, he resolved to take a more forceful approach. If gentleness fails, then one must be assertive. Lin Shun narrowed his eyes, silently vowing to himself. With a swift motion, Lin Shun activated his devouring energy, transforming the palm-sized jade tablet into a shadowy hue. Crack! In an instant, a crisp shattering sound echoed. The vibrant jade tablet disintegrating into pure energy that surged into Lin Shun and Appo's body. Boom. He ascended to the 3rd tier of the spirit realm merely by absorbing the residual energy from the jade tablet. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen's attention was not on his newfound power, but rather on the astonishing information flooding his mind. The dominant blade body. The legacy cave. Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of excitement. He never anticipated that the concealed knowledge within the jade tablet would lead to a site of inheritance. Moreover, this legacy pertains to the dominant blade body, which is on par with his own 5-element spiritual body. This remarkable physique allows one to transform into a blade, capable of cleaving through all existence, with an indomitable blade spirit. It is no wonder that despite his numerous attempts to input spiritual energy, he could not extract the information from the jade tablet. It was intended solely for the dominant blade body as inheritance. Yet, the formidable individual who left this legacy likely did not foresee that although he lacked the dominant blade body, Lin Chen possessed the even more formidable devouring divine body. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. This seemingly insignificant jade tablet holds a value far exceeding that of the storage ring. Now, Lin Chen understood why there was only this single jade tablet within the storage ring. The evolution of the devouring divine body requires various formidable physiques, and the dominant blade body has conveniently presented itself. Having quickly adapted to his newfound third-tier spirit realm cultivation, Lin Chen cautiously made his way toward the location indicated by the jade tablet. The Great Beast Mountain Range lies beyond Sanyan City, characterized by its continuous peaks and the congregation of numerous powerful savage beasts. Previously, Lin Chen had been training at the outskirts of this mountain range. Now, the site of this inheritance lay near the central region of the Great Beast Mountain Range, which compelled Lin Chen to focus intently. After all, the central area is home to the terrifying purple flame mad lion, a creature that even Nirvana realm experts fear. Though Lin Chen was aware of his devouring divine body as strength, he understood that with his current cultivation in the spirit realm, facing a savage beast on par with Nirvana realm would likely lead to his swift demise. The 5-element spiritual body excels in elemental affinity, granting him exceptional perception. This advantage might allow him to evade the formidable savage beasts along his path. Lin Chen murmured to himself as he dashed forward. As time elapsed, Lin Chen approached the area marked by the jade tablet. Along his journey, he encountered several 4th-tier savage beasts. Thankfully, his heightened perception from the 5-element spiritual body, combined with the stealth provided by his devouring divine body, ensured he remained undetected. This area feels peculiar. Lin Chen noted the desolate ground surrounding him, furrowing his brow. Additionally, he sensed that the spiritual energy in this region was alarmingly depleted, as if it had been entirely drained. Logically, the central area of the Great Beast Mountain Range is known for its rich spiritual energy, given it is a gathering place for formidable savage beasts. However, this particular area exhibited an unusual scarcity of spiritual energy, leaving Lin Chen perplexed. Upon further observation, he decided that if anything appeared amiss, it would be prudent to flee. The sight of inheritance would not escape him. He could always return later. Lin Chen reassured himself. While the absence of the dominant blade body would considerably slow the advancement of his devouring divine body, it was still preferable to facing certain death in pursuit of vengeance. Lin Chen held his breath, focusing intently as he began to stealthily approach the center. A potent stench of blood permeated the air, and as Lin Chen ventured deeper, the soil beneath him became increasingly crimson. It was evident that this location had recently witnessed a fierce battle. This would explain how the storage ring ended up on the outskirts of the Great Beast Mountain Range. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The storage ring must have originally been situated nearby, but following a fierce clash, the savage beast scattered, inadvertently carrying the ring away, or perhaps swallowing it whole. Thus, it eventually found its way into the belly of the 3 fire lions. Roar. Just as Lin Chen pondered these thoughts, a thunderous roar echoed from the center, a terrifying pressure akin to divine wrath causing the ground to tremble. Even from a distance, Lin Chen felt as though he might be rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the roar. In the distance, a massive purple lion, towering over 100 feet, ascended into the sky with a single flap of its wings. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen was instantly struck by a sense of foreboding. Could this be the purple flame mad lion, the creature that instills fear even in Nirvana realm experts? Chapter 5, The Battle of the Strong. Seizing the opportunity. Upon witnessing the colossal figure that obscured the sky, Lin Chen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, merely a distant roar had nearly caused him to faint. Facing such a savage beast head-on would likely spell disaster. The prospect of confronting such a creature for the sake of a legacy of the Mad Blade Tyrant seemed utterly unworthy. It would be far wiser to retreat while the beast remained unaware of his presence. Lin Chen sighed, realizing that acquiring the Mad Blade Tyrant's inheritance would not be an easy feat. Just as he resolved to depart, several azure blades sliced through the air, striking the beast with tremendous force. A terrifying roar erupted, echoing with a note of despair. The purple flame mad lion retaliated fiercely, unleashing a powerful attack toward the horizon. In that moment, Lin Chen noticed the beast was marred with numerous wounds, some still oozing blood. This revelation halted his retreat. Perhaps the beast had been engaged in battle with other formidable opponents? He pondered the possibility of slipping past the 2 combatants to seize the inheritance within the cave. Not far from the purple flame mad lion, A woman clad in flowing green stood poised with her sword, her hair cascading like silk. Her expression grave as she regarded the beast. "Surrender the purple flame, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," she declared. "You are not worthy," scoffed the purple flame mad lion. Without further ado, the woman vanished from sight, her green dress billowing as she reappeared behind the lion. Thrusting her sword forward, the lion, having faced her in battle before, quickly conjured a fiery barrier to repel her assault. Meanwhile, Lin Shen had stealthily approached the vicinity of their confrontation. To his astonishment, the woman's fighting prowess was formidable enough to force the purple flame mad lion into retreat. He reflected on how cultivators of the Nirvana realm in Sunyan City dared not provoke such a beast. The purple flame mad lion, a fifth-tier savage beast, with its mane resembling flickering purple flames, could incinerate any Nirvana realm cultivator who came too close. The air around them crackled with the sounds of explosive clashes, as energy rained down upon the ground, creating an incessant cacophony. Fortunately, Lin Shen's speed allowed him to evade detection. Otherwise, merely being a bystander could have cost him his life. He soon realized a pivotal truth. The cave housing the Mad Blade Tyrant's inheritance was situated within the lair of the purple flame mad lion. Observing the entrance engulfed in violet flames, Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. To think that such a cave would be claimed by the lion. Given his current strength, entering was likely out of the question. Even if he could sneak near the cave while the lion was preoccupied with the fierce woman, he would still have to contend with the terrifying flames. With his present capabilities, the only recourse was to absorb the energy. But the sheer potency of the spiritual power would undoubtedly draw the attention of both the lion and the green-clad woman. Neither was a foe Lin Shen could afford to provoke at this juncture. As he contemplated a discreet exit, a series of ominous energy fluctuations echoed through the air. Alarmed, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and channeled his energy to its utmost limit, swiftly dodging to the side. Such a formidable attack would be disastrous should it strike him, regardless of his devouring physique, especially since he was merely at the third level of the spirit realm. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Shen refrained from concealing his energy, several blasts whizzed past him, crashing to the ground. In an instant, a massive crater, dozens of feet deep, formed in the earth, a mere aftermath of the woman's clash with the lion. Thank goodness they are so engrossed in their battle. Otherwise, I might have been exposed, Lin Shen thought, glancing at the gaping pit with a sigh of relief. It seemed the battle would soon reach a conclusion, and given his current strength, it was prudent to vacate the area. Lin Shen understood well that even the residual energy from such a confrontation could spell his doom. High above, the purple flame mad lion, its body riddled with wounds, began to lose its composure. Despite its earlier dismissive remarks about the woman's capabilities, it recognized that it was no match for her. "Do you not fear the consequences of your reckless abandon?" The lion roared at the woman, who relentlessly wielded her sword. Although she surpassed it in strength, the disparity was not insurmountable, especially with its mastery of purple flames. Yet, witnessing the woman's reckless exertion of her energy drove the lion to a state of concern. However, the significance of the purple flame compelled it to make a grave decision. The flame was the essence of its power. Surrendering it would be akin to rendering itself powerless. "Even if I must slay a beast, I will not allow my cultivation to falter." The green-clad woman gritted her teeth, channeling her terrifying energy into her sword. In an instant, her blade erupted in a brilliant azure glow, and with a mighty swing, a formidable wave of sword energy surged toward the purple flame mad lion. In that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy recoiled as if confronted by a great terror, creating a palpable sense of impending doom. The lion's eyes widened as it realized that if it were to absorb this strike, it would surely perish. Yet, the blade was locked onto its essence, leaving no avenue for escape. As Lin Shen observed from a distance, he quickened his pace. "Then do not blame me for my actions," the purple flame mad lion bellowed. Countless violet flames coalesced, forming a colossal fist. In an instant, the two forces collided. The cataclysmic clash of sword energy and the lioness flames unleashed a torrent of devastating energy, shaking the very earth of the Beast Mountain range. This overwhelming force was sensed even by cultivators far away in Sunyan City. The tumultuous energy exchange persisted for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. Lin Shen, fortunate to have kept his distance, breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had narrowly escaped death. In the aftermath, the sky bore no trace of the woman or the purple flame mad lion. Even the elemental energies could only faintly detect their residual presence. Surveying the numerous craters around him, Lin Shen felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the purple flame mad lion and the woman had perished together? He believed there was a significant possibility of that outcome. Even if they had not met their end, they were likely left on the brink of collapse. This realization excited Lin Shen. After all, the corpse of a fifth-tier savage beast would provide ample energy to elevate his own cultivation significantly. With that thought, he disregarded the fate of the green-clad woman and stealthily approached the battlefield. There, he beheld a body severed in two and the fallen form of the woman in the green dress, surrounded by turbulent energy and violet flames. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow aureole behind. To think that the remains of this fifth-tier savage beast would ultimately fall into my hands. Chapter 6. Devour. The mighty purple flame. Lin Shen cautiously activated the devouring energy, absorbing the troublesome purple flames surrounding him. At the moment the terrifying flames encountered the devouring energy, they uncontrollably transformed into pure energy. In an instant, a mass of purple flames coalesced within Lin Shen's body. Is this purple flame now mine? Lin Shen murmured, sensing the unfamiliar fire. He had not anticipated that his intention to eliminate the surrounding flames would result in a cluster of fire residing within him. It is important to note that this is the flame of the 5th-tier savage beast, the purple flame mad lion. Although Lin Shen's current strength could not fully harness its power, even a fraction would be sufficient to overwhelm any practitioner at the spirit entry level. Without hesitation, Lin Shen hastened to position himself between the savage beast and the female cultivator. As he drew closer, he finally beheld the exquisite visage of the mysterious female cultivator. Clad in a flowing greenish-blue gown that trailed on the ground, her complexion appeared somewhat pale due to the aftermath of battle, yet her fair skin, as pristine as snow, remained transcendent. The tattered gown subtly revealed an alluring glimpse of springtime beauty. Even Lin Shen, who had encountered countless beauties, found it challenging to suppress the warmth rising within him. At that moment, the enigmatic female cultivator was in a state of unconsciousness, her aura in disarray, clearly exhausted. Such a formidable presence had never been heard of in the Wind and Cloud Empire. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen felt puzzled. However, what mattered most at this juncture was to devour the corpse of the purple flame mad lion. Given that the beast was now deceased, the longer he delayed, the more energy would dissipate from its body. Ultimately, even if Lin Shen managed to consume it completely, his enhancement would be minimal. Resolutely, Lin Shen waved his hands, causing the devouring spiritual energy within him to erupt. In an instant, a terrifying devouring force enveloped the massive corpse of the beast. The formidable spiritual energy within the purple flame mad lion swiftly transformed into pure energy, flowing into Lin Shen's body. In merely a moment, Lin Shen felt a robust power brewing within him. Boom. Spirit entry level 4. Spirit entry level 5. Spirit entry level 6. As he ascended to spirit entry level 6, the remaining energy within Lin Shen converged with the previously devoured purple flame. With a resounding explosion, a dazzling purple flame materialized out of thin air, incinerating the corpse of the purple flame mad lion entirely. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shen was taken aback. It is crucial to understand that the purple flame mad lion is a 5th-tier savage beast. Ordinary attacks would hardly inflict any damage upon it. Yet now, the gathered energy of the purple flame could effortlessly reduce it to ashes with a mere touch. Such formidable power would deter even the most common practitioners of the spirit body realm. After realizing the might of his purple flame, Lin Shen's earlier dissatisfaction with the slow pace of his cultivation vanished. It appears that the devouring energy automatically assists me in allocating the optimal ratio of energy. Lin Shen silently acknowledged. Had all that immense energy been funneled directly into his dantian, it would have allowed Lin Shen to leap into the spirit vein realm. However, such rapid advancement would prove difficult for him to control. By integrating most of it into the purple flame, he not only bolstered his combat strength but also avoided waste. Just as Lin Shen became adept at manipulating the purple flame, a sword appeared at his neck in an instant. Feeling the sharpness against his skin, a sense of danger surged within him. "Who are you?" A delicate voice inquired from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Shen instantly recognized that the female cultivator had regained consciousness. "Lin Shen," he replied, retracting the purple flame, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was no need to conceal his name. After all, it could be discovered with a little effort. Turning around, he gazed at the weary yet formidable female cultivator before him, feeling a flicker of suspicion. However, before he could inquire, the female cultivator tightened her grip on the sword as she observed Lin Shen absorb the purple flame into his body. "How can you wield the power of the purple flame, mad lion?" she demanded, her tone sharp. Yet, the next moment, she felt a wave of weakness surge through her body, causing her to drop the sword and collapse onto the ground. It seemed that her earlier exertions had drained her spiritual energy. Lin Shen noted affirmatively. Despite her fall, the mysterious female cultivator did not lose consciousness. Instead, she managed to half-kneel, gazing at Lin Shen with difficulty. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself after asking for someone else's name?" Lin Shen replied, maintaining an air of composure. Although the female cultivator possessed overwhelming strength, capable of crushing him with a mere finger, the dynamics had shifted dramatically, placing Lin Shen in a position of control over her fate. Yet, Lin Shen had no intentions of hastily eliminating the female cultivator, as he was uncertain of any hidden tricks she might possess. "Yunli," she exclaimed, casting a glance at Lin Shen. "What is your relation to the purple flame mad lion? How is it that you can manipulate the purple flame? And what of the corpse of the beast?" She had fought fiercely for the purple flame, and now it appeared in the hands of a stranger, which incited her ire. Though it may seem inappropriate, "I have already incinerated the corpse of the purple flame mad lion," Lin Shen replied, shrugging with a hint of resignation. "As for the purple flame, I acquired it from within the beast." Upon hearing this, Yinli fixed her gaze upon Lin Shen, seemingly searching for any signs of deceit. The purple flame was the terrifying fire contained within the purple flame mad lion, and even she, as a practitioner of the Nirvana realm, had to tread carefully around it. She could not fathom how this young man had managed to wield such flames. Do you not fear that I might kill you to claim the purple flame? Yunli asked coldly. If you were capable of that, you wouldn't be standing here conversing with me. Lin Chen retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. I am not a savage beast. This purple flame is merely a manifestation of energy I have condensed, lacking any physical form. Lin Chen chuckled dismissively, having realized that the female cultivator was merely putting on a brave front. Yunli was momentarily incensed by Lin Chen's words. Observing her exhausted state, a thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. With his current strength, he was more than sufficient to contend with the younger generation of the Lin family. However, the true challenge lay not with them, but with the elders who wielded their power oppressively. It was clear that escaping unscathed after slaying Lin Yun would be impossible. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding this incident were suspicious. No matter how bold Lin Yun might be, he would not dare to push me into the abyss. Even if Lin Chen's cultivation were rendered null, he still carried the title of the betrothed of the Wind and Cloud Empire. Although there were rumors of the engagement being annulled, it had remained mere whispers for the past year. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had disregarded the engagement and brazenly attacked Lin Chen. This compelled Lin Chen to consider the dangers of returning to the Lin family. Someone must want me dead. Yet, if you wish for my demise, I shall defy fate. Instead, you shall each descend into the abyss. Lin Chen vowed firmly. Yunli, I can condense the purple flame and hand it over to you. However, I propose a transaction. Chapter 7. The transaction. Slaying the little purple flame savage lion. What transaction? Yunli inquired, suppressing the chaotic energies swirling within her. It is pertinent to note that she had traversed thousands of miles to the Great Beast Mountain range to obtain the purple flame to quell the turmoil in her energy. Now, although the purple flame savage lion had vanished, acquiring it from the person before her, Lin Chen, would still suffice. Of course, should the terms of the transaction prove unacceptable, Yunli would not hesitate to subdue him and bring him back to her sect for further consideration. Ensure my safe departure from Tsungyun City, Lin Chen replied in a measured tone. I must return to Tsungyun City shortly to attend to a matter, during which I may be targeted by formidable opponents. However, to you, these adversaries are but insignificant ants. Yunli regarded Lin Chen with a hint of curiosity. Though she was unaware of the trouble he had stirred, she understood that Tsungyun City was merely a small town within the Windcloud Empire. With her strength and the backing of her faction, she could raise Tsungyun City without fear of retribution. Yet, if Lin Chen were to request her assistance in demolishing the city, she would certainly refuse. However, should he require her aid in fending off attackers, she would not object. Still, Yunli was intrigued as to how this practitioner, merely at the 8th level of the spirit realm, had attracted the ire of such powerful foes. Very well, however. After a moment's contemplation, Yunli nodded in agreement. Yet, before she could elaborate, a surge of terrifying and mysterious energy erupted from within her. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an extreme chill emanating from Yunli. But soon, a mysterious formation materialized at her brow, suppressing the energy. Even so, Lin Chen experienced a fleeting moment where he felt as though he might be frozen. At that moment, a black orb within Lin Chen's mind flickered with a glimmer of light, seemingly intrigued by this energy. However, as the energy was swiftly quelled, Lin Chen remained oblivious to this change. But you must first condense some purple flame for me. Yunli gasped, her complexion slightly flushed. In that moment, due to the earlier energy outburst, snowflakes began to appear around them. Yet, Yunli's brow was furrowed, hinting at an unusual sensation. Observing her demeanor, Lin Chen did not hesitate and decisively conjured a sphere of purple flame. In an instant, the formidable purple flames enveloped the surrounding snowflakes, merging with them. Yunli nodded slightly, raising her somewhat reddened jade hand to absorb the purple flame into her being. I shall fulfill my promise to you, Yunli declared as she formed a seal with her hands, causing a halo to appear. Witnessing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He recognized this technique from the ancient texts of the Lin family, which described how two practitioners could establish a vow of the heart upon reaching an agreement. Should one breach this vow, it would result in devastating consequences for the other, particularly for those who had already entered the Nirvana realm. After establishing the vow, Yunli fell silent, focusing all her energy on refining the small orb of purple flame that Lin Chen had conjured. The earlier outburst had nearly overwhelmed her, and if she did not absorb the purple flame soon, her energy might truly erupt uncontrollably. Noticing Yunli enter her refining state, Lin Chen glanced toward the distant cave and spoke. I will retrieve something. It should not take long. This time will also allow you to regain your energy. Without waiting for Yunli's response, he made his way toward the cave containing the inheritance. The surrounding purple flame retreated as Lin Chen's own flames forged a path. He soon entered the cave, where he was met with a pungent stench of blood. Countless bones lay strewn across the ground, and the walls were marked with dark red patterns, creating a chilling atmosphere. Just as Lin Chen searched for the inheritance cave, a deafening sound erupted behind him, as a claw radiating a white glow lunged at him with ferocity. However, Lin Shen seemed to anticipate the attack, deftly evading the blow with a swift movement. Indeed, the purple flame savage lion had fiercely protected its offspring. Lin Shen's gaze narrowed as he confronted a towering beast, 3 meters high, before him. The purple flame is not only the source of the purple flame savage lion's power, but also its treasure for nurturing the next generation. When he entered the cave earlier, Lin Shen sensed something amiss. The purple flame savage lion was dead, and logically, the flames within the cave should have extinguished. Yet, the flames continued to burn. This amount was minuscule, barely less than what Lin Shen could conjure himself, and thus went unnoticed by Yunli. However, for Lin Shen, who had already consumed the purple flame, even the smallest flame could not escape his perception. Clearly, another purple flame savage lion resided within the cave. Or perhaps it was the offspring of the original. Second tier, 8th level? Had it been my former self, I might have feared you. Lin Shen scoffed. Before he had consumed the purple flame, his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit realm would have made him no match for this beast wielding the purple flame. After all, the purple flame savage lion was a formidable creature within the Great Beast Mountain range, capable of easily dispatching opponents of the same level. Now, as he stood at the 6th level of the spirit realm, Lin Shen was foolishly challenging a 2nd tier, 8th level purple flame savage lion, a perilous endeavor. Yet, having advanced to the 6th level, Lin Shen's strength had surged significantly, bolstered by the purple flame. He felt confident enough to test his mettle against this beast. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying conflagration materialized in his fists, which he then thrust toward the little purple flame savage lion. In the next moment, a thunderous roar of energy echoed as Lin Shen's fist struck like lightning, catching the little lion completely off guard. The sheer force of Lin Shen's punch sent the little purple flame savage lion hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall. The wall, resilient as it was, formed a deep crater upon impact. The terrifying purple flame upon Lin Shen's fist continued to sear the little lion. Its anguished roars reverberated throughout the cave, as the relentless flames consumed its every inch, forcing it to thrash against the walls in an attempt to escape the torment. Yet, even when it unleashed its own purple flame, it proved futile. Lin Shen's flames were no ordinary flames. They had evolved through his absorption of energy, granting them a unique ability to devour and enhance. Thus, the little purple flame savage lion's flames became mere sustenance for Lin Shen's own. In the blink of an eye, the little lion's vitality extinguished, its body charred black, its bones reduced to ash. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shen felt a pang of sympathy. It seems I must reserve the purple flame for more significant matters. Otherwise, it will be depleted so easily, he remarked with a hint of resignation. Although he could sense the enhancement of the purple flame after consuming this energy, the increase was far less than what he could achieve through direct consumption. Subsequently, Lin Shen harnessed the energy of absorption, devouring the charred remains before him. His energy surged significantly, yet the remnants were insufficient to elevate him to the next level. However, at that moment, Lin Shen's thoughts were elsewhere. As the fierce battle with the little purple flame lion ensued, the surrounding stone walls began to crumble incessantly. Before Lin Shen, a resplendent golden iron gate materialized. Countless violent spiritual energies surged forth like blades, sweeping through the entire cavern in an instant. In a daze, it appeared as if a colossal sword stood towering before him. Was this the legacy of the Madblade dominance? Chapter 8, Inheritance. The essence of swordsmanship and the frenzied battle sword technique. Gazing upon the iron gate infused with violent spiritual energy, Lin Shen felt a surge of excitement within. It is worth noting that this frenzied battle body surpasses his own 5-element spiritual body in strength. Merely witnessing the entrance to the inheritance cave, he realized the truth behind the rumors. Although both are spiritual bodies, the essence of the 5-element spiritual body lies in its rapid cultivation speed and versatile spiritual attacks. In contrast, the frenzied battle body has evidently forged a different path, one that can shatter myriad laws with a single strike. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Shen slowly approached the iron gate. Suddenly, countless sword lights coalesced and charged directly towards him. Is this mere cave attempting to flaunt its power before me? Lin Shen scoffed. He raised his right hand slightly, and a terrifying wave of devouring energy erupted forth, consuming the incoming sword lights entirely. These sword lights were clearly a means employed by the cave's powerful guardians to test potential heirs. Without the frenzied battle body, one would surely be shredded by the onslaught. However, no one anticipated that Lin Shen, a rather unreasonable successor, would forcefully break through everything with his devouring divine body. As the sword lights dissipated, Lin Shen gently pressed down with his right hand, enveloping the iron gate in his devouring energy. Clang, clang, crack. Even the heavily reinforced inheritance iron gate began to crumble under the influence of Lin Shen's devouring energy, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Remarkably, the consumed sword lights and iron gate quietly formed a mysterious pattern within Lin Shen's body. Had a sword master been present, they would surely have been astounded. For no one would have anticipated that the previous wielder of the frenzied battle body had refined the sword path to such a degree. even capable of inscribing the essence of swordsmanship. Now, as Lin Chen continued to absorb, this essence naturally settled upon him. Lin Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable insight into swordsmanship awaken in his mind. Bang! After a stick of incense had burned, the iron gate of the inheritance cave collapsed with a resounding crash. A terrifying pressure emanated from within the cave, akin to the might of a deity, causing even the beasts of the Great Beast Mountain range to tremble and prostrate themselves. Yunli, still outside the cave refining purple flames, felt the weight of this pressure and found the mysterious formation within her dimming, as ethereal energy quietly circulated around her. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, faced with the overwhelming pressure within the cave, was violently thrown backward. Fortunately, thanks to the robustness of his devouring divine body, he managed to absorb a portion of the energy. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level, he might have burst apart in an instant. The frenzied battle body is indeed formidable. But soon it shall belong to me. Lin Chen and Appo's eyes shimmered with determination. With the frenzied battle body, my strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Even the current prodigy of the Lin family, Lin Batian, would be no match for me in terms of swordsmanship. With this thought, Lin Chen began to channel his devouring energy, stepping into the cave with deliberate intent. As he ventured deeper, a statue soon emerged before him. A striking figure stood within the inheritance cave, wielding a long sword that resembled a bloodthirsty blade, resonating with the surrounding spiritual energy. The ordinary face bore simply carved eyes that seemed to gaze down upon the world with authority. Such a statue exuded immense presence. It seems this practitioner of the frenzied battle body was likely a powerful figure in life. Lin Chen silently marveled. However, the former glory of this being was of little concern to him. His gaze lingered on the statue, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together. According to the information within the jade slip, this statue embodied the inheritance of the frenzied battle body. Yet to obtain this inheritance, one must possess the blood of a practitioner of the frenzied battle body. Clearly, Lin Chen did not have it. However, he possessed something else. Forgive me, but with the frenzied battle body in my grasp, I shall not let its glory fade. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then, a deeper surge of devouring energy erupted, enveloping the entire statue. In an instant, countless messages flooded into Lin Chen's mind. Had he not previously undergone a similar experience while evolving his devouring divine body? The influx of knowledge regarding the frenzied battle body could have shattered the mind of an average spiritual realm practitioner. As the vast messages continued to pour in, the essence within the statue was also being consumed. Suddenly, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged into Lin Chen's body. A presence akin to a sharp blade manifested around him, as the devouring spiritual energy transformed into a force imbued with boundless combat intent. The remaining spiritual energy coursed through Lin Chen's body, eventually merging with the essence of swordsmanship he had previously gathered. In a fleeting moment, Lin Chen felt as though he had become one with the sword, capable of cleaving through all adversaries. However, he quickly regained his composure, surveying the now tranquil inheritance cave with a wry smile. This must be the manifestation of the mighty beings past. With my current strength, achieving oneness with the sword would require considerable effort. Now, equipped with formidable sword's spiritual energy and the essence of swordsmanship, I suspect those who have been engrossed in the sword path for years would struggle to match my prowess. Lin Chen, feeling the continuous flow of insights regarding swordsmanship in his mind, began to understand. With the inheritance of the frenzied battle body, the black orb in his mind also began to fill steadily, soon reaching a third of its capacity. It seems I still require 2 more spiritual body levels, Lin Chen contemplated. However, his thoughts soon shifted to another revelation. To his astonishment, the previous wielder of the frenzied battle body had also created a powerful martial technique. The frenzied battle sword technique. As Lin Chen absorbed the essence of these 4 succinct words, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Since ancient times, martial techniques have been classified into levels: human, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. Yet this martial technique in his mind bore no such classifications, for its might depended solely on the strength of the practitioner. 9 strikes? This aligns perfectly with my thoughts. After comprehending the frenzied battle sword technique, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. This technique diverged from ordinary martial arts. It lacked intricate footwork or methods, presenting only the simple concept of 9 strikes. Each strike was stronger than the last. According to the records of martial techniques, each strike was an accumulation of the preceding one. Should all 9 strikes be unleashed, their combined power would be 9-fold. At Lin Chen's current level, even a single strike would deter an ordinary spiritual pulse practitioner from meeting it head-on. Of course, Lin Chen could not yet execute all 9 strikes. Even attempting a single strike would be his limit. Nevertheless, even a single strike would likely suffice to defeat a novice in the spiritual pulse realm. Lin Chen chuckled. After all, he now possessed the devouring divine body, coupled with the essence of swordsmanship and this formidable martial technique. If he could not defeat a spiritual pulse practitioner, it would mean his years of training were in vain. After calming his excitement, Lin Chen began to utilize the devouring spiritual energy within him to transform it into sword spiritual energy. Practicing this powerful martial technique while familiarizing himself with the ferocious sword energy coursing through him, This was unlike the five elements spiritual energy that had accompanied him for over a decade. This was a far more formidable force. Fortunately, with the support of the essence of swordsmanship, Lin Chen adapted swiftly, allowing him to wield it with ease. Watching as he executed a strike with his finger imitating a sword, Lin Chen felt satisfied as he departed the inheritance cave. It seems I have now entered the realm of this martial technique. Lin Chen nodded to himself. The cultivation of martial techniques, for practitioners, is divided into stages: entry, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Lin Chen, endowed with a remarkable mastery of swordsmanship, swiftly grasped the fundamentals of a martial technique in mere moments, an astonishing feat indeed. However, the instant he emerged from the cave, he was suddenly and forcefully tackled to the ground by a graceful figure. The intoxicating fragrance, reminiscent of a maiden's purity, enveloped his senses, and Lin Chen felt a gentle softness against his chest, accompanied by the warm breath cascading upon his neck. Yun Li. Chapter 9. The Joy of Fish and Water. A storm is approaching. Gazing upon the blushing woman before him, Lin Chen's heart stirred with an inexplicable emotion. It is well known that Yun Li's beauty is unparalleled, even within the empire of Feng Yun, surpassing that of his betrothed. Now, she lay shyly atop him, her fervent gaze fixed upon him, an allure that was impossible to resist. Of course, with Lin Chen's current cultivation, even if he wished to resist, he found himself powerless to do so. Though Yun Li's body was remarkably soft, her grip was surprisingly strong. Even if he were to exert his full strength, he would likely remain ensnared within her grasp. Yun Li. Lin Chen attempted to rouse her gently. Yet, it seemed she was lost in a fervor. Her body radiating an icy chill, her delicate skin tinged with a rosy hue. Before he could utter another word, he felt her delicate hands delve beneath his garments. Lin Chen realized that he was caught in a predicament, yet given that she was a stunning beauty of the Nirvana realm, he harbored no grievances. A fierce confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, within a palace reminiscent of a celestial realm, an elderly man clad in white suddenly opened his eyes, fury evident in his gaze. With hands clasped together, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and numerous intricate scriptures materialized around him. In an instant, waves of information flooded his mind. Who is it? Who dares to disrupt my decades-long plan? Yun Li. You are my disciple, you are mine, none shall take you from me. The elder seemed to descend into madness, his formidable energy surging forth uncontrollably, causing the very fabric of reality to crack, as if on the verge of collapse. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he remained oblivious to the wrath of this mysterious powerhouse. At that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the ice and snow. An overwhelming chill emanating from Yun Li. Had it not been for his devouring physique and the protection of the purple flames, he might have turned to ice in an instant. As the fierce battle concluded, Yun Li fell into a deep slumber. Observing her alluring form and the remnants of their conflict around them, Lin Chen shook his head in resignation. Have I been forced into this position? Of course. Had the cultivators of the Fengyan Empire heard his thoughts, they would likely envy his situation. After all, being pursued by a beauty of the Nirvana realm was a fortune that even the legendary experts of the true martial realm could scarcely imagine. Once he had steadied his mind, Lin Chen draped his clothing over Yun Li and carried her into a cave. Although she lay there in her vulnerable state, with no one around to witness, the temptation was ever present, urging him towards transgression. Despite their earlier battle, Lin Chen recognized that this was likely a result of her unique condition. If he were to shamelessly pursue another encounter, he could very well find himself facing dire consequences. It seemed that revenge against Sunyan City would have to wait a while longer. Lin Chen sighed, but he reassured himself that having waited this long, a few more days would not matter. In fact, this interval could be used to hone his rapidly ascending cultivation. Thus, he took a piece of bone from the remains of the purple flame lion and began to practice his sword techniques. This unconventional method of training would be unfathomable to ordinary cultivators, but Lin Chen, with his innate understanding of swordplay, adapted with ease. My body feels somewhat peculiar. As Lin Chen executed a strike, he keenly sensed a change within himself. He couldn't pinpoint its nature, but he felt an inexplicable lightness. And even his comprehension of the sword technique deepened. This was an enhancement granted by his innate understanding, a feat that was notoriously difficult to achieve. While Lin Chen reveled in his newfound strength, within the cave, countless ice crystals began to form upon Yun Li's pristine body. The formation at her brow had shattered, and an ancient chill continued to wash over her, revealing the aura of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Thanks to the leakage of her energy, no feral beasts dared approach, providing Lin Chen with an ideal environment for cultivation. Though he could not fathom why Yun Li's pressure had no effect on him, he remained absorbed in his growth. Meanwhile, in Songyun City, tumultuous events were unfolding. Within the Lin family, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat in a position of authority, exuding an air of silent menace. Surrounding him were the elders of the Lin family, the atmosphere thick with tension. Beneath them, a man whom Lin Chen despised spoke with reverence. Patriarch, I have succeeded. That waste of Lin Chen has fallen into the abyss, his body unrecognizable. At this revelation, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. And even the elders who had previously been sipping tea wore expressions of complexity. Excellent. Well done, Lin Tian, the current head of the Lin family. Lin Chen's uncle Lin Lang Tian nodded in approval. Observing this expression, Lin Yun could not suppress a smile. This waste of Lin Chen has lost all value. His existence is a drain on resources. Only Lin Batian is worthy of being our family's foremost genius. Lin Longtian's smile deepened as he considered Lin Batian, his son, who had already entered the spirit vein realm, vastly surpassing the now useless Lin Chun. Lin Langtian. Lin Chun is the betrothed of the third princess, favored by the Emperor of Fengyan. Are you not afraid of repercussions? One elder admonished. The former patriarch treated you well. Do you not fear the discontent of the clan? As former elders under Lin Chen's parents, they still harbored concern for him. Though they could not influence the family's decisions under Lin Longtian's leadership, they could ensure Lin Chen's basic needs were met. However, with Lin Longtian's blatant intention to kill Lin Chen, they felt a chill of fear. Repercussions? Lin Longtian's icy gaze fixed upon the elder, laughter echoing in the room. What if it were not me who wished him dead? With this declaration, those supporting Lin Langtian revealed mocking expressions, for they knew that Lin Chen's death was desired by more than just their faction. The Emperor of the Fengyan Empire shared this sentiment. A useless waste has no right to the imperial lineage. Proceed to inform that Lin Chen met his demise in the Great Beast Mountains. The funeral will be held in 3 days. Lin Langtian commanded, waving his hand dismissively. Ensure the matter is handled discreetly. We cannot allow that madwoman to learn of it. The third princess will be present, and if this is mishandled, the Lin family will face dire consequences. Hearing this, those elders who had previously supported Lin Chen felt their hopes extinguished. The Lin family was on the brink of upheaval. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the plans for his funeral, feeling rather awkward as he gazed at the unparalleled beauty before him. I say, it was you who forced my hand back then. Do you believe me? Chapter 10. The Earth-Splitting Blade. Draped in white garments, Yunli gazed at Lin Chen with a complex expression, her long sword hovering in the air, unyielding to strike. Although she had momentarily lost her rationality, the hazy memories in her mind reminded her that she was the one orchestrating this. A flicker of rage, hesitation, and gravity crossed Yunli's face, ultimately settling into tranquility. Clang. The long sword was sheathed, and Yunli refrained from attacking Lin Chen. This was partly due to the understanding that Lin Chen was not to blame, and partly because she had previously vowed her path of righteousness. If she were to slay Lin Chen now, her own heart would shatter. However, myriad thoughts flooded Yunli's mind as she became acutely aware of the changes within her body. If her previous cultivation speed could be likened to a rapid ascent, now it had reached an astonishing velocity. This was a constitution she had never heard of before. Yet, the formation sealing this power within her seemed exceedingly peculiar, as she could distinctly feel that it was designed to prevent her extraordinary physique from manifesting. My body has recovered. Once I fulfill my vow, I shall depart. I wish to hear of today's events from a second party. Otherwise, Yunli's thoughts subdued, her gaze icy as she addressed Lin Chen. In her current state, Yunli had no need to refine the purple flame further. Nonetheless, due to her previous oath, she would not breach her promise lightly. Observing the terrifying chill radiating from Yunli, Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the dark sphere in Lin Chen's mind surged violently, seemingly eager for the unique constitution that Yunli possessed. The sphere's progress, which had been at 1/3, surged to 2/3 in an instant. Had he awakened some terrifying ability? Lin Chen mused inwardly. Just engaging in a battle of celestial beings has elevated my spirit's progress. If I were to consume blood essence, would I not ascend directly? This thought, perhaps, could be realized in the future. Upon seeing Lin Chen nod, Yunli's figure vanished from the spot. Lin Chen understood that this was Yunli's way of protecting him, for he could not expect a Nirvana realm expert to remain by his side indefinitely. Thus, he hastened towards Tsangyan City, realizing that he currently lacked a suitable weapon. With Lin Chen's speed, aided by the purple flame clearing his path, he soon returned to familiar terrain. Before him stood a towering city wall, constructed from stone bricks, rising several zhang high upon the plain. The mysterious formation's ripples enveloped the entire city, ensuring its safety even against the assault of several Tier 4 savage beasts. Just as Lin Chen contemplated entering the city, a grand procession approached from the distance. A mere glance sparked alarm within him. The Wind and Cloud Empire. The banners bore the royal insignia he recognized well, and judging by the savage mounts within the procession, the leader's status was undoubtedly high. At this sight, Lin Chen's mind raced with various conjectures. Upon the procession's entry into Tsangyan City, he cautiously stepped out from the shadows, donning a beast skin that concealed his figure as he entered the city. The gatekeepers, upon seeing Lin Chen wrapped in the pelt of a Tier 2 savage beast, dared not impede his passage. Have you heard? Lin Chen from the Lin family ventured alone into the Great Beast Mountains and perished. His funeral is tomorrow, and even the third princess is attending. Is that the Lin Chen with the 5-element spirit body? Wasn't he rendered a waste? How dare he venture into the Great Beast Mountains? What a shame. It would have been splendid if Tsangyan City could boast a member of the royal family. Whispers filled the air, igniting a surge of unnamed fury within Lin Chun. One person? Seeking death? A funeral? Ridiculous. So this is why Lin Tian feels emboldened to eliminate me? Lin Chun clenched his fists, barely containing the wrath that simmered in his gaze. The Wind and Cloud Empire. The Lin family. Yet, Lin Chun quickly quelled his anger, aware of his own feeble strength, recognizing that he was no match for these two formidable entities. Even if he revealed himself now, it would change nothing. Better to appear at his so-called funeral tomorrow and reclaim his name. Silently, Lin Chun hastened to a nearby shop. Shopkeeper, I require a fine blade and an outfit to conceal my figure. After presenting some materials from his storage ring, he made his request. Naturally, he would not sell the materials from the purple flame savage lion here, for it was a fifth-tier beast. Selling it would not even cover the cost of the store. The items Lin Chun produced were all materials from beasts he had slain himself. Upon seeing the Tier 2 and Tier 3 materials Lin Chun brought forth, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement, promptly leading him to a private chamber. Esteemed guest, these are exquisite wares. This is the blazing fire blade. Crafted from a millennium of refined dark iron. Its blade is resilient, a rare Tier 2 longsword. And this is the earth-splitting blade. Forged by a master from black essence iron, a Tier 3 treasure. After a thorough examination, Lin Chun ultimately chose the earth-splitting blade, which suited him best. A Tier 3 treasure was sufficient to unleash his full potential. Finally, after selecting a black robe to conceal his form, he exchanged the remaining materials for spirit stones, 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Each medium-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000 low-grade ones, signifying Lin Chun's wealth at a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many spirit vein realm cultivators would not possess such riches. After securing his spirit stones, Lin Chun exited the shop. However, despite his new attire, his previous ostentatious demeanor lingered in the memories of those around him. Hey, you over there, do you know whose territory this is? A familiar voice echoed from a distance. If you understand, provide me with some benefits and bow twice. And I might ensure your safety for now. Otherwise, don't blame me for any unforeseen accidents in Songyun City. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances of resignation as they regarded Lin Chun. It's Lin Yun of the Lin family. Though they lost the talent that was Lin Chun, they seem to have regained favor with the Wind and Cloud Empire and are growing increasingly arrogant in Songyun City. Esteemed cultivator, it would be wise to offer a few spirit stones for your safety. Lin Yun is known for his cruel methods. A nearby cultivator whispered in warning. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun turned, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the arrogant Lin Yun. Who did I think it was? Merely a foolish clown, clad in a robe that obscured his form, and with the surrounding cultivators unfamiliar with the Lin Chun who had vanished for a year, they failed to recognize him. However, Lin Yun, as the target of his daily torment, recognized that voice all too well. You are Chapter 11, the first step of revenge. Slaying Lin Yun. Lin Yun's earlier arrogance had dissipated, and his body trembled slightly, his voice quivering as well. However, he refrained from uttering the name Lin Chun, instead deluding himself into believing that he merely bore a resemblance to Lin Chun. After all, it was impossible for Lin Chun to have survived after being cast into the abyss of demons. Even the current family head, Lin Langtian, had met a fate of utter annihilation within that cursed realm. A mere waste like Lin Chun stood no chance of survival. Humph! How dare he mock me when he doesn't even have the courage to show his face? Lin Yun suppressed his inner turmoil and scoffed. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing his words, instinctively recoiled in fear from the two. At that moment, 3 guardians at the spirit realm emerged behind Lin Yun, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Chun. Alas, that young brother is doomed. Let us leave. The Lin family has gained the support of the Wind and Cloud Empire. We cannot afford to provoke them. Witnessing the tense atmosphere, the onlookers fell silent and hastily departed. Lin Chun paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his gaze coldly fixed on Lin Yun. From the moment he mastered the devouring divine body, he resolved to make Lin Yun and his ilk pay dearly. Now, the time had come for the first step. Waste is ultimately waste. Can he not even trust his own eyes? Lin Chun sneered. Lin Yun, stung by the mockery, felt a surge of anger. His cultivation talent was exceedingly poor, having toiled for years to reach merely the 5th stage of body refinement. Were it not for his lineage from the Lin family, he would have likely perished long ago at the jaws of savage beasts. Thus, he harbored a deep resentment towards those with exceptional talents, feeling overshadowed during Lin Chun's peak strength. It was Lin Yun who first humiliated Lin Chun when he was reduced to a mere waste. Now, being insulted by someone who bore a resemblance to Lin Chun incited his fury. Take him down. I want him alive. I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Yun bellowed. The guardians surged forward at his command, their formidable spiritual energy whipping through the air, sending the bricks beneath them soaring. Lin Chun regarded the rushing trio with an unflinching calmness. To the outside observer, it seemed as if he was paralyzed in fear by the prowess of the spirit realm warriors. Alas, what a pity for that young brother. Indeed, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. However, before their lamentations could conclude, the arena erupted with 3 violent explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen's fist struck swiftly, each contact sending the guardians hurtling backward as if they were mere feathers. In an instant, the three spirit realm guardians lay on the ground, their armor shattered, blood gushing forth, their breaths growing weak. This a single punch to send spirit realm cultivators flying? The surrounding cultivators were rendered speechless by shock. Even Lin Yun stood frozen in disbelief. In past encounters, it was always his guardians who vanquished their foes. This inexplicable turn of events left Lin Yun's mind reeling. These insignificant ants are hardly worth my blade, Lin Shen remarked, tapping his waistbound dagger with a cold smile. Among Lin Yun's guardians, 2 were at the 3rd stage of the spirit realm, while 1 was at the 6th stage, though they outnumbered him and appeared to be more powerful. Lin Shun's current devouring divine body rendered the realm of cultivation an obsolete measure of strength. Even a mere spirit vessel cultivator would find themselves easily defeated by him. What? Aren't you the young master of the Lin family? Just 3 punches have left you speechless? Lin Shen approached Lin Yun, his tone indifferent. Realizing Lin Shun was closing in, Lin Yun quickly reacted. You useless fools, rise. After all the resources I've provided, is this how you repay me? He kicked the unconscious guardians in a panic, his voice trembling. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, the guardians remained incapacitated, their lives hanging by a thread without immediate medical aid. Given the Lin family's treatment of their subordinates, it was clear they would not offer them any pills. Lin Shun had no intention of sparing those who stood with Lin Yun. Useless, useless. Lin Yun continued to kick the fallen guardians, cursing vehemently. As he watched Lin Shun draw closer, he instinctively backed away, stumbling over his fallen guardians and landing in a cloud of dust. I am the young master of the Lin family. I cannot die. With the Wind and Cloud Empire here, if you kill me, you will have provoked the Lin family. And you will have nowhere to escape within the entire Wind and Cloud Empire. Despite his desperate claims, the onlookers merely shook their heads in resignation. Perhaps you should spare him, young brother. The Lin family's power is formidable, and with the Wind and Cloud Empire backing them, killing him will only bring you trouble. Were any ordinary cultivator in this situation, they would likely have been dissuaded by now. The name of the Wind and Cloud Empire loomed large, too powerful for any cultivator beneath the Nirvana realm to challenge. However, the moment Lin Shen uncovered the conspiracy behind his demise, he understood that even without provoking them, they would seek him out. The Emperor of the Wind and Cloud would not let the royal reputation be tarnished by him. Lin Shen thought coldly. Seeing Lin Shun pause momentarily, Lin Yun mistakenly believed he had found a weakness to exploit, emboldening him to stand tall. If you kneel and bow to me twice, I might let you go. If you kill me, you will have no place to hide in the entire Wind and Cloud Empire. Lin Yun laughed triumphantly. In response, Lin Shen ceased his verbal sparring, instantly appearing behind Lin Yun, applying tremendous force with both hands. Ryup. A terrifying display of brute strength fell upon Lin Yun's arms. And in an instant, crimson blood splattered everywhere. Lin Yun's arms were rendered void, with only the incessant dripping of blood betraying their former existence. An excruciating pain surged through Lin Yun's mind, compelling him to unleash a heart-wrenching scream. No, you cannot kill me. You are Lin. It was only at this moment that Lin Yun truly awakened to the truth. The figure before him was none other than Lin Shen. The familiar ruthless glint in his eyes became all too clear. Yet, tragically, his awakening came too late. Lin Shen paid no mind to the horrified gazes around him, delivering a crushing blow to Lin Yun's forehead. In an instant, Lin Yun's head burst apart like a shattered watermelon. I suppose I should find a place to wash my hands, Lin Shen remarked nonchalantly, shaking off his hands. With that, Lin Shen swaggered away, and none dared to impede his passage. After all, Lin Shen's methods were far too formidable. No one was willing to offend such a harbinger of death for the sake of the Lin family. This was merely the first step. Chapter 12. The Lin family funeral. When the news of Lin Yun's assassination in Songyun City reached Lin Langtian, he was seized by an uncontrollable fury. It was crucial to note that at this moment, all eyes within Songyun City were fixed upon the Lin family. This was not solely due to Lin Chen's funeral, but also because Lin Langtian had managed to re-establish ties with the Fengyun Empire. How infuriating! Lin Langtian slammed his hand against the table in exasperation. This opportunity to engage with the Fengyun Empire was pivotal for his own advancement in cultivation. The Lin family held the position of the foremost among the 3 major clans in Songyun City, a status attributed to Lin Chen's parents, both of whom were Nirvana realm practitioners. However, following the mysterious disappearance of Lin Chen's parents, Lin Langtian took the helm of the Lin family. Unfortunately, Lin Langtian was merely at the 9th level of the spirit body realm, leading the family's influence to plummet to the lowest tier. Were it not for the engagement with the Fengyun Empire, the Lin family would likely have been consumed by the other 2 prominent clans. Currently, Lin Langtian's intense desire to assist the Fengyun Emperor stemmed from the opportunity he was offered to ascend to the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana pill. This is essential for my advancement, Lin Langtian murmured. He commanded his clan members to refrain from retaliation until after the funeral, insisting they would settle the score with that little thief afterward. So long as that madwoman does not return, Everything else is trivial, he stated gravely to his subordinate. Upon receiving the orders, the Lin family members extinguished their vengeful flames and patiently awaited the conclusion of the funeral. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, in a distant inn, closed his eyes in meditation, knowing that the following day would surely bring a fierce battle. The next morning, a thunderous horn echoed across the Lin family grounds. Countless white banners fluttered, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and desolation. The Lin family members stood in the plaza, their expressions somber, awaiting Lin Longtian's address. Even Lin Tian, the one responsible for Lin Chen's descent into turmoil, appeared impassive among the mournful assembly, seemingly lamenting Lin Chen's demise. Yet, they all understood that the manner of Lin Chen's death was inconsequential. What mattered now was the stance of the Lin family and the Fengyan Empire. Soon, a grand procession, led by fierce beasts, arrived at the Lin family estate. The earth trembled under the weight of their presence, heralded by resounding roars that underscored their might. At the center of the entourage, a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown gracefully descended from her carriage. Her exquisite appearance starkly contrasted with the grim surroundings, and a subtle smile lingered upon her delicate features. Surrounding her were powerful auras that instantly quelled the Lin family members. The audacity of exuding such oppressive energy at another's funeral was tantamount to a public humiliation. However, most of the Lin family remained unfazed, and even some elders begrudgingly acquiesced under Lin Longtian's directives. Lin Langtian himself approached the young woman with a bow, leading her to the center of the plaza with utmost deference. Princess San, your journey has been arduous. We appreciate your presence, Lin Langtian flattered, his tone laden with sycophancy. Should Lin Chen's parents have witnessed Lin Longtian's obsequiousness, they would have been compelled to scorn him. After all, such blatant humiliation was beyond their comprehension. This remote Sungyun city is incomprehensible. I cannot fathom how father chose such a locale for my betrothed, the third princess, Huang Tianling, remarked haughtily. But it's fortuitous he has perished. With his talent, I wouldn't have given him a second glance. The guards surrounding her seemed unperturbed, accustomed to their princess's disdainful remarks. Although Lin Longtian's face flickered with embarrassment upon hearing Huang Tianling's words, he quickly composed himself. Lin Chun was but a mere waste. How could he compare to the esteemed Princess San? Your coming here from the imperial city is the highest form of respect for Lin Chun, he ingratiated. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianling chose not to elaborate further, casting a cold glance at the Lin family members. Let us commence the proceedings. In such a desolate place, I wish to linger no longer. I must return to cultivate with Brother Chu Tian, she declared impatiently. Had Lin Chun been present to hear such words, he would have been unable to restrain himself from launching the woman into the air. After all, this was ostensibly the funeral of her betrothed, and to publicly invoke another man's name in such a context was nothing short of a slap in the face. Furthermore, although the funeral was conducted on Lin family grounds, the entire Sungyun city was watching, further tarnishing Lin Chen's reputation. Lin Langtian dismissed these considerations. As long as he could attain the Nirvana realm, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Lin family. One of Lin Longtian's elders, recognizing the moment, stepped forward and raised a document, proclaiming loudly, Lin Chun of the Lin family, due to his overconfidence, foolishly attempted to slay beasts within the Great Han Mountain, ultimately leading to his demise. This funeral serves as a reminder for future generations to act within their limits. As his words fell, the white banners surrounding the Lin family began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a mournful melody filled the air. Some younger kin, who had shared a bond with Lin Chun, felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and others feigned expressions of grief. However, at that moment, a blade of spiritual energy sliced through the air, severing the white banners with a resounding crash. The noise drowned out the mournful music, causing the Lin family members to become alert. Not good, Patriarch. A Lin family guard rushed in, kneeling before Lin Langtian in haste. The scoundrel who killed Lin Yun has injured several guards at the entrance. Lin Longtian's rage ignited at this news. This funeral was under the scrutiny of the entire Songyun city. Now, the audacity of that thief to confront them was a blow to the Lin family's dignity. Huang Tianling, however, watched the scene unfold with amusement, finding the incident rather entertaining. The guards surrounding her remained unfazed, content to simply protect the princess. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for the consequences, Lin Langtian declared, signaling for his hidden guards to take action. Instantly, numerous shadows surged towards the Lin family gates, each possessing the strength of the spirit vein realm, a testament to the Lin family's long-accumulated resources. Yet, before Lin Langtian could present the thief's severed head before him, the shadows were repelled violently, some collapsing at his feet, their energy diminished. In an instant, the Lin family members were forced to take the situation seriously. Who exactly are you? Why do you persist in opposing the Lin family? Lin Longtian's gaze bore into the distance, his tone laced with menace. At that moment, Lin Chen, clad in a black robe, stepped forward, advancing step by step into what was once his home. Lin Chen, Chapter 13, The Slaying of Lin Batian. The Revenge Begins. Lin Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity within the Lin family estate at this moment. The name Lin Chen seemed to act as a switch, causing the members of the Lin family to gaze at him as if he were a fool. How absurd. Lin Chen, a mere waste, has long fallen in the Great Beast Mountain range, scoffed Lin Batian, who was among the crowd. Despite Lin Chen having repelled the Dark Guards earlier, Lin Batian believed that the young rogue must have employed some special means. With his status as the Lin family's foremost prodigy, he was confident he could easily subdue Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Batian appeared before Lin Chen, his 20 spiritual veins radiating a white glow as his aura surged dramatically. He then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lin Chen's body. It's Lin Batian, the prodigy with 20 spiritual veins. That rogue will undoubtedly perish on the spot, exclaimed the surrounding members of the Lin family, their hopes ignited. Displaying his prowess before the third princess had always been Lin Batian's aspiration. He knew that his talents could never earn him the position of the princess's fiancé, but serving her would ensure a smooth path in his cultivation. Humph. I don't know who you are, but without you, I wouldn't have the chance to showcase my abilities. Lin Batian derided. I'll hold back just enough to leave you with a complete corpse. Meanwhile, Huang Tianling, who was still at the center of the plaza, glanced at Lin Batian's 20 spiritual veins, but quickly averted her gaze with disdain. To the people of Tsangyan City, 20 spiritual veins were indeed formidable. However, to the third princess, they were merely the limitations of a frog at the bottom of a well. Even Lin Chen, who had initially absorbed innate spiritual energy and nurtured his 30 spiritual veins, overshadowed him. Spiritual veins are the meridians cultivated within a practitioner's body. The greater the number, the more potent the talent, with 36 being the limit. The more gifted the individual, the greater the number of cultivated veins. At this moment, Lin Chen merely cast a cold glance at Lin Batian before deciding to draw the earth-splitting blade. It was not that he could not withstand the blow with his fists. Rather, Lin Chen wished to avoid ending up drenched in blood as he had with Lin Yun. After all, he intended to create quite a scene today, and this current prodigy of the Lin family was merely an appetizer. Although Lin Batian had not managed to force Lin Chen into the abyss, he had certainly tormented him throughout the Lin family estate. Much of Lin Batian's current status as the Lin family's top talent stemmed from his father, Lin Langtian, misappropriating Lin Chen's cultivation resources. Had Lin Chen been provided with sufficient treasures upon his rescue, his unique 5-element spiritual body would have undoubtedly restored him to his former peak. Unfortunately, those resources had been diverted to aid Lin Batian's cultivation, a fact Lin Chen only learned after becoming a waste. Now was the time to settle both new and old grievances. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, lowered his body, and swiftly retrieved the earth-splitting blade from his storage ring. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Chen, and he swung the blade with great force. Earth-splitting blade. In a flash, Lin Chen's strike collided with Lin Batian's fist. The moment they made contact, Lin Batian sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. However, from the moment Lin Chen stepped into the Lin family estate, he had intended for these people to pay their debts in blood, so he held nothing back. With a tearing sound that echoed through the plaza, Lin Batian's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground around Lin Chen. In that instant, the breath of the plaza halted, and the atmosphere turned eerily strange. The speed of this blade strike was so swift that even Lin Langtian could not react in time. He had assumed that, regardless of how strong this rogue might be, Lin Batian would at least be able to defend himself, thus he paid little heed to the confrontation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his son met his demise. After slaying Lin Batian, Lin Chen no longer concealed his identity. After all, under the scrutiny of so many with spiritual bodies, he could not remain hidden. As Lin Chen removed his black hat, his visage was revealed unambiguously. Even the third princess, Huang Tianling, felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin family head, what does this mean? Do you think the Fengyan Empire can be easily deceived? Huang Tianling voiced her discontent. At this moment, Lin Langtian fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, then abruptly approached Lin Tian, seizing him forcefully. Weren't you the one who said Lin Chen was dead? Lin Langtian barked furiously. Lin Chen must be dead. I personally cast him into the abyss. Lin Tian trembled under the oppressive aura, his voice quaking. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian inwardly cursed him as a fool. He was furious. Yet as long as Lin Tian could firmly assert that Lin Chen was dead, it would suffice. As for the individual before them, even if he were Lin Chen, so what? As long as he could be slain on the spot, there would be no evidence to dispute it. However, Lin Tian's careless admission of having cast Lin Chen into the abyss exposed their family's misdeeds. With a thud, Lin Langtian hurled Lin Tian aside, who crashed heavily to the ground, then turned his cold gaze toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen is dead. You, a rogue disguised as Lin Chen, dare to publicly slay a member of the Lin family. You deserve 100 deaths. Elders, heed my command. Together, seize this rogue. Lin Langtian roared. At this moment, he disregarded the Lin family's reputation entirely. After all, his own son had died at Lin Chen's hands, and his only desire was for Lin Chen to pay in blood. The surrounding elders of the Lin family, upon hearing his words, joined forces with the two supporting elders, unleashing a fierce assault aimed at Lin Shun. Ha! Ridiculous. You cast me into the abyss and sought to eliminate me. Now that I have returned, you dare not acknowledge me? Lin Shun laughed indifferently, gazing at the incoming attacks. Lin Langtian, you are nothing more than a wild dog that preys on the weak. Just as the attacks were about to land upon Lin Shun, a chilling aura instantaneously froze the Lin family elders. This terrifying cold was palpable even to the cultivators throughout Songyun City. Witnessing this scene, the guards of the Fengyun Empire, who had been observing the unfolding events, sensed the danger and quickly formed a defensive formation, shielding Huang Tianling at the center. After all, the two elders from the Lin family were both in the spiritual body realm. An entity capable of freezing two such cultivators with a mere gesture was something even they found difficult to confront. Esteemed guests, we are the Fengyun Empire's royal family. This is a matter of the Lin family. Please do not harm the innocent. One of the guards spoke up. Lin Langtian, however, looked on in disbelief at Lin Shun, struggling to comprehend how anyone would dare act against the Fengyun Empire. I only protect Lin Chen's safety. A cold voice resonated from above, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Lin family plaza. The graceful figure of Yuan Li appeared before everyone, exuding an even colder demeanor than when Lin Chen had last seen her. Her once black hair had transformed to white, and clad in white attire, she resembled a celestial maiden amidst the snow. Yet, regardless of Yuan Li's enchanting appearance, the members of the Lin family dared not meet her gaze. Fully aware of the terrifying aura she radiated, this aura was not merely that of a spiritual body, but a true embodiment of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, Lin Shun's gaze remained fixed on the gritting Lin Langtian, a look of disdain gracing his features. With a wave of his hand, the familiar five elements spiritual energy materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing this energy, even those like Lin Tian, who had been skeptical, could not deny the truth. The person before them was indeed Lin Chen. After all, the five-element spiritual body was unique. How could there be another if not Lin Chen himself? When I was cast into the abyss, I doubt anyone anticipated my return. Lin Shun gazed at the fallen Lin Tian in the distance, his tone devoid of emotion. At this moment, he was no longer the Lin Shun who had once been rendered powerless. Now, he bore the formidable devouring divine body and wielded immense strength. Having returned to the Lin family, this marked the second phase of his vengeance. Those who have humiliated me must perish. Chapter 14, Revenge. The Divorce Letter. Within the Lin family's territory, everyone was rendered motionless by Yuan Li's terrifying strength. Although there were other Nirvana realm experts in Songyun City, the formidable pressure exhibited by Yuan Li far surpassed that of the Nirvana realm masters from the other two great families. Moreover, the other two families could only watch from a distance as the situation within the Lin family unfolded. Initially, Lin Chen's resurrection and chaos within the Lin family appeared to them as the folly of a reckless youth. However, with the presence of such a powerful ally as Yuan Li, the Lin family found themselves at a significant disadvantage. At this moment, they could only hope that Lin Chen would spare the innocent and that the third princess of the Fengyun Empire would not come to harm. Otherwise, with the formidable might of the Fengyun Empire, it was likely that the entire Songyun City would face annihilation. The guards, who had been worried about whether Lin Chen would harm their princess, relaxed upon hearing the words of the powerful figure behind Lin Chen. As long as the safety of their princess was assured, the fate of the Lin family was of no concern to them. The Lin family was merely a small clan in Songyun City, vastly inferior when compared to the noble royal family of the Fengyun Empire. How amusing. Yet even with your regained power, you remain exceedingly weak. Huang Tianling scoffed. Just as Lin Chen unleashed his full strength earlier, she had discerned his cultivation level, 6th level of the spirit realm. This level was not only far inferior to the former Lin Chen, but also significantly lacking when compared to her current self, who had already entered the spirit body realm. At this moment, Lin Langtian finally regained his senses, his gaze fixated on Lin Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly, filled with a desire to rush forward and slay Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed the entire Lin family estate before locking onto his target. In the next instant, he vanished in a flash, wielding the earth-splitting blade as he struck at several individuals. A chorus of anguished screams echoed throughout the Lin family estate as several individuals collapsed lifelessly, among them the still unconscious Lin Tian. This principal architect of Lin Chen's fall into the abyss would not be forgotten by him. Tianer, Lin Chen's second uncle, Lin Mu, cried out in anguish. Lin Chen, you disregard the clan rules and slay members of the Lin family. You are unworthy of being a disciple of the Lin family. The relatives of those slain by Lin Chen glared furiously at him, as if he were a demon of unspeakable evil. How laughable. Where were you when I fell into the abyss? Where were you when I was humiliated? You reveled in the honors I brought, but treated me as a useless being, allowing me to be bullied. In the end, you abandoned me solely to seek the pity of the Fengyun Empire. If this is the Lin family's code, then I disdain to remain here. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he addressed the elders, his tone frigid. His resounding words struck a chord, causing those elders who had once served Lin Chen's parents to feel a pang of sorrow. Even Yuan Li, hovering in midair, could not help but gaze at Lin Shun, whose figure seemed somewhat frail at that moment. Is this your reason for returning to Tsangyan City? Yunli seemed to resonate with something, murmuring to herself. The Lin family rules are not for a junior like you to discuss. Were it not for the powerful protection you possess, you would undoubtedly face death today. Lin Batian roared in fury. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Yunli, so he could only suppress his hatred. Nonetheless, he remained utterly consumed by his animosity toward Lin Chen. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. You are merely a thief who steals from others. Lin Chen retorted dismissively. He was all too clear about Lin Baishan's actions. Stung by Lin Chen's words, Lin Batian found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. At this moment, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the still pampered third princess, Huang Tianling. Huang Tianling, are you saddened to see that I have not perished? Lin Chen taunted. Humph. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. With your strength, you are utterly unworthy to be my husband, even if you were to restore your talents. Only brother Chu Tian is deserving of that title. Huang Tianling declared haughtily. As the third princess of the Fengyan Empire, she had been raised in luxury, having encountered numerous geniuses and strong individuals. The former Lin Shun was indeed among the most remarkable. However, the current Lin Shun was not worthy of her company. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shun remained unfazed. Given his understanding of the Fengyan Empire, he had anticipated such a reaction. Yet, he had not foreseen the emperor's ruthlessness to the extent of wishing to have him slain. Very well, Huang Tianling. Today, I declare to you that I, Lin Shun, am divorcing you. It is you who are unworthy of being my wife. Lin Shun waved his hand and tossed the prepared divorce letter toward her. Lin Shun, how dare you? Huang Tianling seemed enraged, her aura surging as she directed her spiritual energy toward Lin Shun. It was known that as a legitimate royal, she had always looked down upon others. Initially displeased with the prospect of marrying a cultivator from a mere speck of land, she now felt that even if she sought another worthy match, it was her prerogative to withdraw from the marriage, not for a so-called waste like Lin Shun to deliver a divorce letter. Let us see who dares. Yunli observed the incoming attack, and with a graceful motion of her delicate arm, she effortlessly dispersed it. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area. As if Tsangyan City had been plunged into a frigid winter, with snowflakes inexplicably beginning to fall. The overwhelming pressure rendered the onlookers weak and powerless. Only those protected within the formation, such as Huang Tianling, remained unharmed. Such a terrifying display of power was beyond the capabilities of ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. Even the two Nirvana realm experts within the city were too intimidated to even breathe. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart at Yun Li's support. Their agreement had merely been for her to ensure his safe departure from Tsangyan City. She could have simply defended against the earlier attack. But now she had not only defended him, but had also revealed her formidable might, thus deepening Lin Chen's admiration for her. Thank you, Lin Chen whispered to Yun Li, who stood beside him. In response, Yun Li said nothing, merely nodding slightly. At this moment, her perception of Lin Chen had shifted somewhat. Setting aside the misunderstandings of the Great Beast Mountains, she felt disdain for the actions of Huang Tianling and her companions. Esteemed elder, this matter is a private affair of the Fengyan Empire. I hope you will grant the emperor face and refrain from intervening. One of Huang Tianling's guards, straining under the pressure, spoke up. How absurd. Does the Fengyan Empire truly consider itself superior? Huang Tianling, today I, Lin Shun, am divorcing you. Do not think that because you are of royal blood, you can command others as you please. Someone of your ilk is unworthy to enter my home. Lin Chen pointed at Huang Tianling, his expression filled with contempt. At that moment, the divorce letter Lin Chen had penned had fallen before Huang Tianling, the words starkly visible to her. In that instant, she could no longer contain her outrage, pointing at Lin Chen as she berated him. Lin Chen, you are but a worthless fool. What right do you have to divorce me? Chapter 15, The Stakes. The Battle of the Celestial Prodigies. Having fulfilled his aspirations and intending to depart, Lin Chen halted abruptly upon hearing those words. He turned around, his gaze piercing like a sword, fixated on Huang Tianling. In that moment, Huang Tianling, under Lin Chen's intense scrutiny, felt as though she were preyed upon by a primordial beast, instinctively retreating a few steps. You are merely a waste, relying on your family's resources to ascend without merit. What right do you have to judge me? Lin Chen's voice was frigid. The term waste referred to those practitioners who solely relied on elixirs and rare materials to enhance their cultivation. Possessing formidable power, yet lacking the actual combat prowess to rival even those of lesser cultivation. Huang Tianling epitomized such an individual. Lin Chen had encountered her in the past when she was blindly enamored with him. For the sake of her future, he had urged her multiple times to abandon this facile path of cultivation and instead engage in life and death battles against savage beasts to truly elevate her abilities. Yet, his counsel had fallen on deaf ears. Now, the topic of her superficial cultivation resurfaced, but Lin Chen was no longer her fiancé. He had become her adversary. You. Huang Tianling was momentarily rendered speechless by indignation. Though she had attained the first level of the spiritual body realm, she felt a flicker of trepidation at the thought of confronting Lin Chen, especially after witnessing his extraordinary prowess, having slain Lin Batian, a practitioner of the spiritual pulse realm. With ease, the sheer ferocity of his combat skills was far beyond what she had previously known. Soon, an idea sparked in her mind. Lin Shun, do you not claim to be a genius? Then dare to participate in next year's battle of the celestial prodigies. If you secure the top position, I shall acknowledge your strength and even allow you to continue as my fiancé. But should you fail, you will become my slave, Huang Tianling declared, her face alight with a sense of triumph, as if she had Lin Shun in her grasp. After all, being part of the imperial family of the Fenghan Empire was the lifelong dream of countless practitioners. If Lin Shun dared to compete, her brother, Chu Tian, would undoubtedly assist her in avenging her grievances, she thought. Given Lin Shun's current cultivation level, even with a year to prepare, he would not stand a chance against the Fenghan Empire's foremost prodigy, Chu Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual body realm. However, Lin Shun found her calculations laughable. He chuckled at her continued presumption that he could not relinquish their engagement. Little did she know that to him, the betrothal had long since become worthless, reduced to mere parchment since he had descended into the abyss. What amused him further was their belief that he had merely restored his Dantian and his 5 elements spiritual body. In truth, he had evolved into a practitioner with a devouring divine body, his rate of advancement beyond conventional reckoning. In just a year, Lin Shun could indeed claim the title of champion in the Battle of the Celestial Prodigies. The Battle of the Celestial Prodigies was a grand contest held within the Fenghan Empire, restricted to young practitioners under the age of 20. Previously, Lin Shun had consistently secured the top position, solidifying his status as the Empire's foremost genius. Chu Tian, on the other hand, had merely played second fiddle for millennia. However, after Lin Shun had fallen from grace, Chu Tian had risen dramatically, clinching victory in the most recent competition. Now that Lin Shun had regained his strength, he would not let this opportunity slip away, for the victor would gain access to the imperial treasury and select a treasure of their choosing. The treasury held many precious items, including the blood of practitioners with mysterious physiques, which were invaluable to Lin Shun. Moreover, Chu Tian was also a wielder of a spiritual body. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shun waved his hand, channeling spiritual energy to toss the divorce decree into Huang Tianling's hands. The measure of my strength shall be determined by others. You are unworthy, and you certainly do not deserve to be my companion. However, I accept your wager. I shall participate in the battle of the celestial prodigies. But if I emerge victorious, you shall forfeit your cultivation and publicly confess that you are a waste, Lin Shun stated with a calm demeanor. These words left the onlookers in stunned silence. It was well known that Huang Tianling was the cherished daughter of the Fenghan Emperor, who had lavished her with resources to elevate her to her current status as a practitioner. Lin Shun's audacious proposal to reduce Huang Tianling to a mere waste would be tantamount to slapping the emperor's face. Even if Lin Shun were to claim victory, the Fenghan Emperor would find countless means to ensure Lin Shun's demise within the imperial city. Moreover, ascending from the spiritual realm to the spiritual body realm within a year was an unattainable feat, even for Lin Shun in his prime. At this moment, the most distressed individual was Lin Langtian. In pursuit of his own advancement to the Nirvana realm, he had eliminated Lin Shun to gain the favor of the Fenghan Emperor. Now, Lin Shun had not only returned from the dead but had also slain his son. More critically, he had incurred the wrath of the Fenghan Empire, jeopardizing his own chances of promotion. That powerful figure could not protect Lin Shun indefinitely. Once Lin Shun left Songyan City, his death would be inevitable. Lin Langtian seethed inwardly. Yet, at that moment, Lin Shun and Huang Tianling paid no heed to Lin Langtian's emotional turmoil. Huang Tianling glared at Lin Shun, wishing fervently to eliminate him on the spot. Lin Shun's wager felt like a humiliation to her. However, a moment later, a devious smile spread across her face as she looked at Lin Shun. Very well, but you are not worthy to give me this decree. Huang Tianling channeled her spiritual power and incinerated the divorce decree with a flick of her wrist. I hope you honor your word and do not perish before reaching the imperial city. Having received Huang Tianling's consent, Lin Shun felt no lingering attachment and strode away from the Lin family estate. A mere divorce decree could be rewritten after he claimed the title of champion in the Battle of the Celestial Prodigies. The scrutiny Huang Tianling would face then would be magnitudes more humiliating than now. As for whether he could survive to reach the imperial city, Lin Shun had no concerns. His rate of cultivation left him unfazed by the relentless assassins that would pursue him. Only through constant pressure could he forge ahead. True strength emerged from the depths of bloodshed. As Lin Shun departed, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Lin Langtian approached Huang Tianling, visibly anxious, as if he wished to say something. Head of the Lin family, I need not elaborate on the consequences of deceiving the Fenghan Empire, Huang Tianling replied with a cold smile. However, I can offer you a chance to redeem yourself. If you slay Lin Shun, I will persuade my father not to pursue this matter further. Should you fail, your life will be forfeit. Huang Tianling then produced a jade box from her storage ring. The moment she opened it, an overwhelming fragrance of elixirs wafted into the air. Lin Langtian could distinctly sense the dormant spiritual power within him stirring to life. igniting a fierce desire to consume the elixir. Seeing his reaction, Huang Tianling nonchalantly tossed the precious elixir to the ground, turning away without a backward glance. She had several more of those elixirs. For her, they were mere trifles. After Huang Tianling's departure, Lin Langtian lunged for the elixir like a rabid dog, quickly swallowing it whole. This rare nirvana pill was just a snack for Huang Tianling, while for Lin Langtian, it represented a desperate opportunity. However, the most satisfying aspect for her was witnessing the Lin family in a dog-eat-dog scenario. All thanks to a single pill. Lin Shun, opposing the Fengyan Empire, you stand no chance whatsoever. Chapter 16, Yunli's Departure. The requirements of the perfect spirit vein realm. 3 days later, deep within the great beast mountain range, Lin Shun stood bare-chested, his well-defined muscles exposed to the air, surrounded by a rich spiritual energy that swirled around him as if it were a liquid. In an instant, this dense spiritual energy vanished, as though it had never existed. Lin Shun opened his eyes, revealing a complex expression. After 3 days of relentless absorption, Lin Shun's strength had surged to the 9th level of the spirit entry realm, just one step away from the spirit vein realm. Moreover, through continuous battle, he had become increasingly familiar with the savage blade technique. Now, Lin Shun had attained a minor level of proficiency in the technique, having developed his own understanding of the second strike. After all, having placed a wager, he was determined not to miss any opportunity for self-improvement. However, Lin Shun did not rush to enter the spirit vein realm within these 3 days. The spirit vein realm was a critical juncture for a cultivator's future, and Lin Shun intended to thoroughly familiarize himself with the devouring divine body before making that leap. If the spirit entry realm is already this formidable, I wonder what wonders await upon entering the spirit vein realm. Lin Shun mused. Could he perhaps cultivate the legendary 36 veins? At that moment, a gust of cold wind surged around Lin Shun, and a graceful figure appeared behind him. It was Yunli. After Lin Shun had departed from the great beast mountain range, Yunli had not left immediately. Instead, she remained to consolidate her own physique within the mountains. Of course, had Yunli not been in a state of recuperation, Lin Shun would not have dared to absorb beasts, for he wished to keep the secret of the devouring divine body hidden from everyone. This was his greatest secret to rising in power. Now that Yunli had emerged from her meditation, it was evident that her physique had stabilized successfully. Feeling the increasingly frigid spiritual energy emanating from Yunli, even Lin Shun, who had reached the 9th level of the spirit entry realm, couldn't help but shiver. Yet, while Lin Shun scrutinized Yunli, it was she who was astonished by his rapid advancement. Just 3 days prior, he was merely at the 6th level of the spirit entry realm, and now he stood on the threshold of the spirit vein realm. Such speed was unheard of. However, recalling what had transpired in Songyun City, Yunli attributed this extraordinary pace to Lin Shun's recovery of his dantian and subsequent cultivation. Beyond this explanation, she couldn't conceive of any other reason. Thank you, Miss Yunli, for your assistance, Lin Shun expressed gratefully, taking a moment to gather himself. In Songyun City, Yunli had been a staunch supporter of him, and Lin Shun felt a deep-seated gratitude for her actions. The Wind and Cloud Emperor is not to be trifled with. Given that you have angered Huang Tianling, it is likely that a group of assassins will soon come after you. Lin Shun thought for a moment, concerned, although he was unaware of Yunli's background. The thought of the Wind and Cloud Emperor's methods compelled him to issue a warning. In response, Yunli merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Ever since her physique had begun to merge with the power within her, her demeanor had grown increasingly cold. Had Lin Shun not previously shared a moment of intimacy with her, she likely would have had little interest in engaging him in conversation. Our pact has been fulfilled. I shall no longer protect you. I hope you will also adhere to our agreement. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yunli coldly affirmed, then after a moment of contemplation, she channeled her spiritual energy to conjure a crystal-clear snowflake. As the snowflake fell into Lin Shun's hand, he felt as though the spiritual energy within him had been frozen. The terrifying energy contained within made him examine it with utmost caution. This embodies my full strength. Should you encounter danger, use it. Consider it your severance fee. Yunli stated with her characteristic chill. Before Lin Shun could respond, her figure vanished in an instant. Looking at the surrounding stillness, Lin Shun could only manage a wry smile before placing the snowflake into his storage ring. This snowflake, formed from Yunli's spiritual power, would not melt, but keeping it exposed would undoubtedly hinder his movements. After all, carrying such a large ice block was no small burden. Despite harboring a flicker of thought towards this formidable woman with whom he had clashed, Lin Shun suppressed it, recognizing his current limitations. However, he firmly believed that in the future, once he had grown stronger, Yunli would once again appear before him. Strength. I crave unassailable strength, Lin Shun murmured, drawing himself back to focus. With this conviction, he settled into a meditative posture, intending to break into the spirit vein realm today. After days of rigorous training, he felt he had achieved perfect control over his own power. Now was an opportune moment for his ascension. Just as Lin Shun contemplated this breakthrough, the dark sphere in his mind seemed to sense his intentions and suddenly transmitted a message. Upon comprehending the message, Lin Shun stood up with newfound determination. So it is. To perfectly ascend to the spirit vein realm, I must first elevate the devouring divine body to the next stage. With the insights gleaned from the dark sphere, Lin Shen understood the reasons for his current limitations. The spirit vein realm is a crucial threshold for every cultivator, serving as a definitive line that distinguishes true talent. One need only recall how Lin Shen was born into the spirit vein realm, possessing innate 30 veins, thus earning the title of the greatest prodigy of the Wind and Cloud Empire. The reason Lin Shen had yet to break through, despite his formidable strength, was due to the current state of his devouring divine body. To fully harness the talents of the devouring divine body within the spirit vein realm, Lin Shen needed to elevate it to the next stage. Should he force a breakthrough now, he could still cultivate 35 remarkable veins, but for the devouring divine body, achieving the perfect 36 veins was the ideal path. This devouring divine body appears to possess a semblance of intelligence. Lin Shen mused inwardly. Whether it was the energy distribution during the earlier absorption of the purple flame spirit lion or the current suppression of Lin Shen's cultivation, such capabilities were beyond those of an ordinary physique. Had Lin Shen been unaware, he might have been proud to achieve 35 veins, not realizing that it would be an affront to the potential of the devouring divine body. Perhaps at some future stage, the dark sphere would transform into a being imbued with intelligence. Lin Shen chuckled softly to himself. Now, having uncovered the secret of his devouring divine body, Lin Shen resolved not to force a breakthrough. Only by attaining 36 veins could he fully realize the talents of the devouring divine body. He would not engage in actions that would undermine his foundation. To become the strongest, every step must be executed flawlessly. Now, I only require one spiritual body to advance to the next stage, Lin Shen calculated. Since merging with Yunli, he had inexplicably gained a third more energy in the dark sphere, meaning he was only a third away from reaching the next stage of the devouring divine body. To fill this dark sphere further, Lin Shen would need to absorb the blood essence of a spiritual body cultivator or locate a heritage cave that contained such essence. The previous cave of the Savage Blade's dominance happened to harbor blood essence. It seemed that the former wielder of the Savage Blade wished for future generations to refine their physiques using his essence, promoting its evolution to a higher quality. I shall venture to the next city and try my luck. Chapter 17. The Lin Family's Siege. A Shocking Blade. Lin Shen resolved himself and swiftly departed towards another city adjacent to the Great Beast Mountain Range. Initially, when he had just acquired the devouring divine body, Lin Shen would not have dared to sprint recklessly within the Great Beast Mountain Range. However, since obtaining the purple flame and devouring the mad blade overlord body, the terrifying power coursing through him deterred many savage beasts from confronting him, particularly the might of the purple flame, a power bestowed by the ruler of the Great Beast Mountain Range, the purple flame mad lion. Even fourth-tier savage beasts dared not provoke Lin Shen. Soon, Lin Shen arrived near Tsanyue City. However, just as he was about to enter its vicinity, he halted, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. A hint of amusement playing across his features as he sensed a lingering trace of spiritual energy in the air. Have you forgotten the capabilities of the 5 elements spiritual body? Come forth at once. Lin Shen's spiritual energy erupted forth, uprooting trees in the vicinity. Dozens of cultivators emerged from the dense forest at great speed, the foremost among them radiating the overwhelming pressure characteristic of the spiritual body realm, which bore down upon Lin Shen. Yet, as the possessor of the devouring divine body, Lin Shen felt somewhat uncomfortable under this pressure, but did not experience any decline in his abilities. Lin Shen, you disregard the Lin family's rules, privately slaying members of the Lin family. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. One elder of the Lin family, Lin Song, angrily pointed at Lin Shen. Beside him stood Lin Mu, Lin Shen's uncle, whose son Lin Tian had perished at Lin Shen's hands. His hatred towards Lin Shen was palpable, and he had personally come to assist in this siege. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was still refining a nirvana pill. Once the refinement was complete, he would take the final step to ascend to the nirvana realm. Lin Mu did not join Lin Song in directly berating Lin Shen, but instead scanned the surroundings with a hint of wariness, as if on guard against something. There is no need to search. I am alone. Lin Shen coldly laughed, knowing precisely what Lin Mu was searching for. You old dogs can only bully the weak. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Lin Mu, who had hesitated, immediately regained his focus, unleashing his spiritual energy with fervor. Lin Shen, even as death approaches, you still speak defiantly. Today, it is just you alone. Let us see where you can run. Lin Mu declared angrily. Lin Shen assessed the 2 elders and the dozens of bodyguards from the Lin family behind them, feeling a twinge of difficulty. One at the 5th level of the spiritual body realm, the other at the 1st level, alongside a group of Lin family guards. It appeared that Huang Tianling was indeed intent on ensuring he did not survive to reach the imperial city. However, Lin Shen remained calm. You must understand. Last time I did not flee. It was you who kept your tails between your legs. He knew that Huang Tianling was the mastermind behind this ambush, as only she would relish such dog-eat-dog antics. Nevertheless, having chosen to engage in battle, Lin Shan was confident he could escape safely even if he were to be outmatched. The appearance of Lin Mu at the 5th level of the spiritual body realm made Lin Shan feel a bit more challenged. Lin Shan had initially expected that. Given the events at the funeral, the other two prominent families in Sunyan City would intervene at this critical moment. Thus, Lin Langtian would likely have to retain personnel in Sunyan City to stabilize the situation. At that point, Lin Shan believed he could outmaneuver Lin Song with the Mad Blade Overlord body. However, Lin Shan had not anticipated that Huang Tianling would offer a Nirvana pill as a reward for his capture. This prompted the other two families to be cautious of the Fengyun Empire's influence, allowing Lin Langtian to dispatch 2 elders to pursue him. Humph. Do you think you can invoke the name of the 3rd princess? Lin Song scoffed coldly. Lin Shan's words had evidently provoked him. The affairs within the Lin family were a lifelong source of pain for him. A dignified cultivator of the spiritual body realm was being suppressed to silence by a mere cultivator of the spiritual entry realm. Without hesitation, Lin Song condensed his spiritual energy into a sharp blade and swung it heavily towards Lin Shan. The suddenness of this scene left many of the spiritual pulse realm guards momentarily stunned. Lin Song understood the 3rd princess's animosity towards Lin Shan. His intent in this siege was to curry favor with her. Now that he realized Lin Shan had no powerful allies to protect him, he became even more reckless. If he could eliminate Lin Shan before Lin Mu intervened, he might even earn the 3rd princess's favor. Moreover, Lin Song had secretly inspected the demon abyss, which had now transformed into an ordinary pit, devoid of its previous terrifying aura. This led him to deduce that Lin Shan must have acquired some fortuitous encounter within, allowing him to restore his cultivation. If he could uncover the great opportunity from Lin Shan's body, it might enable him to break through to the Nirvana realm or even higher. Regardless of the reason, Lin Song was determined not to let Lin Shan escape. Had Lin Shan remained at the 6th level of the spiritual entry realm, he might have fallen into Lin Song's trap. After all, the terrifying speed of Lin Song's assault would be impossible for someone at the spiritual entry realm to react to. However, it was a pity that Lin Shan was no longer at the 6th level, but had ascended to the 9th level of the spiritual entry realm. This 3-level difference not only significantly enhanced Lin Shan's strength, but more importantly, his 5-element spiritual energy had nearly reached the level of the spiritual pulse realm, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's actions. This was why he was confident in his ability to outmaneuver Lin Song. The 5-element spiritual energy is a natural gift from heaven, possessing an absolute talent for perception and concealment. As a former possessor of the 5-element spiritual energy, Lin Shan was also aware of its true secrets, knowledge that previous holders had never recorded in their manuals, as it constituted the foundation of the 5-element spiritual body. The 5 elements spiritual energy can sense the movements of a cultivator, allowing Lin Shan to predict their actions when they begin to circulate their energy or prepare to strike. This granted Lin Shan the ability to foresee his enemy's moves. Since the moment Lin Mu and the others appeared, Lin Shan had been intently gathering his 5 elements spiritual energy, observing the two of them. Just as Lin Song's attack was about to land on Lin Shan, he decisively retrieved the earth-shattering blade from his storage ring, channeling all his 5 elements spiritual energy into it. Bang! In the next moment, the earth-shattering blade collided with Lin Song's sharp blade. A violent storm of spiritual energy erupted, fracturing the ground around them, causing some of the weaker spiritual entry realm guards to perish on the spot. Thanks to the formidable essence of his swordsmanship, even without the assistance of sword spirit energy, Lin Shan could rely on the intricacies of his technique to absorb the overwhelming force, needing only to counter a fraction of the brute strength. This was the reason he could withstand this strike. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Shan was forced to retreat several paces. Lin Song, witnessing Lin Shan's ability to withstand his full force strike, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had held nothing back in this attack, for it was for the sake of opportunity and merit. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. There was no need for him to hold back. Yet, despite unleashing his full power, Lin Shan had somehow anticipated the attack and managed to block it. Lin Mu, observing Lin Song's charge, understood his intentions. However, being cautious, he refrained from joining the assault, opting to let Lin Song test the waters first. After all, Lin Shan's willingness to face them alone indicated he possessed a hidden card. But upon witnessing Lin Shan block the attack, he too was taken aback. Has your cultivation reached the spiritual pulse realm? No. You are still at the 9th level of the spiritual entry realm. How is this possible? Lin Song took a few steps back in disbelief, gazing at Lin Shan as if he had encountered a ghost. If Lin Shan had indeed reached the spirit vein realm at this moment, he could have rationalized his own defeat. After all, Lin Shan had once been a prodigy, a genius tantalizingly close to the Nirvana realm, possessing unique abilities that could be understood, even if it were somewhat astonishing for him to break through to the spirit vein realm in mere days. Given Lin Shan's earlier display of unwavering confidence, it was not entirely implausible. However, the reality was starkly different. Lin Shan remained in the spirit entry realm. A mere practitioner of the spirit entry realm had managed to thwart the ambush of a spirit body realm cultivator with nothing but a 3rd-tier long knife. Even though this spirit body cultivator was only at the first level, such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Yet, Lin Song and the others were oblivious to the fact that, although Lin Shun had not yet transcended to the spirit vein realm, he was no different from an ordinary spirit vein cultivator at this moment. The only distinction was that his spirit veins had yet to be nurtured, with the essence of his swordsmanship and the enhancement of the devouring divine body. Repelling this strike was not a daunting task for Lin Shun. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the two before him, Lin Shun grinned and asked, "Are you ready to meet your demise?" Chapter 18. Solo against the many guards. Lin Shin's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Some guards from the Lin family, possessing merely spiritual pulse cultivation, felt an instinctive urge to retreat upon casting a glance at Lin Shun. After all, even Lin Song, an elder of the spiritual body realm, was no match for Lin Shun. For these guards, truly confronting Lin Shun would be akin to courting death. Lin Mu, acutely aware of the situation, waved his hand vigorously, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that instantly quelled the anxiety among the crowd. What is there to fear? Lin Shun is merely at the 9th level of the spiritual realm. What harm can he withstand from Elder Lin Song's assault? Surely, he cannot withstand the combined might of the two of us. Lin Mu lamented, frustrated by Lin Shen's audacity. Although he had not fully comprehended Lin Shen's earlier strike, he could discern from the spiritual energy enveloping Lin Shen's blade that it was not a mere clash of strength. Otherwise, given Lin Shen's own spiritual power, he would have undoubtedly shattered upon impact. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the intricacies of Lin Shen's technique, he was certain of one thing: no matter how skilled one might be, it could never rival absolute power, as long as he and Lin Song struck together. Even Lin Shun, no matter how formidable, could not possibly withstand the assault of two spiritual body realm practitioners. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, the guards regained their composure. Indeed, with two elders present, the vile intruder Lin Shun would surely be vanquished. One guard suddenly roared with renewed vigor, his morale soaring. This mission to encircle Lin Shun was directly ordered by Patriarch Lin Langtian. Completion would undoubtedly earn them substantial rewards. For these guards, who relied on the Lin family for their livelihood, cultivation resources were the only treasures worth pursuing. Let us strike together. With our numbers, we can exhaust Lin Shun until he is utterly defeated. Following this rallying cry, dozens of guards surged forth, launching themselves at Lin Shun. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu and his companion nodded in satisfaction. The ants ought to recognize their place. Let us first observe Lin Shen's abilities before we strike. Lin Mu reassured Lin Song. Understanding the heavy blow Lin Shen's earlier display had dealt to him, he resolved to allow these guards to wear Lin Shen down. For he could not be certain whether Lin Shun had any hidden cards left to play. Despite his fury towards Lin Shun, he would not recklessly engage without assessing the full situation. Attaining the position of second elder relied not solely on strength, but also on a prudent demeanor. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Lin Song returned to his side, his expression despondent. The impact of Lin Shen's strike had indeed shaken his confidence, leaving him uncertain about his ability to confront Lin Shen alone. Meanwhile, Lin Shen observed Lin Song's retreat with a growing sense of challenge. He had not anticipated that two practitioners of the spiritual body realm would adopt such a cautious approach against a solitary practitioner of the spiritual realm. However, had other practitioners known Lin Shen's thoughts, they would likely have branded him a fool. After all, which practitioner of the spiritual realm could withstand the full force of a spiritual body realm attack? As the Lin family guards charged toward him, an audacious thought flickered through Lin Shen's mind. It was time to gamble. Narrowing his eyes, he silently resolved. With two spiritual body realm practitioners watching from the sidelines, and Lin Mu's strength far exceeding his expectations, Lin Shun had to rethink his strategy. Originally, he intended to harness the guard's spiritual energy to forge an even mightier frenzied blade, combined with the purple flame to decisively slay Lin Song. Yet now, faced with both Lin Mu and Lin Song, Lin Shun was compelled to devise a new plan. The most prudent course of action would be to directly unleash the snowflakes left by Yun Li, obliterating all present in a single strike. However, to do so immediately after Yun Li's departure would cast Lin Shen in a light of desperation. Moreover, utilizing the full might of a Nirvana realm expert against these two spiritual body realm practitioners would be a gross misuse of power. After all, given Yun Li's prowess, even practitioners at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm would falter before such an attack. To simultaneously confront two spiritual body realm practitioners, one of whom was at the 5th level, Lin Shen resolved to employ the Frenzied Blade's second strike. The potency of the Frenzied Blade technique was sufficient to annihilate Lin Mu alongside Lin Song. Yet, this course was fraught with peril. Lin Shen's mastery of the Frenzied Blade allowed him to execute the second strike, but whether his body could withstand the recoil remained uncertain. If he forced the second strike, he could very well risk catastrophic failure. Nonetheless, this was the most fitting solution at hand. Lin Shen had a premonition that after executing this strike, he would not perish. As long as he could absorb sufficient energy, he would swiftly restore himself to full vigor. If you seek death, do not compel me. Lin Shun gripped the earth-cleaving blade tightly, his concentrated spiritual energy erupting forth, its pressure sweeping through the surrounding trees like a tempest. Charge! Lin Shun is merely bluffing. A Lin family guard bellowed in fury. The next moment, an overwhelming barrage of spiritual energy hurtled toward Lin Shun. Though these assaults were launched by practitioners of the spiritual and spiritual pulse realms, the sheer number of guards combined rendered the attacks formidable. Observing the terrifying energy in the air, Lin Shun chose not to withstand it head-on. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered behind the loudest guard. With a piercing gaze, Lin Shun swung his long blade, unleashing a vibrant blood lotus that cleaved the guard's body in twain. To mask his actions, Lin Shun summoned the purple flame, enveloping the guard's remains. In the blink of an eye, the guard's body was reduced to ashes. Within Lin Shun, however, a substantial surge of energy inexplicably manifested. Rather than using this energy to force a breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Shun stored it within the purple flame for future use. To Lin Mu and the others, it appeared as though the guard's body had been incinerated by Lin Shun's mysterious flames, completely obscuring the truth of his energy absorption. After all, the concept of devouring another's energy was too unfathomable. No one would suspect it. Is this Lin Shun's hidden card? Quite impressive. Lin Mu squinted, mentally calculating. With his keen insight, he quickly discerned the origin of the purple flame in Lin Shun's possession. To harness the flames of the purple flame lion was a feat beyond even Nirvana realm experts. At that moment, Lin Mu's desire to eliminate Lin Shun intensified. If Lin Shun were not slain here, his own life would be at stake in the future. Beside him, Lin Song also felt a shiver upon witnessing the purple flame. Had Lin Shun unleashed the purple flame in a surprise attack, even he would have found himself in grave peril. Yet, with no time to spare for their contemplations, Lin Shun was consumed by a singular thought: to kill relentlessly, to slay until his internal spiritual energy could no longer sustain him. In that moment, he would possess the confidence to unleash the terrifying second strike of the frenzied blade technique. Lin Mu, Lin Song, await your descent into hell. Chapter 19, Convergence of Spiritual Power. The fierce battle against the elders of the Lin family. In Lin Shen's hands, the earth-splitting blade swung relentlessly. With each strike, a Lin family guard succumbed to the ground. The once chaotic forest had transformed into a bloody inferno. Countless streams of blood gushed forth, leaving behind an uncountable number of ashes and bones scattered across the earth. Any ordinary practitioner at the spiritual vein stage would have been paralyzed by fear in such a scene, especially with the remains of several spiritual vein cultivators littered among the bones. Initially confident in their ability to exhaust Lin Shun, the Lin family guards now hesitated, daunted by the ferocity of his combat prowess. Not only did he fell one guard after another, but his spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue. Little did they know that Lin Shun possessed the devouring divine body, making him unafraid of such a contest of spiritual energy. As long as the guards were present, his spiritual energy would remain at its zenith. However, while Lin Shun remained unfazed, Lin Mu and his companion appeared increasingly anxious. Though Lin Mu aimed to sacrifice the lives of Lin family guards to wear Lin Shun down, he had not anticipated Lin Shun's indifference to consumption. While these guards were mere ants to them, they constituted the backbone of the Lin family. Should too many fall, even if they ultimately succeeded in killing Lin Shun, they would face retribution from Lin Langtian. Exchanging glances, Lin Mu and Lin Song understood each other's intent and surged towards Lin Shun. Two formidable surges of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into lethal blades aimed directly at him. As Lin Shun continued his relentless assault on the guards, he sensed the impending threat from the two elders. With a sudden stomp, he stabilized his form using the reaction force and swung the earth-splitting blade fiercely to counter the incoming attacks. Clang! In an instant, an explosion of energy erupted, akin to an apocalyptic storm, sending the surrounding guards flying. The clash between the earth-splitting blade and the two spiritual blades lasted but a moment before the outcome was clear. Lin Shun was propelled backward uncontrollably. Even the earth-splitting blade emitted a crackling sound under the strain. The disparity was simply too great. As a mere practitioner at the 9th level of the spiritual realm, wielding a third-tier treasure, it was exceedingly difficult for him to withstand the combined might of two spiritual body cultivators. Yet, Lin Shun had anticipated this outcome. Mid-air, he executed a powerful step, halting his backward momentum. Feeling the tumult within his internal organs, he calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Alas, it was the earth-splitting blade that bore the brunt of the battle, Lin Shun thought with a bittersweet smile. It was only a few days prior that he had acquired this blade, and now it was on the verge of destruction. Lin Shun, not only have you disregarded the Lin family's rules, but you have also slain numerous guards. You are beyond redemption, Lin Mu declared, fury etched across his face. Old dog, today you shall perish. Hearing this, Lin Shun quietly circulated his internal energy to mend his injuries before calmly gazing at Lin Mu and his companion. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe I can survive by sparing these guards? You are merely parasites, exploiting the clan's rules for your own gain. With you in the Lin family, it is truly beyond hope. Lin Chen harbored deep disdain for these two elders, whose so-called family rules had become tools to uphold their own power and interests. Upon hearing Lin Chen's retort, Lin Mu and his companions ceased their idle chatter and pressed their assault once more. A single strike had already wounded Lin Chen. If they continued, he would surely fall to their hands. Despite Lin Chen's numerous abilities, he could not possibly contend with two spiritual body practitioners. Humph, come at me. Lin Chen grinned at the rapidly approaching duo. He raised the long blade, now marked by cracks, compressing his internal spiritual energy to its utmost before charging forward. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the dense forest reverberated with violent explosions. The blade light and spiritual energy sliced through the surrounding air, creating a cacophony of booming sounds. Fortunately, they were still some distance from Songyue City. Otherwise, the inhabitants would surely believe they were under siege by savage beasts. After a brief moment, Lin Chun's form gradually descended to the ground. At this point, he bore several conspicuous wounds, blood seeping uncontrollably. Even the earth-splitting blade in his hand was riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. In contrast, while Lin Mu and his companion bore no visible injuries, their bodies were marred by singed marks, and their expressions were weary. Lin Chen's long blade could not breach the duo's combined defenses. However, during his strikes, he had also utilized the purple flame, which posed a significant headache for them. With Lin Chen's current mastery of the purple flame, it was sufficient to penetrate their defenses, which explained their struggle to subdue him. The fact that two spiritual body practitioners had been wounded by a mere 9th-level spiritual realm practitioner would be hard for anyone to believe if the news spread. The gap between their strengths was simply too vast. Yet, the reality was evident before their eyes, causing the surrounding Lin family guards to gasp in awe at Lin Chen's formidable power. Humph, Lin Chen, you are merely grasping at straws. How long can you possibly endure with your spiritual realm cultivation? Lin Mu sneered darkly. Lin Chen merely wiped the blood from his body slowly, a smile creeping onto his lips. I'm nearly there. It was worth the performance. Lin Chen mused, feeling the spiritual energy within his dantian swell. Do you have any final words, Lin Chen? Perhaps revealing the treasures of the Devil's Cave could spare your life. Lin Song taunted, still trying to manipulate Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood tall, gazing at the two who appeared to have him cornered, his grip tightening around the earth-splitting blade. Do you wish to know the treasures within the Devil's Cave? Very well, but you must exchange your lives for that knowledge. As his words fell, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, causing the ground to tremble like waves. The unexpected display of power left Lin Mu and Lin Song momentarily stunned. As members of the Lin family, they were acutely aware that Lin Chen was a 5-element spirit body, possessing the purest elemental spiritual energy. Yet, at this moment, a far more formidable force surged forth from within him, compelling them to adopt a defensive stance. However, Lin Chen would not give them the opportunity. He channeled all his blade's spiritual energy into the earth-splitting blade. The immense energy caused the blade to emit a series of ominous cracking sounds, as if it would shatter at any moment. As a 3rd-tier long blade, its endurance had reached its limit. Lin Chen weighed the earth-splitting blade in his hand, his gaze piercing as he regarded Lin Mu and Lin Song. Old dogs, are you ready to die? Chapter 20. The Frenzied Dual Blades. Mutual Destruction? Lin Chen's words jolted the two back to reality. It's mere trickery, Lin Mu exclaimed, attempting to quell his rising agitation with a loud outburst. Lin Song, let us charge together. No matter what tricks this brat employs, he remains merely a novice in the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Song regained his composure, his spiritual energy coalescing in response, and he followed Lin Mu in a rush toward Lin Chen. Initially, they harbored doubts about Lin Chen's spiritual power, but as they approached, their suspicions solidified into certainty. Is this a second source of spiritual energy? Moreover, it appears to be no less than that of a spiritual body, Lin Mu murmured. At that moment, a frightening thought invaded their minds. Dual spiritual bodies. Such an astonishing phenomenon is rarely recorded even in ancient texts. After all, each spiritual body is an exceptionally formidable existence. To achieve a dual spiritual body implies that the cultivator's physique must be robust enough to accommodate two natures simultaneously, and furthermore, that these two natures do not repel each other. The occurrence of both conditions being met is exceedingly rare throughout history, and even the two of them had only glimpsed a few lines on the subject in ancient tomes. Now, Lin Chen's presence compelled them to confront this terrifying reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Lin Mu exclaimed incredulously. The 5-element spiritual body is gentle by nature. It cannot coexist with such a violent spiritual essence. His disbelief was palpable, echoed by Lin Song's silent nod of agreement, as if they had both accepted this grim truth. This must be a treasure Lin Chen obtained from the abyss. It's merely a powerful surge of spiritual energy. With his 5-element spiritual body, he cannot possibly wield it to its full potential. Lin Song consoled. As Lin Mu and Lin Song exchanged their assessments of Lin Chen's blade energy, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible for his 5-element spiritual body to merge with the frenzied blade body. for one is gentle while the other is ferocious, inevitably leading to a catastrophic clash. However, as Lin Song had surmised, Lin Chun had indeed acquired a treasure from the abyss. He touched the faintly glowing inscription on his forehead and mused, "It is indeed a treasure, but one beyond your wildest imagination." Lin Chun's devouring divine body transcends all other natures. Not even the legendary sacred body, as recorded in ancient texts, could rival it. The notion of bodily conflict pales in comparison to the might of the devouring divine body. After all, before a true dragon, the worm is only fit to burrow into the earth. Lin Chun had no time to elucidate the situation to the two men who were on the brink of death. Instead, he tightly gripped the earth-splitting blade and rehearsed the frenzied blade technique in his mind. In the next instant, a glint flashed in his eyes, and the earth-splitting blade erupted with tremendous power, radiating an aura of unparalleled might. Even Lin Mu and Lin Song felt a tingle of trepidation. "Charge! Everyone! Attack Lin Chun together!" Lin Mu bellowed at the Lin family guards, overwhelmed by the fear of impending death. At this moment, he understood that this assault could very well determine whether Lin Chun or they would perish. Faced with this life-and-death dilemma, he resolved to make a choice. He would sacrifice all the Lin family guards if it meant he could survive and slay Lin Chun. After all, Lin Chun harbored far too many secrets. The Lin family guards, momentarily stunned, quickly suppressed their rising panic upon hearing Lin Mu's furious shout and surged toward Lin Chun. Seeing this, Lin Chun hesitated not a moment. He swiftly swung his blade in the direction of the Lin family guards. Frenzied Blade 1. In an instant, an endless bloom of brilliance erupted, akin to the most resplendent light of the heavens. The earth-splitting blade unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, forming a blade of light several dozen yards long. Wherever the blade passed, the Lin family guards were instantly cleaved in two without a moment's pause. The blade of light only ceased its advance hundreds of yards away, leaving behind a gaping chasm as deep as the abyss itself, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. In their final moments, the Lin family guards could not fathom why Lin Chun had suddenly aimed his long blade at them. Yet, the next second, their corpses were mercilessly devoured by Lin Chun's activated purple flame and devouring energy. Lin Mu and Lin Song, witnessing Lin Chun's sudden display of might, felt a chill run down their spines, yet they soon erupted into laughter. "Ha! Lin Chun, who knew you possessed such a skill? But now, you are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter." Lin Song laughed heartily. Had Lin Chun aimed that previous strike at him, Lin Song knew he would have surely perished on the spot. Even with Lin Mu at his side, their situation would have been dire. However, since Lin Chun had directed that attack at the guards, while they had lost all their protectors, he had preserved his own life. "Let us strike together and capture Lin Chun alive. We will pry the secrets of the abyss from him," Lin Mu urged eagerly. In the blink of an eye, the two men had closed the distance to Lin Chun, their spiritual energy surging menacingly toward him. Had Lin Chun truly only executed the earth-splitting blade, he might have met his end there. However, from the very beginning, he had never intended to stop at just one strike. Lin Chun grinned. In the next instant, an even more formidable energy erupted from the earth-splitting blade. Crack! At that moment, the earth-splitting blade shattered. For the might of the second strike far exceeded what a mere third-tier treasure could endure. Fortunately, in its final moments, it fulfilled its purpose. A blade of light, even longer than before, was unleashed. Frenzied Blade 2. As for the purple flame, Lin Chun currently lacked the strength to employ it. Merely executing the Frenzied Blade 2 had already drained all his focus. From the results before him, he could ascertain that this second strike was enough to annihilate the two men. Lin Mu and Lin Song, now mere steps away from Lin Chun, never anticipated that he could unleash a second strike. Moreover, its potency was double that of the first. Even if they combined their strength, they could not withstand it, especially not in their current state of unpreparedness. "Lin Chun, even if I die, you shall not have it easy," Lin Mu screeched, his eyes bulging with desperation. With a fierce resolve, he abandoned all pretense of defense and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Lin Chun's abdomen. Caught off guard by the recoil from the Frenzied Blade 2, Lin Chun found himself unable to resist and was sent hurtling backward. A massive hole erupted in his abdomen, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, and his spiritual energy dissipated as his dantian was destroyed. Simultaneously, Lin Mu and Lin Song, having executed their final strike, were cleaved in two by the blade's brilliance of Frenzied Blade 2. Thus, all of the Lin family's pursuers perished. Yet Lin Chun was not unscathed either. Even with the substantial energy he had previously absorbed, he had not anticipated Lin Mu's desperate counterattack. This final punch exceeded all his expectations. At this moment, Lin Chun could only watch helplessly as his body disintegrated. The side effects of Frenzied Blade 2, compounded by Lin Mu's final blow, had surpassed the limits of his recovery. "Damn it, this old dog had to bite me one last time before dying. Am I doomed?" Lin Chun mused in a daze. As death approached, he seemingly beheld a faint yellow silhouette descending from the heavens. Soon after, Lin Chun lost consciousness. Chapter 21. Ascension of the Divine Body. Promotion to the Spiritual Vein Realm. Within the confines of his mental space, Lin Shan observed as the energy of the spherical entity began to surge dramatically, swelling from its previous two-thirds capacity until it was entirely filled. At that moment, Lin Shan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as if a mysterious energy were racing chaotically within him. What is happening? Why has the devouring divine body suddenly begun its ascension? Lin Shan gazed at the transformation of the black sphere, astonished. Before he could ponder further, the energy within the black sphere instantaneously coalesced into a liquid form, enveloping his consciousness within it. Soon, Lin Shan sensed his body undergoing profound changes. His already robust muscles writhed and shifted, while the spiritual energy within his dantian began to evolve. Ultimately, a clear energy rapidly spread throughout Lin Shan's being, akin to dragonflies skimming the surface of water, cascading waves reaching every part of his body. He felt his consciousness and spirit soaring to unprecedented heights, as if on the verge of entering an indescribable realm. However, this sensation abruptly ceased, and in an instant, Lin Shan's awareness returned to the mental space. Now, the black sphere had enlarged several times, and its energy was entirely depleted. Only at this moment did Lin Shan groggily comprehend that he had repaired his body and ascended the devouring divine body. Although he was unsure of the events that had transpired, he realized he was now poised to advance to the spiritual vein realm. Without delay, Lin Shan began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman outside regarded Lin Shan with curiosity. Oh, is he about to break through to the spiritual vein realm? Quite impressive. Her light voice echoed within a cave, unbeknownst to Lin Shan, who remained focused on his breakthrough. The previous inability to ascend to the spiritual vein realm had stemmed from the devouring divine body's incomplete evolution. Now, despite the mysterious nature of this ascension, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Lin Shan funneled his spiritual energy into 36 meridians, and the formidable devouring spiritual energy swiftly traversed 35 of them. In an instant, 35 azure beams of light flickered from within Lin Shan's body. If this scene were witnessed by certain powerful figures, they would surely be eager to beg Lin Shan to become their disciple. After all, 35 meridians represented a talent that had not been seen in millennia. Each practitioner with 35 meridians had historically resonated throughout the continent. To accept Lin Shan as a disciple would undoubtedly elevate one's status. However, Lin Shan was indifferent to such matters. His singular focus was on unlocking that perfect 36th meridian. At this moment, he exerted all his effort to circulate the devouring spiritual energy, striving to cleanse the last meridian. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, there were no signs of nourishment for the final meridian. This perplexed Lin Shan, for according to the earlier assertions of the Black Sphere, the first stage of the devouring divine body should yield 36 meridians. Lin Shan could not fathom why the devouring divine body would deceive him. After all, if it wished to mislead him, there would be no need for such complexity. Could it be that the final meridian could not be unlocked through conventional means? Withdrawing the devouring spiritual energy that had been incessantly washing the meridian, Lin Shan began to contemplate. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within his dantian surged wildly, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. With 35 meridians already successfully nourished, Lin Shan had effectively entered the spiritual vein realm. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his desire to cultivate the 36th meridian. Thus he continued to repress the energy within his dantian. Yet, this constant suppression was not a viable solution. After all, breakthroughs should occur naturally. Given that Lin Shan possessed more spiritual energy than the average practitioner, ascending to the spiritual vein realm should be effortless. To others, this innate talent appeared monumental, yet for Lin Shan, it became a source of agitation. The easier the breakthrough seemed, the more arduous it became to suppress it. Time was running short for Lin Shan. No, there must be something I have overlooked. His mind raced rapidly. Benefiting from the recent ascension of the devouring divine body, Lin Shan's consciousness and spirit had been elevated, rendering his thoughts more agile. The ascension of the devouring divine body. Spirit. Lin Shan seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, murmuring to himself. Indeed, it was the spirit. When the devouring divine body ascended earlier, his consciousness and spirit seemed on the verge of entering a mysterious domain. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt he had uncovered the key to the enigma. Certainly, the black sphere indicated that only the ascended devouring divine body could unlock the 36th meridian, for the ascended divine body would undergo a spiritual enhancement. The reason he felt as if he were nearing an unfathomable realm, only to be drawn back, was precisely because he had yet to unlock the 36th meridian. With this realization, Lin Shan steadied his mind and began to merge his spiritual power with his spiritual energy. This endeavor appeared straightforward, yet in practice, it was exceedingly intricate. Even after experiencing a surge in spiritual power, Lin Shan proceeded with utmost caution, wary of potential backlash. Time passed unmeasured, and just as Lin Shan felt he could no longer contain the tumultuous energy within, he successfully fused his spiritual power with his spiritual energy. Hastily, he directed this newfound energy toward the 36th meridian. In an instant, the 36th meridian erupted with brilliant light. Lin Shun felt his spirit being drawn into a mysterious domain, an endless expanse where golden waves of spiritual energy surged tumultuously. Yet, after merely gazing at the golden ocean for a moment, Lin Shun felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, prompting his immediate return to his physical body. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Shun sensed his spirit had been augmented by 30%. It is crucial to note that this enhancement occurred post-ascension of the devouring divine body. This 30% could easily rival the total spiritual energy of an ordinary first-level practitioner of the spiritual vein realm. In this instant, Lin Shun fully grasped the significance of the 36th meridian and the potency of the devouring divine body. It was akin to possessing a space where he could continuously refine his spiritual power, something even many Nirvana realm experts could not achieve. Consequently, Lin Shun's cultivation naturally ascended to the first level of the spiritual vein realm. Outwardly, Lin Shun's transformation was even more pronounced. The dazzling 36th meridian flickered incessantly, while boundless spiritual energy surged within him like an unending ocean. Were it not for the barrier set by the mysterious woman, Lin Shun would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of the inhabitants of Songyue City long ago. The chaotic devouring spirit technique within him operated at an accelerated pace, leaving Lin Shun to ponder just how potent his devouring energy had become. He marveled internally. After all, the chaotic devouring spirit technique was the core technique of his devouring ability, and now, with his ascension to the spiritual vein realm, his comprehension of this technique deepened significantly. Once Lin Shun adapted to the surging spiritual power within the mental space, he returned his consciousness to his physical form. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by two snow-white peaks that obstructed his view. How grand! How pristine! Chapter 22, Su Qingyao. The Taxing Order. The softness before Lin Shun's head momentarily left him in a state of astonishment. Such snow-white skin he had only seen before on Yunli. Little Chun'er, how much longer do you intend to linger on your sister? A teasing voice echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately stood up, a hint of embarrassment prompting him to retreat a few steps. And Qiyao, what brings you here? Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. Before him stood a woman clad in a pale yellow gown, her glossy hair elegantly styled, her flawless face complemented by delicate, fair skin, resembling a celestial fairy. Such beauty was on par with Yunli. At this moment, Su Qingyao, with her enchanting phoenix eyes, was gazing at Lin Shun with a playful, yet slightly irate expression. What manner of speech is this? How can you address me so casually? Did I not instruct you to call me sister? Calling me aunt makes me seem ancient. Su Qingyao playfully rapped Lin Shun's head, unleashing a surge of mysterious energy that erupted at his forehead. However, this energy did not harm Lin Chen's spirit. Rather, it nourished his essence, erasing the fatigue he had felt from breaking through to the spiritual vein realm. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Lin Chen's expression momentarily darkened. Su Qingyao was none other than the younger sister of Lin Chen's mother. Since his birth, he had been playfully teased by Su Qingyao, who shared a profound bond with Lin Chen's mother. Now, her sudden appearance only heightened Lin Chen's longing for his mother. Sister Qingyao, father and mother have already. Lin Chen's voice faltered, a wave of sorrow washing over him. In contrast to Lin Chen's despondency, Su Qingyao appeared relatively calm, merely nodding knowingly. I am aware of the recent events. I had no idea so much transpired while I was in seclusion. Thankfully, little Chun'er, you survived, otherwise I would have been at a loss in explaining things to your mother. Lin Chen's eyes brightened at her words, as if a thought had sparked within him. Sister Qingyao, could it be that mother is still alive? He asked, hopeful. Su Qingyao hesitated, unsure how to respond to Lin Chen's query, remaining silent. After all, such delicate matters, even if revealed, would yield no comfort for him. You need not concern yourself with these matters at this moment. Let us speak of other things. Little Chun'er, you have truly become formidable, possessing 36 spiritual veins. Ah, it seems that soon, I shall be able to enjoy my retirement in peace. Su Qingyao jested. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen clenched his fist tightly, striving to divert his thoughts from his mother. He understood that the matters Su Qingyao was reluctant to discuss were far beyond his current grasp. However, Lin Chen firmly believed that with his devouring divine body, he would soon leap over obstacles and reach the pinnacle of power, ultimately reuniting with his mother. Sister Qingyao, my strength is likely not even sufficient to match a single finger of yours. Lin Chen lamented, waving his hand in defeat. Although Su Qingyao had never displayed her prowess before Lin Chen, even with Lin Chen's prior near-nirvana cultivation, he could not perceive her true capabilities. Now, Lin Chen comprehended why he had inexplicably advanced in his divine physique. It was evident that Su Qingyao had saved him and infused him with the energy of her mysterious constitution. This had filled the final third of his energy reservoir. Lin Shun could distinctly sense that the devouring spiritual power within him was evolving into an entirely new form of energy. This energy could accelerate bodily recovery while consuming minimal resources. Lin Shun was now capable of self-repair without relying on devoured energy, a constitution he had never heard of before. As for the future, who could say for certain? Su Qingyao waved her hand dismissively. By the way, I have already tidied up the battlefield for you. Such attacks are hard to conceal from others. Unfortunately, most treasures were destroyed by your strikes, leaving only some scraps. Su Qingyao tossed Lin Chen a storage ring, grinning. Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise as he infused spiritual energy into the ring. Within it lay numerous spiritual plants and weapons, though most of the plants were damaged, clearly affected by Lin Chen's onslaught. As for the weapons, none suited him, but there was a set of third-tier treasure, the fire armor. Though somewhat tattered, it could still be repaired for continued use. Well, little Chunner, would you care to make a deal with me? If you obediently stay by my side, I shall assist you in eliminating the Lin family and that so-called third princess of the Fengyan Empire, Su Qingyao said with a mischievous smile. The request of a powerful and beautiful cultivator was likely beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Lin Chun believed that should he agree, Su Qingyao would indeed take action against the Lin family and the third princess of the Fengyan Empire. Though Lin Chun was unaware of Su Qingyao's true strength, he felt it would surpass that of the Fengyan Emperor he had encountered. Sister Qingyao, please do not jest. I wish to take vengeance upon the Lin family and the Fengyan Empire with my own hands, Lin Shen declared resolutely as he secured the storage ring. The two colossal entities were indeed insurmountable challenges for Lin Shen at present, yet it was precisely this daunting task that fueled his relentless drive for growth. Just as the assassination attempt by Lin Mu and Lin Air had deepened Lin Shen's understanding of the frenzied battle blade technique, he could now confidently assert that if he were to wield the frenzied dual blades again, he would not be caught off guard. I am not jesting at all. I genuinely wish to eradicate the Lin family. A flicker of anger flashed in Su Qingyao's eyes as she spoke calmly. After all, her sister had married into the Lin family, and though she could not protect her from a tragic fate, it pained her to see her sister's son subjected to relentless torment. Sister Qingyao, I will personally avenge the Lin family. Moreover, not every member of the Lin family is malevolent. Many are coerced by Lin Langtian. Lin Shen clenched his fists, his expression unwavering. I hope Sister Qingyao can discreetly protect these individuals or help relocate them elsewhere. Seeing Lin Chen's earnest expression, Su Qingyao understood that his desire for vengeance would be challenging to fulfill. After all, she had watched him grow up and was well aware of his character. Very well. Oh dear. Little Chinner, are you trying to rush your sister away? I have only just emerged from seclusion, and you are eager to send me off to busy myself with this and that. Su Qingyao playfully ruffled Lin Chen's hair, smiling. Before Lin Chen could respond, Su Qingyao produced a token from her storage ring and tossed it to him. Upon receiving the token, Lin Chen noticed it was intricately carved with two golden dragons. The craftsmanship so exquisite it seemed alive, radiating an aura of power. In the center of the token were three clear characters, Taking Order. Lin Chun gazed at Su Qingyao in confusion, unsure of the purpose of the token she had given him. Before I entered seclusion, I saved a peculiar old man who insisted that I join this so-called Taking Academy. Reluctantly, I ended up becoming an honorary elder. If you find yourself without a place to go, you can seek me there. With this token I've given you, the people of the Fengyan Empire will not dare to trouble you. Su Qingyao said nonchalantly. Lin Chun felt a surge of gratitude at her words. Despite her lack of overt declarations, Su Qingyao was clearly considering his safety. Furthermore, the Taking Order left him astounded, for it was renowned throughout the eastern region as one of the 5 prestigious academies. The token, as Su Qingyao casually handed it over, stirred a profound sense of gratitude within Lin Chun. If this token were to be placed within the Wind and Cloud Empire, even the Emperor of Wind and Cloud would undoubtedly covet it. Possessing this Taiching token equates to holding the status of a disciple from the Taiching Academy. You must take good care of yourself. I simply cannot bear the thought of losing such a delightful younger brother, Su Qingyao remarked with a gentle smile. And remember, do not reveal your spiritual veins while outside. With that, Su Qingyao's figure vanished from sight, leaving Lin Chun with little opportunity for further conversation. Glancing at the token in his hand, Lin Chun shook his head in resignation before placing it into his storage ring. For now, he would focus on acquiring a new weapon in Sanyue City, postponing any thoughts of dealing with that Huan Yuling for later. Chapter 23, Acquiring Weapons. The Mysterious Masked Girl. Due to the proximity of the previous battlefield to Sanyue City, Lin Chun soon arrived at the city gates. This city, when compared to Sanyan City, was somewhat inferior. In terms of internal power, it did not measure up to Sanyan City, which had previously boasted 4 Nirvana realm experts. Even in the Lin family's decline, they still had 2. In contrast, Sanyue City lacked even a single Nirvana realm powerhouse. Lin Chun did not dwell on these thoughts. After paying the entrance fee, he entered the city. Following the directions, Lin Chun quickly arrived at a shop named Chuyan Pavilion. Earlier, in the Great Beast Mountain Range, he had slain numerous savage beasts. Although he had consumed their spiritual energy and physical bodies, he retained their bones and hides. These materials were stored in his storage ring, waiting to be exchanged for spirit stones in the city. The shopkeeper of Chuyan Pavilion, upon seeing the treasures Lin Chun presented, personally escorted him to a private room. This transaction was substantial, even for them. Esteemed guest, we need to carefully evaluate these materials. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Asked the kindly store manager. Sporting a long beard, Is there a blacksmith in your shop? I need to repair a third-tier armor. Also, I wish to buy a longsword. Lin Shen replied. Indeed. We have the finest blacksmith in Songyue City, capable of repairing treasures below the 4th tier. The shopkeeper smiled, rubbing his hands together. These are the longswords available in our store. He displayed a selection of weapons before Lin Shen, allowing him to choose freely. Given the considerable value of the materials Lin Shen had provided, they were not concerned about him absconding. Any loss would be his alone. However, as Lin Shen surveyed the array of swords, he found none suitable for his needs, although the swords were all 3rd-tier treasures. With his recent advancement to the spiritual vein realm and the fierce martial techniques he possessed, Lin Shen required a more durable longsword. Shopkeeper, can your blacksmith forge a 4th-tier longsword? Lin Shen casually selected a Longyun sword and inquired. Well, it is possible, but it depends on the blacksmith's willingness. The shopkeeper responded, somewhat hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, prompting him to request an introduction to the blacksmith. The shopkeeper led Lin Shen through the store to the backyard, where the sound of hammering echoed, accompanied by a wave of heat that made Lin Shen's face flush. Oldly, someone wishes to commission a sword. The shopkeeper called out. Not interested, I'm too busy. Came a gruff voice. A middle-aged man, bare-chested and wielding a hammer, was vigorously working at the forge, sparks flying from the anvil. This is Li Yuan, the finest blacksmith in Songyue City. However, due to certain matters, he rarely forges weapons for others, the shopkeeper explained with a hint of resignation. Lin Shen approached, hoping to persuade the blacksmith. Master Li, I wish to commission a durable 4th-tier longsword. I can pay generously. Lin Shen's tone was earnest. Li Yuan glanced up at Lin Shen, his expression momentarily pained, as if recalling past memories. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of forging weapons at the moment. Seeing Li Yuan's demeanor, Lin Shen could only give up reluctantly. After all, if he was unwilling to help, Lin Shen would have to seek alternatives. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, had no further suggestions. Dear customer, the repair of your armor will take 3 days, the shopkeeper said with a fawning smile. The materials you provided can be exchanged for 15 medium-grade spirit stones. After deducting 1 for the Longyun sword, you will have 14 remaining. Lin Shen accepted the 14 medium-grade spirit stones with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. They arranged for him to return in 3 days to collect the Fireblaze armor. As Lin Shen left Chuyin Pavilion, he began to contemplate his recent gains. With the skills of Crazy Blade Body and Purple Flame, along with the Frenzied Battle Blade technique, even those at the 9th level of the spiritual vein realm would struggle against me. There is still a year until the Fengyun talent battle. Lin Shen clenched his fist, resolving within himself. However, before Lin Shen could continue his reflections, a series of alluring voices interrupted his thoughts. Hey there, little girl. Want to play with us? We guarantee you'll have the time of your life. Hee hee. With such a fine figure, it'd be a pity not to have some fun. Observing 3 ruffians in the alleyway, surrounding a masked girl, Lin Shen felt an urge to intervene. Well then, a good deed for the day. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the 3 men with a precise strike. Little girl, don't wander alone in dark alleys. Next time, no one may come to your rescue, Lin Shen remarked as he prepared to leave. However, the masked girl clearly had other intentions. Humph. It's your fault for ruining my experimental materials. Her delicate voice rebuked. She raised her hands, unleashing a strange green toxin that filled the alley. Seeing this, Lin Shen curiously examined the girl before him. No spiritual power, but this toxin is rather peculiar, he remarked, intrigued. He had previously noticed that the 3 ruffians were at the body refinement realm and had intervened because the girl lacked any cultivation. However, it now appeared that even without his assistance, she would remain unharmed. After all, this toxin was potent enough to incapacitate even an average practitioner of the spiritual realm. Yet, it holds no threat to me. Lin Shen chuckled. He remained still, allowing the toxic gas to envelop him. Even practitioners of the spiritual realm would succumb to my toxin. Blame yourself for interfering with my plans. I'll poison you first, then save you later. The masked girl cunningly declared. However, the situation did not unfold as she had anticipated. Lin Shen showed no signs of distress, standing unfazed in the midst of the gas. How can this be? The masked girl retreated a few steps, bewildered. All right, the game ends here. But remember, don't play with poison so casually next time. Lin Shen suddenly appeared behind her, capturing her effortlessly. You have no idea that my cultivation has already reached the spiritual vein realm. Though your toxin may seem fearsome, it cannot harm me due to the protective energies I possess. Release me. Let me go? My father is Li Yuan of Songyue City. If you capture me, he will not let you off easily. Chapter 24. Li Linger, the masked girl, and Lin Shen's grasp struggled incessantly, releasing an array of toxic gases in a desperate attempt to break free from his hold. However, with Lin Shen's prowess at the spiritual vein level, her escape was utterly futile. After a lengthy struggle, the masked girl grew weary, while Lin Shen continued to observe her with keen interest. From her reckless emission of toxins earlier, he surmised that she was evidently immune to these poisons. Yet, He remained uncertain whether her immunity extended to all toxins or merely to those of her own creation. What intrigued Lin Chen even more was the revelation. Oh, you were Li Yuan's daughter? He smiled as he removed the mask, unveiling a delicate visage beneath. Although still in her tender years, her beauty was already evident, hinting that she would blossom into a captivating woman in due time. Ironically, just moments ago, Li Yuan had rebuffed him, and now he found himself face to face with his daughter. Lin Chen pondered whether this was mere coincidence. How can I possibly resemble him? Lin Chen mused, perplexed. Li Yuan was undoubtedly a burly man, while the girl before him was graceful and ethereal, making it hard to believe they were related. The masked girl, now feeling increasingly apprehensive under his scrutiny, displayed a growing sense of alarm. My father is Li Yuan. He is a renowned blacksmith, and if you harm me, he will not spare you. In a frantic gesture, she brandished a hammer, seemingly attempting to intimidate Lin Chen. However, the very act of wielding the hammer confirmed her lineage. Lin Chen had previously encountered Li Yuan, and the lingering spiritual energy on the hammer was unmistakably his. Seeing her distress, Lin Chen couldn't resist teasing the girl. Indeed, you possess a striking appearance. How about I play with the little lady? I know Li Yuan. Perhaps I could return you to him later? He jested. The masked girl took his words seriously, her expression shifting to one of fury, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. You must be from the Wolf Fong mercenary group. Is it not enough that you killed my mother? Today, I shall avenge her. With a firm grip on the hammer, she bit her lip and declared fiercely. In the next moment, her blood dripped onto the ground, releasing a horrifying cloud of toxic gas. This bizarre scene left Lin Chen bewildered. Her blood was an exceedingly rare poison, potent enough to kill a practitioner at the spiritual vein level, even in her current state. Realizing she had misunderstood his intentions, Lin Chen quickly relinquished his hold and conjured a purple flame to incinerate the droplet of blood. I was merely jesting. I am not affiliated with the Wolf Fong mercenary group. I sought your father for weapon forging but was ignored, so I thought to have a bit of fun. He clarified. Upon hearing his words, the masked girl remained skeptical. Yet, witnessing Lin Chen's mysterious purple flames and the formidable aura he exuded, she recognized that he bore no ill will towards her. After all, with such strength, he could easily eliminate her in an instant. Seeing her still hesitant, Lin Chen stepped onto the bustling street, asserting his innocence. No practitioner would dare to create chaos in the heart of Songyue City. I am Li Ling. What is your name? She finally lowered her guard, retracting the ill-suited hammer. I shall go by Lin Xiaodu. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Uft. Who would bear such a name, Little Earth? Ha ha. Li Linger burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Chen. He simply shrugged, unwilling to elaborate on his name, which had gained a fair amount of notoriety across the Fengyan Empire, especially following recent events concerning the Lin family. Revealing his true identity would only invite trouble, as many would seek to eliminate him for the rewards promised by the Empire. You are no longer in danger. This matter is settled. Do not go tricking others into testing toxins. You may encounter someone stronger next time. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. With that, he intended to find a tavern to rest and acclimate to his newfound spiritual vein level powers. The leap in power was monumental compared to his previous intra-level state, especially as he now possessed 36 veins. This necessitated a period of adjustment. Hey, Little Earth, you can't just leave after scaring me like that. Hee. I can help you ask my father to forge a weapon for you. But there is one condition. Li Linger, her eyes sparkling with a thought, called after him. Lin Chen paused at her words. If she could indeed have a fourth-tier long knife crafted for him, his combat prowess would surely soar. Oh, what is the condition? It wouldn't involve me killing someone from the Wolf Fong mercenary group, would it? He queried, recalling her earlier mention of her mother's death at their hands. No, I will avenge my mother myself. Li Linger asserted firmly. I want you to escort me to a certain place. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen regarded her with newfound respect, noting her determined demeanor was reminiscent of his own. This place lies deep within the Great Beast Mountain Range, but I possess a special concoction that will deter any formidable beasts. Li Linger explained hastily, as if fearing he might decline. Lin Chen chuckled at her words. In any other location, he might have considered her request, but in the Great Beast Mountain Range, he would agree without hesitation, even foregoing the need for her special concoction. With his purple flames, he was the ultimate deterrent. No foolish beast would dare approach him. Had he been a beast himself, he might have claimed dominion over the entire mountain range. Very well, but I will require 3 days. My armor is still being repaired by your father. We shall meet at the Chuyan Pavilion in 3 days. As for the long sword, it can be forged after the escort. Lin Chen replied with a smile. He understood that crafting such a weapon was a complex task, so he did not mind extending the time frame. Upon receiving Lin Chen's consent, Li Linger nodded enthusiastically before swiftly departing. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chen scratched his head, pondering, does this count as abducting a girl? He dismissed the thought and settled into a nearby inn. Lin Chen intended to devote the next 3 days entirely to acclimating to his spiritual vein level powers while also delving into the mysteries of his devouring divine body. After all, the advancements he had achieved could not merely be limited to enhancing his spiritual power. Moreover, the enigmatic realm of the 36th vein remained an enigma to him. The journey ahead would be long and arduous. Chapter 25. Uniting Spiritual Energy. Comprehending Mental Impact. In a residence within Sanyue City, Lin Chen successfully acquired the rights to this dwelling after paying a month's rent. Although the cost of 2 mid-grade spirit stones was somewhat painful, his apprehensions dissipated upon observing the vast training ground within the residence. After all, he would be staying in Sanyue City for the foreseeable future, and this training ground was indeed an excellent venue for his cultivation. After tidying up briefly, Lin Chen entered the training ground. He condensed a sphere of black energy, his hands forming intricate seals as the black energy fluctuated. Since Lin Chen and Appo's ascension to the spirit vein realm, this was the first time he had managed to condense devouring energy. As he continued to refine it, his mental acuity quickly discerned its nuances. The flow of devouring energy accelerated, and its absorption range expanded. Lin Chen mused inwardly. This represented a significant enhancement for him. It implied that he could subsequently attach devouring energy to the blade, facilitating remote absorption. Perhaps one day, with but a thought, an entire continent could be consumed. Lin Chen jested. After exploring devouring energy, Lin Chen shifted his focus to spiritual energy. The devouring spiritual energy within him could now evolve into 3 distinct types. He extended his right hand, observing the originally black spiritual energy shifting through various colors. The first 2 types of spiritual energy were familiar to him, one derived from the 5 elements spiritual body and the other from the mad blade tyrant body. However, the final type of spiritual energy was obtained from Su Qing Yao, and he had yet to uncover its nature. The advancement of the devouring divine body required a continuous influx of spiritual body energy. Did that mean he could possess myriad types of spiritual energy? Lin Chen pondered. A powerful spiritual energy indeed greatly enhances combat capabilities. Yet, the more complex the energies, the more counterproductive they may become. After all, one's mental focus is limited. A practitioner mastering 2 or 3 types of spiritual energy is already at their limit. Any more would be insurmountable. Even Lin Chen, possessing the devouring divine body, understood this principle. Despite his mental prowess surging due to his physique, he estimated that 5 types of spiritual energy would be his maximum. For Lin Chen, the 5 elements spiritual energy, being the most familiar, endowed him with the ability to predict enemy movements and sense hidden threats. There was no way he could relinquish it. The second type, blade spiritual energy, was equally indispensable due to the mad blade technique. As for the last type of spiritual energy, based on his current utilization, it appeared to be a healing energy. However, this offered little advantage to his combat prowess. With the devouring divine body, he could simply consume to recover from injuries. Could it be that the devouring divine body merely compelled him to perpetually absorb other types of spiritual energy? As a divine body, it surely would not possess such a flaw, unless... A glimmer sparked in Lin Chen's eyes as a thought emerged in his mind. He conjured the 3rd mysterious green spiritual energy with his right hand, while his left hand emanated the yellow blade spiritual energy from the mad blade tyrant body. The moment the 2 energies collided, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted. Were it not for the barrier shielding the space, the entire Sanyue City might have been drawn to this force. Yet, Lin Chen, as the wielder of both energies, remained unconcerned. A smile graced his face. Indeed, it was as he surmised, ceaselessly devouring, ceaselessly merging. Lin Chen felt as though he had grasped the essence of the devouring divine body, forcefully merging the 2 energies in his hands. The energies, previously merging at a sluggish pace, instantly coalesced at his command. A vibrant green energy materialized before him. This energy combined the ferocity of Blade's spiritual energy with the restorative capabilities of the mysterious green energy. Now, Lin Chen could confidently execute the Mad Blade's second strike without fear of injury from recoil, as the green energy's healing properties allowed his body to recover instantly. Moreover, the power of the Mad Blade's second strike had increased significantly. Was this the remarkable utility of the first phase of the devouring divine body? Lin Chen realized. If he continued to merge, ultimately returning to devouring energy, this energy would likely be unrivaled in the world, evolving endlessly, all converging into one. With this thought, Lin Chen intended to merge the 5 elements spiritual energy as well. However, he soon encountered failure. It was evident that this method of fusion had particular conditions. Observant as he was, Lin Chen quickly discerned the secret. Was it mental focus? He contemplated as he felt the dissipating energies. Previously, during his first fusion of 2 energies, he had accomplished it effortlessly. Yet, as he attempted to integrate the 3rd energy, the feeling of losing control was intensely pronounced. Lin Chen realized that this was due to his mental focus not being sufficient to simultaneously control 3 energies. With this understanding, Lin Chen ceased to force the matter and began to skillfully separate and merge the blade's spiritual energy with the mysterious green energy. Once he had mastered this, he then turned his attention to the mysterious realm within his mental space. Closing his eyes slightly, Lin Chen's consciousness plunged into a golden ocean. An invisible pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave, momentarily overwhelming him with the sensation that his mental avatar might shatter. However, recalling the success of his previous attempt, Lin Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Lin Chen's mental avatar was suddenly expelled from the mysterious realm. Accompanying this was a vast surge of mental energy. Lin Chen's already substantial mental ocean expanded further. Did it only increase by 10% this time? Lin Chen silently calculated. Although he had anticipated this growth, he hadn't expected it to be merely 10%. Nonetheless, this increase was already comparable to the mental capacity of a first-level spirit vein realm practitioner. Before Lin Chun had even entered the Nirvana realm, he had already discovered a method for enhancing his mental power. This was unprecedented throughout history. After briefly acclimating to his swollen mental strength, he began to ponder the wonders of this mysterious realm. If it merely served to augment mental power, then the mysterious realm of the 36th vein was far too simplistic. Lin Chun contemplated. While increasing mental strength appeared advantageous, it hardly justified the esteemed title of the 36th vein. There must be other undiscovered elements within that mysterious realm. With this thought, Lin Chun adjusted his state and plunged back into the mysterious realm. As time quietly passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. In the training ground, a wave of mysterious energy rippled through the air, causing several cracks to appear on the surrounding stone walls. I have finally comprehended it. The method of mental attack. Lin Chun suddenly rose, laughing heartily. The earlier wave of mysterious energy was precisely the mental impact Lin Chun had discerned from the mysterious realm. He named it mental shock. This technique was derived from observing the continuous golden waves within the mysterious realm. With Lin Chun's current mental power, practitioners below the 3rd level of the spirit vein realm would be unable to stand against it. Those above the 3rd level would inevitably suffer mental trauma to some degree. This mystical technique would significantly elevate Lin Chun's combat prowess. After all, with a single mental shock, his weaker adversaries would collapse before he even engaged them. This mysterious realm truly harbored boundless wonders. If in the future one could harness this domain for personal gain, it is likely that one's power would surge once more. However, Lin Chun merely regarded this statement as a jest. After all, that mysterious realm was exceedingly formidable. Over the course of 3 days, Lin Chun's mental prowess had ascended to unfathomable heights. Each venture into that realm yielded varying degrees of enlightenment. The thought of truly mastering it was beyond Lin Chun's imagination, for it would require an immense reservoir of mental strength. The 3 days had come to an end, and now it was time to fulfill the previous commitment. Chapter 26, The Treasure Map. The Mysterious Valley. After tidying up his residence, Lin Chun casually handed over a mid-grade spirit stone to the owner of the house. After all, he had previously damaged some weapons at the training ground. Primarily, he was uncertain when he would return, and thus, the spirit stone served as a deposit to prevent the house from being rented out to someone else. The shopkeeper was delighted by this arrangement, as such a large residence rarely found tenants, and Lin Chun's payment was a boon for him. Once Lin Chun settled everything, he hurried to the Chuyin Pavilion. Under the guidance of the middle-aged shopkeeper, he soon arrived at the weapon forging area, where Li Linger had already been waiting for quite some time. Little two. Why are you so late? Let's go quickly. Li Linger seemed to be in a hurry, pulling Lin Chun along. Here, this is your flame armor. I brought it back for you. Looking at the fiery armor in his hands, Lin Chun's eyes lit up. Although he had never encountered an intact flame armor before, this one, after being repaired by Li Yuan, likely had defensive capabilities far exceeding the original. The heat emanating from the armor suggested it was comparable to a Tier 4 treasure. Before Lin Chun could don the armor, Li Linger swiftly dragged him out of the Chuyin Pavilion. Why the rush? Lin Chun inquired. Having just put on the flame armor outside, he realized he hadn't even had the chance to thank Li Yuan before being whisked away. Li Linger shook her head with a complex expression and replied, I'm in a hurry. You know, I've waited 3 days for your armor. Of course, she didn't dare mention that it was because her father didn't want her to take risks. Seeing her urgency, Lin Chun decided not to press further. After all, a trip to the Great Beast Mountain range was hardly troublesome. As for whether anyone from the Lin family would pursue him, he estimated the likelihood was low. After all, even Lin Mu had fallen to his hands. Unless Lin Langtian personally intervened, no one could stop him. All right, where are we heading? Lin Chun asked as they traveled. As they approached the city's outskirts, a look of relief crossed Li Linger's face as she explained. I'm going to a valley within the Great Beast Mountain range. It's located in the central region, but due to toxic gases, ordinary cultivators find it difficult to enter. However, little two, you are not afraid of my toxins, and with that mysterious flame of yours, I'm sure you'll manage. Lin Chun nodded. With his current strength, the toxins from ordinary Tier 4 beasts posed no threat to him. But what are you going there for? He asked curiously, having dispelled the nearby beasts with his purple flame. I have obtained a treasure map that leads to something related to my constitution. Li Linger replied, her expression a mixture of excitement and complexity. My parents searched far and wide for a solution to my condition, and eventually, they found this treasure map. However, the Wolf Fong mercenary group also learned of it. Our family was pursued, and we ended up here, rescued by the owner of Chuyan Pavilion. My mother, Li Ling, seemed to touch upon a painful memory, her eyes misting over. Little two, I'm sorry. My father refused to help you forge weapons because of this matter. He was once involved with the Wolfang mercenary group and was ultimately hunted down by them. Don't worry. Besides, isn't Master Li willing to help me forge weapons now? Lin Shen reassured her, surprised to discover this history about Li Yuan. However, he was now more curious about Li Linger's constitution. After all, a single drop of her blood had demonstrated immense power. Her body seemed to be a natural poison body. Perhaps I can assist them in some way. Moreover, judging by Li Linger's unique constitution, she is anything but ordinary. There is a chance I could also absorb some energy from the black sphere within this cave. Since Lin Shun had advanced to the first stage of the devouring divine body, he increasingly recognized its significance. Given this opportunity to encounter a new special constitution, he would not let it slip away. Truly, my luck has been remarkable, encountering so many possessors of unique constitutions recently, he mused to himself. Subsequently, Lin Shun and Li Linger made their way toward their destination. Despite Lin Shun's spirit vein realm strength allowing him to move swiftly, he had to slow down for Li Linger, who was an ordinary person without cultivation, ensuring they progressed together. What Lin Shen perceived as a journey of merely half an hour took them an entire day. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless roars emanated from within the valley. The green toxic mist enveloped the entire valley like a massive web, with countless bones strewn across the ground. The valley appeared particularly eerie. This is the place, Li Linger exclaimed, her expression showing excitement. After all, her constitution had troubled her for many years. For all this time, she had been unable to cultivate and had devoted herself entirely to the study of toxins. She had conducted numerous experiments in Sanyue City to find a cultivator who could accompany her here. Now, with Lin Shen's assistance, she was getting closer to that area. Mother, once I resolve my constitution issue, I will avenge you, Li Linger silently vowed. In contrast to her excitement, Lin Shen remained calm, carefully surveying the valley. Such dense toxic mist. It seems neither Li Linger's special medicines nor my purple flame can be used here, he contemplated. Li Linger's specially formulated medicine was designed to dispel beasts, but in a valley perpetually shrouded in toxic mist, the beasts within had developed a strong resistance to toxins. As for the purple flame, Lin Shen dared not unleash it, fearing an accident could ignite the toxic mist, leading to an explosion that would devastate the entire valley. The beasts within would surely pursue him relentlessly. Li Linger, however, was oblivious to these concerns and hurried deeper into the valley. Seeing her excitement, Lin Shen hastily followed suit. As they stepped into the valley, a pungent odor assaulted Lin Shen's senses. His internal spirit power began to circulate autonomously, devouring the invasive toxic gas. Any ordinary spirit vein cultivator entering unprepared would likely perish. Lin Shen was astounded. However, what astonished him most was Li Linger. She possessed no cultivation, and he had not seen her consume any protective pills. She gracefully walked into the valley, unaffected by the toxic gases. What a truly remarkable constitution, Lin Shen chuckled. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness. A flash of white light darted through the green mist, and a massive maw rushed toward Li Linger. Get back, Lin Shen commanded, his form unwavering as a mysterious energy erupted forth. The dark figure, seemingly encountering something terrifying, abruptly halted and then collapsed heavily to the ground. Li Linger only realized the danger after the shadow crashed onto the ground, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Shen. Little two, you're quite impressive. As Lin Shen approached, he finally discerned that it was a Tier 3 green vine venomous snake. This brutish creature dwells in the shadows, its entire being saturated with venom, possessing blood of a remarkably corrosive nature. Typically, cultivators seeking to vanquish it can only resort to remote spiritual attacks, which proves to be exceedingly challenging. After all, a mere touch of its blood can be quite detrimental, even for those at the spiritual vein realm. However, it never anticipated the existence of someone as formidable as Lin Shen. Before it even laid eyes on him, a mental shockwave obliterated it. With this mental assault, those beneath my level of cultivation need not lift a finger. Lin Shen swiftly dismembered the venomous vine serpent and subsequently stored it within his storage ring, considering it an unexpected boon. Let us proceed. However, do not stray too far from me, for I cannot guarantee that I will always be able to rescue you, Lin Shen remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Linger nodded obediently, following closely behind Lin Shen. Chapter 27. The Fourth Order Green Vine Poison Snake. As Lin Shen and his companion ventured deeper, the cacophony of roaring beasts echoed around them. On several occasions, they found themselves besieged by multiple third-order beasts. Fortunately, Lin Shen had ascended to the spiritual vein realm, and with his significantly enhanced strength, it would have been nearly impossible for him to reach this place while carrying a burden. If one were to consider the transaction of forging a weapon alone, Lin Shen had indeed suffered a considerable loss. After all, escorting an untrained ordinary person to such a perilous location was a hefty price for merely crafting a fourth-order longsword. Even a practitioner at the spirit body realm would require a great deal of effort to accomplish such a feat, however. Recalling the hidden circumstances surrounding Li Yuan's family and the mysterious constitution, Lin Shan chose to cast these thoughts aside. We're almost there, Li Lingo exclaimed in excitement. Despite having been attacked by multiple beasts in the valley, leaving her somewhat disheveled, the gleam in her eyes remained undiminished. This is troublesome. In contrast to Li Linger's enthusiasm, Lin Shan appeared somewhat resigned. Lacking any cultivation, Li Linger was oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. However, with his mastery of the 5 elemental spiritual energy, Lin Shan could perceive the situation with clarity. 1 4th-order beast and 5 3rd-order beasts. Lin Shan silently calculated. Even though he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the perilous nature of this treasure trove. While Lin Shan possessed the strength to dispatch these beasts individually, the various toxic mists within the valley undoubtedly enhanced their power. In a joint assault, even he might struggle to withstand their onslaught, especially with a liability at his side. Before Lin Shan could deliberate further, the scent of blood emanating from them attracted the 6 beasts lurking deeper in the valley. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the valley, the sound waves dispersing the dense toxic mist, revealing the beast forms. Indeed, the green vine poison snake. Lin Shan chuckled bitterly. The green vine poison snake was known to be the most troublesome beast within the valley, and encountering 6 of them at once posed a significant challenge. Here, wear this fire armor for a while. Don't damage it. Otherwise, your father will have to repair it for free, Lin Shan said as he donned the fire armor on Li Linger, smiling. Before Li Linger could respond, Lin Shan suddenly surged forward, charging at the 6 beasts. After all, Li Linga was merely an ordinary person. If the battle drew too close, even with the fire armor, she could sustain serious injuries. Lin Shan retrieved the Chongyun blade from his storage ring, his gaze fixed intently on the leading 4th-order green vine poison snake. The 4th-order beast seemed almost sentient as it scrutinized Lin Shan in return. Though it could not comprehend how a mere practitioner of the spiritual vein realm had made it this far, it could sense that Lin Shan was not to be trifled with. Yet, as a beast, it would not submit to him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 4th-order green vine poison snake let out a low growl, prompting the 5 accompanying snakes to rush towards Lin Shan. Their massive bodies, as thick as barrels, slammed against the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble. Come on, you beasts! Lin Shan bellowed, undeterred, as he erupted with mental energy, unleashing an invisible wave of spiritual force that cascaded towards the beast like crashing waves. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. The green vine poison snakes, which had been advancing towards Lin Shan, abruptly froze in place. Their once agile green bodies now lay stiff as ice, unable to move. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 of the green vine poison snakes collapsed, while the remaining 3, though still standing, exhibited visible terror in their eyes. To them, Lin Shan appeared as an ancient giant, and they dared not exhibit hostility, fearing their imminent demise. The 4th-order green vine poison snake, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant human would possess such capabilities. Even it felt the degree of suppression under Lin Shan's mental assault. Realizing that it had no choice but to rely on its own strength, it decided to strike without restraint. Lunging at Lin Shan with its massive tail like a shooting star, Lin Shan, sensing the impending attack, swiftly wielded the Chongyun blade to block the strike. Clang! The heavy metallic clash resonated from the blade. Lin Shan felt a sharp pain in his hands as a surge of brute force coursed through him. This green vine poison snake possesses such tremendous strength? He marveled, momentarily astonished. He had previously faced Lin Song, a practitioner at the 1st level of the spirit body realm, and at that time, he had been capable of withstanding his blows. Now, having entered the spiritual vein realm, he found it extraordinarily challenging to fend off this green vine poison snake's attack. At that moment, the snake's bulbous eyes fixated on Lin Shan, reflecting surprise. As the tyrant of the valley, endowed with toxic gas, its physical attributes were on par with some 3rd-order beasts. The fact that it could not dispatch Lin Shan with a single strike left it astounded. However, its cold gaze quickly turned, and it unleashed several vines aimed at Lin Shan. Anticipating this sudden assault, Lin Shan evaded with ease. Yet, his keen eyes discerned that the primary target of the vines was not him, but the 2 fallen green vine poison snakes. An incessant flow of blood energy was being siphoned from their lifeless bodies towards the 4th-order snake. In the brief moment Lin Shan evaded, the snake's body swelled considerably. It seemed unwilling to halt its gains, extending its vines towards the remaining 3 snakes. Though weaker, the other 3 snakes were still cunning enough to flee. However, their speed was no match for the 4th-order snake. This is troublesome. Lin Shan exhaled deeply, his expression grave. It was crucial to note that the 4th-order green vine poison snake had only relied on physical attacks thus far, which had already posed difficulties for Lin Shan. Now, having absorbed the strength of the other 5 snakes, it would undoubtedly be more formidable. From a distance, Li Linger observed this scene and couldn't help but worry for Lin Shan. However, lacking any cultivation, she could only hope that he would triumph over the poison snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A terrifying whirlwind swept across the valley, dispersing the toxic mist that had lingered there for some time. Under the blinding sunlight, a serpent towering several dozen feet loomed, its green body entwined with countless vines, appearing exceedingly ferocious. Most striking were its piercing green eyes, which could instill fear in the hearts of even the weakest practitioners. At that moment, it gazed down upon Lin Chun, with a disparity in strength that was hundreds of times greater. To the snake, Lin Chun seemed merely the size of an ant. To Lin Chun's astonishment, this beast had broken through to the second level of the fourth order. Things had just become far more complicated. Chapter 28. Slaying the Venomous Serpent. Lin Chun gazed at the emerald vine poisonous serpent before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that this creature would possess such audacity. Lin Chun mused inwardly. With a single unsuccessful strike, it decisively consumed all of its subordinates. One could only commend it as a true beast of the toxic mists, exhibiting a ruthlessness that far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. The emerald vine serpent's sudden breakthrough instantly shattered Lin Chun's mental assault. It was fair to say that the serpent was now in its prime, perhaps even exceeding its former self. At this moment, Li Linger was clearly terrified by the overwhelming aura emanating from the serpent, even though she was at a considerable distance. The pressure from the fourth-tier beast and its colossal form unmistakably conveyed its terror. Xiao Tu, should we retreat? Li Linger called out. In her eyes, Lin Chun was merely a practitioner of higher cultivation. Yet, compared to her father, a spirit body realm cultivator, the disparity was significant. The fearsome aura radiating from the beast before them was such that even her father would struggle to contend with it. This realization sparked a desire to withdraw within her. After all, her mother had already perished for the sake of this treasure map, and she wished to avoid further losses. No need. Just ensure your own safety. Lin Chun replied with a calm smile. Although the emerald vine serpent was indeed a second-tier fourth-grade beast, bolstered by the toxic atmosphere of the valley, Lin Chun's strength had surged significantly since he advanced to the spirit vein realm. He was eager to test his limits. I doubt even the Chongyun blade can withstand the force of my earth-splitting two blades, Lin Chun remarked with a cold smile. However, the next moment, a green comet hurtled toward him. Fortunately, Lin Chun's elemental spirit energy had already sensed the danger, allowing him to evade in time. Bang! The moment they collided, a massive pit several meters deep appeared in the ground. Seeing the serpent's mocking gaze, Lin Chun tightened his grip on the Chongyun blade. Cut! Lin Chun swung the Chongyun blade fiercely, unleashing a burst of purple flames alongside the blade's aura. The powerful surge of spiritual energy caused the surrounding valley to tremble slightly. However, before the blade's aura could strike the emerald vine serpent, countless vines swiftly coalesced into a shield, blocking the attack. Yet, even as the blade's aura dissipated, the potency of the purple flames clung to the vines, unleashing a pungent stench of decay that rapidly spread through the air. Thank goodness for my purple flames, Lin Chun exclaimed, feeling a surge of relief. The emerald vine serpent, known for its tenacity, was a creature that even cultivators of a higher tier would hesitate to confront alone. This was due to its blood, which was laden with highly corrosive toxins, and its ability to manipulate the vines. Once ensnared, the toxins would incessantly invade the practitioner's nerves, leading to inevitable defeat in a prolonged battle. However, Lin Chun's purple flames were a natural nemesis to the serpent's toxins and vines, giving him confidence. Hisses, the emerald vine serpent, caught off guard by the turn of events, emitted a series of furious hisses. This valley is the domain of the beasts, and I have no time to indulge you further. Lin Chun inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. He immediately focused his energy, merging his blade's spirit power, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically. The invisible force pierced through the surrounding toxic mist like a sharp sword. The emerald vine serpent sensed the intensity of Lin Chun's impending strike and gathered the surrounding vines, simultaneously accumulating the toxins within its body, preparing for a lethal counterattack. Frenzy blade. Lin Chun's eyes sparkled with determination as he swung the Chongyun blade. The dazzling blade aura, infused with purple flames, cut through the air. Boom. The surrounding rock walls erupted with a deafening roar. The residual force of the blade's aura alone was terrifying. Bang. The blade's aura collided with the shield formed by the gathered vines, and in mere moments, it sliced through effortlessly. Before the emerald vine serpent could react, Lin Chun's frenzied blow had already cleaved it in two. The violent blade aura extended outward, creating a chasm that stretched over 100 meters. From a distance, it appeared as though the entire valley had been torn asunder. Countless streams of green blood ignited by the purple flames filled the air with an acrid scent. Li Linger, witnessing Lin Chun's astounding strike from afar, widened her eyes in disbelief. After all, this blow was truly remarkable. Even my father would struggle to withstand such a terrifying attack. Li Linger murmured. She was acutely aware of her father's capabilities. Although a second-tier spirit body realm cultivator, he had been severely injured, causing his cultivation to regress to the first tier. Yet, she sensed that even he would falter against this strike. In that instant, she realized just how formidable this young man before her truly was. However, she also felt a surge of determination. Mother, I will resolve the issue with my constitution. One day, I will eradicate the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, Li Linger declared resolutely. As the blade's aura dissipated, countless fissures marred the ground. The entire valley lay in disarray from Lin Chun's strike. The overwhelming might of this attack had frightened off the surrounding beasts, a fortunate turn of events. At the very least, there would be no disturbances from beasts in the near future. Lin Shen shrugged off the incident nonchalantly. Subsequently, Lin Shen methodically dismembered the emerald vine serpent and stored its beast core within his storage ring. Previously, Lin Shen had absorbed the beast he encountered, leading to the absence of beast cores. However, with Li Linger present, he did not dare reveal his abilities. Thus, he decided to preserve the cores of these beasts. Holding the dark green beast core in his hand, Lin Shen contemplated returning to absorb it later. Xiao Tu, I truly did not misjudge you. As Lin Shen pondered, Li Linger hastily approached him from behind, her gratitude evident. Lin Shen looked at the astonished girl before him and offered no further explanation. Let's go? If we attract the attention of the cultivators within the Great Beast Mountain range, we may lose our treasures, Lin Shen said with a smile. This statement was no exaggeration. Although the valley was relatively secluded, there was no telling if cultivators might be training nearby. The force of Lin Shen and Appo's strike was undeniably significant. All right, Xiao Tu, follow me quickly. The treasure is nearby, Li Linger exclaimed with excitement, clearly recalling the treasure from the map. She approached a nearby rock wall, her delicate hands eagerly exploring its surface. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and suddenly, a cave appeared in the rock wall. No wonder no one could find it. This cave is so concealed that few would ever suspect its existence. Lin Shen mused silently. After all, this cave not only lay hidden in a remote valley, but also required a specific method to open. Not good. Get back. Just as Li Linger was about to enter the cave, Lin Shen's elemental spirit energy surged with an overwhelming sense of danger. A terrifying aura pierced through Lin Shen's mind like a blade. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have struggled to withstand this pressure. However, the greater danger lay with Li Linger. Although this pressure seemed directed at Lin Shen, a lethal strike was aimed at Li Linger. It intended to eliminate her on the spot. Suppressing the discomfort in his mind, Lin Shen sprang into action, propelling himself to his utmost speed and reaching Li Linger in an instant, pushing her aside. He saw a blade of spiritual energy descend precisely where Li Linger had been standing. Lin Shen barely grazed past it, but his shoulder was immediately met with a gaping wound. Drip, drip. Crimson blood dripped from Lin Shen's shoulder, the sound resonating through the tranquil valley. Li Linger, overwhelmed by the residual force, felt her vision blur. Despite the protection of the fiery armor, her body bore numerous wounds of varying severity. Paralyzed by fear, she could only curl up in Lin Shen's embrace. A powerful being of the Nirvana realm. Chapter 29. The Arrogant Fong Wenlong. A desperate escape. Lin Shen's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his expression remained resolute. To evade the probing of his elemental powers and strike with such might, there could only be one possibility. This was a formidable practitioner of the Nirvana realm. Was it Lin Langtian? Or perhaps a lackey of the Wind and Cloud Empire? Lin Shen's mind raced, contemplating the identity of this adversary. Just then, a round of applause echoed from above. Remarkable skills. You managed to evade an attack I casually unleashed. A slender middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe clapped his hands, his deep-set eyes fixated on Lin Shen with keen interest, as if he held great admiration. Although the man appeared somewhat androgynous, Lin Shen dared not underestimate him, for he could distinctly sense the looming threat emanating from the elemental powers within him. This was indeed a genuine master of the Nirvana realm. Upon the man's appearance, Li Linger trembled uncontrollably. The leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. Fong Wenlong, she hissed through gritted teeth. Hearing her words, Lin Shen turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man, who exhibited no discernible fluctuations of energy. He was astonished to discover that the one who had attacked them was a member of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, and indeed, their leader at that. Ah, little girl. We meet again. After all this time, you've blossomed quite beautifully, resembling your mother more and more. Fong Wenlong's voice was delicate, almost unmanly. Upon hearing his words, Li Linger seemed to recall the horrific memory of her mother's tragic death, her eyes ablaze with fury. Is it truly necessary for a master of the Nirvana realm to attack an ordinary person devoid of cultivation? After calming Li Linger, Lin Shen spoke. Fong Wenlong regarded Lin Shen with condescension. If you were truly an ordinary person, I would not bother. He chuckled. Who would have thought that a casual outing would lead me to an unclaimed treasure? This trip is proving worthwhile. From Fong Wenlong's words, Lin Shen gleaned some information. It appeared that Fong Wenlong had merely stumbled upon the Great Beast Mountain range and was drawn in by Lin Shen's attack, thus discovering the two of them. This also implied that there were likely no others around Fong Wenlong, alleviating some of Lin Shen's pressure. After all, facing a Nirvana realm master was already challenging enough. If more spirit realm subordinates joined the fray, escape would be impossible. Senior, the treasure can be yours. Might you spare our lives? After pondering, Lin Shen proposed. Li Linger's expression tightened upon hearing this. The cave held the secret to her unique physique, the key to her revenge. She could not bear to relinquish it, especially to her mother's murderer. Lin Shen turned to Li Linger, gently nodding to assure her to trust him. Meanwhile, Fong Wenlong, having heard Lin Shen's words, descended gracefully to the ground. What a delightful bargain. However, if I kill you, Wouldn't the treasure belong to me? Fong Wenlong smirked mockingly, twirling his fingers. Without waiting for Lin Chun and Li Linger to react, he unleashed a sudden, powerful strike. The ferocious energy instantly pierced through Lin Chen's shoulder. I particularly relish the slaughter of talents like you. Fong Wenlong's face broke into a wicked grin, as if he reveled in this torment. At that moment, Lin Chun could no longer hold back. He swiftly channeled the merged blade energy within him, striving to heal his wounds. Oh, so you possess a mysterious physique? Fong Wenlong's smile widened. You go ahead to the cave. I shall follow shortly, Lin Chun whispered. Li Linger regarded him with a complex expression, knowing full well that Lin Chun could not possibly be Fong Wenlong's match. The power of the Nirvana realm was simply too overwhelming. Yet, she hesitated to forsake the opportunity presented by the cave. Trust me, I have a backup plan, Lin Chun assured, nodding. Without waiting to see if Li Lingo absorbed his words, he turned and unleashed a flurry of blade lights. Fong Wenlong merely waved his hand dismissively. An invisible force radiated outward, instantly shattering the blade lights Lin Chun had conjured. Is this the power of the Nirvana realm? Lin Chun marveled inwardly. Though he had once been on the verge of the Nirvana realm, he had never taken that final step. Stuck at the threshold of celestial power, witnessing Fong Wenlong wield it filled Lin Chun with astonishment. Without entering Nirvana, one remains an ant, Lin Chun mused internally. Only by transcending into the Nirvana realm and mastering celestial power could a practitioner shed the title of an ant. After all, once one grasps celestial power, they become a representative of the heavens, their strength incomparable to what it once was. Splitting into two paths, are we? Yet in the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. Fang Wenlong remarked nonchalantly. How can you be so certain that I lack a means to restrain you? Lin Chun retorted with a grin. Suddenly, he moved, channeling all the blade energy into the Changyan blade. Frenzied strike. Lin Chun's gaze sharpened as he swiftly unleashed a single blow. A dazzling light illuminated the entire valley, as Lin Chun relentlessly drained his inner energy to its utmost limit. A futile resistance. I shall kill you. Fong Wenlong and Appo's demeanor shifted. He no longer appeared languid, his expression now serious. A mysterious energy gathered in his right hand, and with a gentle clawing motion, 5 fissures shot forth, piercing through Lin Chen's blade light and racing toward him. It seems you have some clever intentions, using the dazzling light to approach me. But no matter how close you get, you cannot breach my defenses. Fong Wenlong seemed to scoff, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. Suddenly, he produced a snowflake from his storage ring. In an instant, the entire valley transformed into a winter wonderland, as endless snowflakes cascaded down. The fleeting snowflakes morphed into a colossal, merciless hand that descended heavily upon Fong Wenlong. Impossible! You little brat, how do you possess such a trump card? Fong Wenlong appeared genuinely taken aback, losing his previous composure. At that moment, he had no choice but to unleash all his cultivation might. A terrifying pressure descended upon Lin Chun, akin to divine wrath, causing his body to ache painfully. Nevertheless, Lin Chun gritted his teeth and pressed on, racing toward the cave. After all, he was uncertain whether Yunli's strike could truly slay Fong Wenlong. As the leader of the mercenary corps, Fong Wenlong undoubtedly possessed life-preserving techniques, and his strength was likely at least at the 4th stage of the Nirvana realm. Given these conditions, if he failed to vanquish Fong Wenlong, it would be Lin Chun who met his demise. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen's speed surged, propelling him swiftly into the cave. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt as if he had entered an entirely new realm. Xiao Tu, hurry in. There's a formation here that can block Fong Wenlong, Li Linger shouted. Watching Lin Chen flee in disarray, having no time to ponder how he had evaded Fong Wenlong's pursuit. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen swiftly ignited the formation's core surrounding them. Boom. A powerful formation activated instantly, enveloping the two within. As for Fong Wenlong outside the formation, Lin Chen had no time to concern himself with his fate. Only when they were entirely safe did Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief, patting his chest in fear. Had Fong Wenlong merely paid a modicum of attention to Lin Chen, his plan could never have succeeded. After all, for a practitioner at the Nirvana realm, Lin Chen's subtle movements were utterly transparent. However, it was precisely due to his arrogance that I found myself with an opportunity. Lin Chen chuckled. The delicate snowflakes swirling around him began to coalesce in his hand, swiftly forming a small snowflake. This tiny flake bore no traces of spiritual energy. It merely served as a guiding beacon. Although Yunli did not voice it, she seemed to harbor a hope that I might seek her out. Sensing the purpose of the snowflake, Lin Chen smiled as he tucked it away into his storage ring. Meanwhile, the now safely landed Li Ling had commenced her exploration of the cave's mysteries. Drip. A single drop of her blood fell upon the formation, instantly igniting a myriad of patterns that erupted in radiant light. Chapter 30. The Inheritance begins. Flight Martial Arts. Within the cavern, an array of intricate patterns suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. A stream of ethereal light abruptly penetrated the center of Li Linger's brow. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen hurried to her side, probing her body with his spiritual energy. Had she accepted the inheritance? After a thorough examination, Lin Chen exhaled deeply. After all, his journey thus far was solely to assist Li Linger in overcoming her physical limitations and embarking on the path of cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Faint sounds reverberated as the surrounding array patterns appeared to come to life, writhing ceaselessly. Simultaneously, Li Linger was undergoing a peculiar transformation. Her injuries began to mend, and a unique spiritual energy surged forth from her dantian. Sensing this, Lin Chen swiftly retreated to avoid the oncoming force. Ziz, ziz, as the spiritual energy coursed through. Countless thick stone walls were eroded. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Such a physique, even a mere manifestation of spiritual energy, possesses such terrifying destructive power. Lin Chen marveled. He knew that this was just the nascent form of spiritual energy, yet it evoked a sense of trepidation within him. Without the aid of Xian, he would not dare to withstand such power with his physical form. Meanwhile, outside the array, waves of spiritual energy continuously battered against it. Even Lin Chen, sheltered within the cavern, felt a sense of unease. If the array were to shatter, both he and Li Linger would likely fall into the clutches of Fang Wenlong. Given Lin Chen's prior tactics, he feared that the consequences would be unbearable. Fang Wenlong truly was like a tenacious dog, refusing to be shaken off. Lin Chen lamented. Fortunately, after a short while, the tremors of the array subsided. It seemed Fang Wenlong had realized he could not breach it. Furthermore, Lin Chen was confident that even if Fang Wenlong had survived Yun Li's earlier attack by sheer luck, he was now but a flickering candle in the wind, gravely injured. Well, at least for the time being, we are safe. Let us explore what this cavern has to offer. Lin Chen contemplated. He then began to meticulously search within the cavern. In no time, he had surveyed the space, which was merely a few dozen feet wide. It appeared that the one who left this treasure map shared a similar physique with Li Linger. The first part was about awakening the physique, while the latter contained treasures for cultivation. Lin Chen chuckled. However, most of the treasures stored in the latter part were of the second and third tier. Among them were various spiritual plants, yet Lin Chen was unable to identify their uses as he lacked alchemical skills. Nonetheless, there were indeed some treasures that caught his eye. Suddenly, 3 chests manifested before him. This extraordinary occurrence ignited Lin Chen's curiosity. He had an inkling that within lay something that would undoubtedly captivate him. While the other treasures were haphazardly strewn about, these 3 chests were positioned prominently in the center. Clearly, they contained something of great value. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Chen eagerly opened one of the chests. Inside lay a martial technique, prominently displayed. The moment he glimpsed the name of the technique, his eyes widened with excitement. A profound tier martial technique. Seeing you? An incredible thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he began to peruse the technique. Although this cavern was brought by Li Linger, examining some treasures was harmless. Moreover, since Li Linger was still undergoing her inheritance, the technique would not escape. He could always present it to her later once she was done. As he turned to the first page of the martial technique, Lin Chen's breath quickened. His gaze fixated on the text as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem. A flight martial technique. It was indeed a flight martial technique. This was a tremendous windfall. Lin Chen could scarcely contain his joy. Martial techniques are categorized into various types: boxing, swordplay, body techniques, and more. Yet among them exist exceedingly rare techniques, such as the flight technique before him. For a Nirvana realm expert, such techniques may seem trivial, as they can manipulate the forces of nature and traverse vast distances in an instant. However, for Lin Chen, currently at the Spirit Vein realm, this was an invaluable treasure. With this flight technique, even in the Spirit Vein realm, I could soar through the skies. Lin Chen exclaimed with delight. Flight is the dream of countless cultivators. Yet the threshold of the Nirvana realm has barred most from achieving it. Even Lin Chen had once found himself stymied by this barrier, which had driven him to seek opportunities for breakthrough. Now, with the flight technique laid before him, how could he not feel elated? With the skill, even if I am outmatched, I can easily escape any threats below the Nirvana realm. Lin Chen grinned. Without delay, he settled into a meditative posture to study the technique. After all, the dangers outside the cavern were unknown, and Li Linger was still engaged in her inheritance. Lin Chen had little else to occupy his time aside from mastering this technique and enhancing his strength. As the information from the technique flooded his mind, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of its creator. To develop a technique that allows for flight through the condensing of spiritual energy into wings requires profound understanding of the human body. Lin Chen's mental acuity was exceptional, granting him unparalleled control over his own physique. In mere moments, he grasped the essence of the technique, and a pair of violet wings materialized behind him. Whoosh! Lin Chen activated the wings and soared into the air. However, as it was his first attempt, he miscalculated the force, resulting in a loud thud as he crashed against the cavern's ceiling. The sound of crumbling stones echoed around him. Thankfully, my body is resilient. Lin Chen chuckled, unfazed. After all, to acquire such a rare martial technique was enough to keep any spirit body realm expert calm. Subsequently, Lin Chen began to practice Xian Yu within the confines of the cavern. Though it was small, it provided adequate space for him to fly, and the confined area enhanced his control over the technique. Initially, he did collide with the rocky walls a few times, but he quickly adjusted. The speed of Xianyu exceeded that of his running by more than double. Lin Chen mused. Despite being only at the first level of the spirit vein realm, his speed could not be matched by even some fourth-level spirit vein realm practitioners. Yet Xianyu surpassed his speed by a significant margin, further solidifying Lin Chen's satisfaction with the technique. Over the following days, Lin Chen diligently practiced Xianyu, while also maintaining his training with the frenzied blade technique. A month passed, and Lin Chen had nearly mastered Xianyu, his speed increasing dramatically. He had also gained some insight into the third strike of the frenzied blade technique, and it was likely he would soon grasp it. As for the other two chests, Lin Chen had yet to open them, intending to allow Li Linger to do so herself. After all, obtaining a flight martial technique was already an immense gain. However, a month had elapsed, and Li Linger still had not awakened. As a practitioner of the spirit vein realm, Lin Chen could absorb spiritual energy and did not require sustenance. Yet, Li Linger had previously been an ordinary person. He feared that she might perish from hunger during her inheritance. Nonetheless, feeling the increasingly robust spiritual energy within the cavern, Lin Chen was reassured. Yet, simultaneously, an unsettling sensation enveloped Lin Chen's mind. A month had elapsed, and no one knew what transpired beyond. Given Fong Wenlong's temperament, Lin Chen dared not speculate on the events unfolding in Songyue City. At this moment, Lin Chen could only fervently hope for the swift conclusion of Li Linger's inheritance. After all, as long as Li Linger's inheritance remained incomplete, he could not break the formation to escape. Just as Lin Chen pondered, a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted instantaneously. The shimmering patterns surrounding him dimmed in an instant, as countless streams of spiritual energy converged upon Li Linger. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Poison Body. A sudden rumble echoed through the cavern as it began to tremble violently. From the rear of the cave, an overwhelming number of spiritual plants surged towards Li Linger. The energy contained within these plants transformed into a sweet spring, flowing into Li Linger's body. Observing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but squint with concern, awaiting the culmination of the event. Despite his unfamiliarity with spiritual plants, he recognized one or two toxic varieties. The influx of such a terrifying amount of poison into Li Linger's body would likely overwhelm even Lin Chen, who was unassisted by energy absorption. Bang! From the first level of the spirit realm, to the sixth, and then to the ninth. In the blink of an eye, Li Linger's cultivation skyrocketed through several realms. Lin Chen marveled at the potency of her mysterious constitution. Typically, cultivators begin their journey at the body refinement stage, gradually tempering their physique until they can endure the influx of spiritual energy. Yet, Li Linger appeared to bypass this entirely, advancing directly into the spirit realm, and in an instant, soaring to the ninth level. At that moment, a soft groan of pain escaped Li Linger. Lin Chen looked up to see her drenched in fragrant sweat, her beautiful brows furrowed as if she were enduring immense suffering. Suddenly, 30 green veins flickered within her body, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, her cultivation surged again, reaching the third level of the spiritual vein realm. At this juncture, her cultivation surpassed Lin Chen's. Who truly possesses the devouring divine body? Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had only reached the spiritual vein realm after a grueling battle against multiple savage beasts. Now, Li Linger, merely through her inherited constitution, had achieved the same in an instant. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. Even if Li Linger attained the third level of the spiritual vein realm, Lin Chen was confident he could still best her. The strength of the devouring divine body lay in absolute power. With 30 spiritual veins, she now matched Lin Chen's previous 5-element spiritual body, suggesting Li Linger's potential was equally remarkable. Although he was unaware of the specifics of her constitution, it was evident that it was not inferior to his own prior abilities. This revelation ignited Lin Chen's curiosity. As Li Linger's aura dissipated, a green pattern etched itself upon her forehead. Following this inheritance, she seemed to undergo a transformation, even her once youthful form maturing slightly. Her hair, reminiscent of a starry river, now shimmered with a pale green hue, exuding an air of danger. Little Earth, I have succeeded, Li Linger exclaimed, joyfully bounding to Lin Chen's side and embracing him with glee. Feeling the softness before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but reflect on her growth. What? Nothing. What kind of constitution did you inherit? How did you ascend to the third level of the spiritual vein realm so swiftly? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing his question, Li Linger appeared to recall something, lowering her head. This is the malevolent poison body. Although I have embarked on the path of cultivation, the information I received from my previous inheritance indicates that I can only advance to the nirvana realm. Moreover, as I approach the nirvana realm, the toxins within me will multiply until I ultimately become a poison body, leading to my demise. Lin Chen was taken aback by her words. He had encountered references to such a constitution in ancient texts. Although Li Linger's condition was peculiar, he had not considered this angle until now. A body that harbors myriad toxins? Lin Chen murmured to himself. This constitution, strictly speaking, was not akin to a spiritual body. The devouring divine body had no desire to absorb such a constitution, as it resembled a curse. Historical records indicated that all who bore this constitution met their end due to their own toxins. Once the path of cultivation was initiated, one was compelled to grow stronger. Otherwise, the toxins would continually invade the body. However, to grow stronger, one had to gather and absorb more toxins, creating an inherent contradiction. Thus, throughout history, all cultivators had deemed this constitution a curse, recognizing that even the swiftest cultivation would ultimately prove ephemeral. Li Linger seemed to sense Lin Shen's thoughts and took a few steps back, as if resigned to her fate. Man can conquer heaven. You still have a long way to go before reaching the Nirvana realm. This continent is vast. There must be other solutions for a malevolent poison body. Lin Shen reassured her, gently patting her head. Is that true? Indeed. More genuine than pearls. Lin Shen replied with a smile, seemingly comforted by his assurance. Li Linger's spirits lifted slightly. By the way, there are treasures within this cave, including 3 treasure chests. I opened one and obtained a flying martial technique. Lin Shen stated, retrieving the technique from his storage ring and presenting it to Li Linger. However, she did not accept it but pushed the martial technique back to him. I cannot utilize this martial technique. My strength lies in poison. You should keep it, Little Earth. Li Linger smiled. She then opened the other 2 treasure chests, revealing a tome and a pill. The complete guide to poison techniques and an antidote pill. Li Linger remarked, examining the treasures. Lin Shen squinted. Realizing that the remaining 2 items were indeed suited for her, it seemed his luck was quite favorable. These 2 items were a perfect match for Li Linger. The complete guide to poison techniques detailed various toxins, serving as a manual for her. By continually ingesting these toxins, she could rapidly enhance her cultivation. The antidote pill, on the other hand, could alleviate the effects of her toxins when they threatened to overwhelm her. For a cultivator with a malevolent poison body, this was akin to a life-saving talisman. Neither of these is of use to me. Lin Shen chuckled. Li Linger was touched upon hearing this. After all, Lin Shen had selflessly guided her into the cave. Having already gained a significant opportunity through her inheritance, he was now willing to share these treasures with her. Any other treasures I cannot use, I shall give to you, Little Earth. Li Linger waved her hand dismissively. Lin Shen saw this and accepted without hesitation. After all, Li Linger had no storage ring due to her previous lack of cultivation, whereas Lin Shen possessed a spacious one capable of carrying these treasures. Moreover, the most valuable spiritual plants had already been absorbed by Li Linger. What remained were merely weapons and armor. Lin Shen retained a second-tier poison flame armor for Li Linger and reclaimed the fire armor he had previously gifted her. Fortunately, I was not struck by Fong Wenlong. Otherwise, this fire armor would have been for naught. Lin Shen mused with a wry smile. With this thought, he turned to Li Ling, who was engrossed in the complete guide to poison techniques, and spoke gravely. Earlier, I heavily injured Fong Wenlong. Given his temperament, he will not let this slide easily. The situation in Sanyue City. Upon hearing this, Li Linger sprang to her feet. Her formidable spiritual energy surged, causing the array patterns around them to writhe. The external array of the cave was swiftly deactivated. Little Earth, we must hurry back, Li Linger declared, taking off towards Sanyue City. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shen did not hold back as he rushed towards Sanyue City. Allow me to escort you. It is the perfect opportunity for you to experience the might of this aerial martial technique. Lin Shen spoke in a deep tone. Suddenly, a pair of violet wings materialized behind him, with turbulent spiritual energy swirling over them like ripples. In an instant, a streak of purple light shot out from the shattered valley, covering several feet in distance. Lin Shen cradled Li Linger's seemingly boneless form in his arms and swiftly soared towards Sanyue City. Chapter 32. Li Yuan captured. Acquiring the 4th order weapon, Dragon Slayer Blade. Li Linger gazed at Lin Shen, who was rushing at full speed, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. However, the dreadful memory of her mother's tragic fate soon darkened her expression. With Lin Shen's current velocity, he returned to Sanyue City in the mere time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Upon seeing the slightly damaged city walls, a terrifying thought surged within Li Linger. At that moment, numerous deep craters marred the landscape of Sanyue City, as if it had been mercilessly crushed by a giant hand. Li Linger dared not dwell on her fears and hurried past the city gates towards the location of the Outcloud Pavilion. The sight that met her was heart-wrenching. The entire building of Outcloud Pavilion had collapsed, and the ground beneath it had formed a massive pit. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly marvel at the destruction. Could Fong Wenlong possess such strength even in his incomplete recovery? Yet, Lin Shen's foremost concern lay with the state of Outcloud Pavilion and Li Yuan's safety. After all, his 4th order long knife had yet to be claimed, and Li Yuan was still Li Linger's father. Should he perish because of Fong Wenlong, Lin Shen would bear an inevitable responsibility. Within the valley, it was Lin Shen's wild battle blade that had drawn Fong Wenlong's attention. In desperation, Lin Shen had utilized the contingency left by Yun Li, fully inciting Fong Wenlong's wrath. Though this was a reluctant action, it had, in turn, fueled his ire. Upon entering the ruins, Lin Shen and Li Linger encountered a familiar face, store manager Fong. My father? Li Linger inquired urgently. Upon spotting Li Linger, store manager Fong was momentarily taken aback before responding. You are Linger, right? After Li Linger received her inheritance, she transformed completely. Had it not been for store manager Fong having watched her grow up, he might not have recognized her. Alas, that beast Fong Wenlong is directly using the lives of the citizens of Tsangyue City as leverage. Brotherly can only. The store manager's expression was somber, fatigue etched across his face. In terms of emotion and reason, he had done exceptionally well, not only caring for Li Yuan, a wanted member of the mercenary group, but also providing him refuge. Now, however, Fong Wenlong had destroyed Outcloud Pavilion, effectively obliterating his career. Li Linger's eyes misted over at his words, and she immediately turned to rush towards the mercenary group. Stop! Lin Shen grasped her arm and admonished. What are you doing? I must save my father. My mother has already been murdered by the mercenary group. I cannot allow my father to fall into the hands of those demons. Li Lingo bit her lip in fury. With your current strength, what good would it do to go? Are you truly a match for Fong Wenlong? Lin Chen shook his head. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Linger's emotion steadied somewhat. Doesn't Fong Wenlong fear the official powers of the Fengyun Empire? Lin Chen queried. He understood that Tsangyue City was under the jurisdiction of the Fengyun Empire. Despite its weak internal forces, it was still under the Empire's protection. Fong Wenlong's audacious threats against the citizens suggested he held the Empire in contempt. Alas, you are unaware, my esteemed guest. Fong Wenlong has long since colluded with the officials of the Fengyun Empire. Otherwise, how could he have operated with such impunity in this region for so many years? Even if the city lord of Tsangyue reported him to the Empire, it would ultimately be suppressed. Lin Chun furrowed his brow at this revelation. My esteemed guest, please do not speak of this outside. It is best to keep it here. Store manager Fong hastily implored. Lin Shen nodded slightly, and then presented some treasures he had acquired from the cave to store manager Fong. The store manager's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the treasures, which were enough to purchase the entire Outcloud Pavilion. I bear some responsibility for Fong Wenlong's actions. Consider these treasures my compensation, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. Despite feeling a pang of regret at relinquishing such valuable items, Lin Chen was not an unfeeling person. The current store manager had shown deep loyalty and righteousness, sacrificing his establishment for Li Yuan. It was only fitting that Lin Chen offer some recompense, especially since he bore part of the blame for the situation. Store manager Fong, moved by this gesture, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. However, you need not give these treasures to me. I am now all alone, and there is no place to utilize these gifts. He replied with a bitter smile. By the way, this is a weapon Li Yuan left behind, crafted specifically for you. The store manager produced a red long knife from his storage ring. Upon seeing the blade, Lin Chen's eyes brightened, and he carefully examined it. The moment he touched it, a wave of searing heat surged through his hand. He felt the blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving through anything. More importantly, he sensed an exceptional resonance between the knife and his internal knife spirit power. At this moment, Lin Chun was certain that the ferocity of the wild battle blade wielded with this knife would increase significantly. A fine weapon. It hasn't been named yet, has it? Master Li didn't have the chance to name it before. This blade shall be known as the Dragon Slayer Blade, Lin Chen declared emphatically. Hearing Lin Chen's proclamation, Li Linger turned to him, intrigued. Dragon Slayer. To slay Fong Wenlong and the supreme dragon of the Fengyun Empire. This reflects Lin Chen's ambition. After much insistence from the store manager, Lin Chen ultimately relinquished some of his treasures to offset the cost of the fourth-order long knife before returning to the inn they had previously occupied. Linger, your constitution has just awakened, and your strength is not yet fully grasped. Venturing to the Wolf Fong mercenary group with your current abilities would be akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. I know, but my father. Li Linger's eyes brimmed with tears. Lin Chen understood her sentiments all too well. When his own parents had gone missing, he harbored similar thoughts, even risking everything to search for them despite having his Dantian destroyed. Yet in the end, he found neither his parents nor the ability to recover his Dantian. Strength. Only strength can resolve everything. Your father would not wish to see you delivered into danger, Lin Chen explained. Though Fong Wenlong is ruthless, he will not give up until he achieves his aims. Your father serves merely as bait. For the time being, he is not in immediate peril. Now that we have emerged from the cave and returned to Tsangyue City, we cannot remain undetected. Our time is limited. Li Linger nodded, somewhat dazed by Lin Chen's words. I also share part of the responsibility for your father's predicament. Moreover, I cannot sit idly by while my weapon craftsman falls into another's hands. Fong Wenlong may be formidable, but we still possess opportunities. He was gravely injured by my previous attack. Although a month has passed, he likely retains only a fraction of his strength. As he spoke, Lin Chen's dark eyes locked onto Li Linger, as if formulating a plan. Tsangyue City, City Lord's mansion dressed in black. Lin Chun unfurled a pair of wings shimmering with purple light behind him. As he flapped his wings, he hovered in midair. A mask adorned with a purple flame motif obscured his face. The weary City Lord of Tsangyue, upon casting a glance, was instantly startled by Lin Chen's presence. After all, Who among those capable of flight beneath nirvana was an ordinary being? May I inquire as to your identity? Lin Shen remained silent, responding only in a calm tone. Lord of Songqing, Fong Wenlong is gravely injured. If we join forces, we shall undoubtedly be able to vanquish him. Chapter 33, Cooperation. Training Li Linger. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the Lord of Song City displayed a flicker of doubt on his face. After all, Lin Shen's bold approach seemed to hinge on a matter that appeared rather unprofitable. With your prowess, I dare say you could dispatch Fong Wenlong without my assistance. The Lord of Song City flattered. At that moment, an enigmatic and insatiable energy enveloped Lin Shen, rendering his cultivation level inscrutable. Even the Lord of Song City, at the 8th level of the spiritual body realm, found it challenging to discern Lin Shen's true capabilities. This was precisely Lin Shen's intention. Should he, a mere first-level spiritual vein cultivator, seek collaboration, Song Tianqing would likely dismiss him as a lunatic and expel him without a second thought. After all, Fong Wenlong was a formidable 5th-level nirvana cultivator, and it would be absurd for a first-level spiritual vein practitioner to devise any strategies against him. In response to Song Tianqing's compliments, Lin Shen refrained from engaging but continued. Fong Wenlong has long dominated the Great Beast Mountain range, amassing an immense fortune. Furthermore, he possesses a unique technique that allows cultivators to effortlessly break through nirvana bottlenecks. Lin Shen's voice was soft yet seemed to carry a bewitching quality. Upon hearing this, Song Tianqing could no longer remain composed and unleashed a powerful aura that pressed toward Lin Shen. Is this truly the case? Song Tianqing inquired gravely, scrutinizing Lin Shen. Lin Shen, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure, merely retrieved the dragon-slaying blade from his storage ring and sliced through the terrifying might with a single stroke. This strike was the strongest of his berserker blade techniques. With the enhancement of the dragon-slaying blade, even an ordinary 3rd-level spiritual body cultivator would find it impossible to withstand. Indeed it is. I have no reason to deceive you. Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. Witnessing Lin Shen's effortless display of strength, Song Tianqing acknowledged his capabilities. Haha, you truly possess remarkable skills. When Fong Wenlong struck earlier, I sensed something amiss, but given the foundation of a Nirvana realm powerhouse, I refrained from intervening. Yet even with our combined efforts, we would likely fall short against a single Nirvana realm expert. Song Tianqing remarked, seemingly quite familiar with Lin Shen. As he smiled and clasped his fists in greeting. Old fox, Lin Shen silently cursed inwardly, recognizing that Song Tianqing had likely suspected Fong Wenlong's injuries long before. However, what could be done? Even a wounded Nirvana cultivator was not to be trifled with by a spiritual body realm practitioner. He could only watch helplessly as Songyu City faced destruction. The reputation of Nirvana cultivators was simply too formidable. Yet now, under the revelation of Lin Shen's treasures and strength, Song Tianqing had begun to relent. Of course, Lin Shen's mention of the mysterious technique was not baseless. Previously, when Lin Shen's own cultivation was still intact, he had come across such information within the Fengyan Empire. According to the intelligence he gathered back then, there indeed existed such a technique, albeit with exceedingly harsh prerequisites, so extreme that it bordered on the abnormal. The practitioner of this technique must be male, and furthermore, one who had undergone castration. While powerful cultivators could regenerate severed limbs, this particular technique drew upon the essence of femininity. Once restored, it would equate to the dissolution of one's cultivation. Even if one regained their severed limbs, the price paid would be the loss of their cultivation, akin to extinguishing a fellow cultivator's life. Lin Shen had initially sought to understand this in hopes of breaking through to the Nirvana realm, but once he learned the details, he had no desire to explore further. After all, who yearns to become devoid of desires? Of course, I do not consider this a trap for Song Tianqing. There is indeed such a technique, but whether he chooses to practice it is his own affair. Lin Shen mused inwardly. I have an individual with formidable toxin control abilities. Even Nirvana realm cultivators would not dare to confront him directly. If we join forces and hold Fong Wenlong at bay for a moment, we can terminate him. Lin Shen declared calmly. I will return to the Lord's residence in 2 days. With that, Lin Shen vanished like a streak of purple light, instantly disappearing from the Lord's estate. The guards who rushed over could only catch a glimpse of the fleeting light before it vanished entirely. My lord, has the Wolf Fong mercenary corps returned to wreak havoc once more? One guard exclaimed indignantly. Not so. Relay my orders. All personnel are to strengthen the defenses within Songyu City and summon the 4 generals back. Song Tianqing replied leisurely. He was half convinced by Lin Shen's words, but even in danger, he was determined to take a gamble for a chance to ascend to the Nirvana realm. Meanwhile, after distancing himself from Songyu City, Lin Shen cautiously employed his 5-element spiritual power to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was following before removing his clothing and mask. Collaborating with Song Tianqing was merely a part of Lin Shen's plan to eliminate Fong Wenlong. After all, attempting to dispatch Fong Wenlong with just the 2 of them would prove exceedingly difficult. Besides his Nirvana realm cultivation, the Wolf Fong mercenary corps was also a formidable force. Through his investigations, Lin Shen had come to fully understand the circumstances surrounding the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. The corps was jointly established by the brothers Fong Wenlong and Fong Wenhu. Fong Wenlong was a 4th-level Nirvana cultivator, while Fong Wenhu was an 8th-level spiritual body cultivator. This formidable strength allowed them to dominate the mercenary town, leaving the other 3 mercenary corps gasping for air. The mercenary corps existed primarily to hunt savage beasts and fulfill contracts, and with the Wolf Fong mercenary corps being so powerful, the other 3 corps naturally found themselves with fewer assignments. However, it was precisely this situation that provided Lin Shen with an opportunity. The snowflakes left by Yunli have truly aided me immensely. Lin Shen chuckled. He need not lift a finger. Song Tianqing, the old fox, had already set things in motion. In the mercenary town, rumors began to circulate. Did you hear? The leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, Fong Wenlong, seems to have sustained grave injuries. Is that true? He is a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Who could possibly injure him? Would I deceive you? Even if he is a Nirvana cultivator, the purple flame mad lion in the Great Beast Mountain range could easily sweat him aside. What do you mean? Exactly. Did you not sense the intense battle fluctuations emanating from the center of the Great Beast Mountain range recently? Moreover, the purple flame mad lion has seemingly vanished. And when Fong Wenlong attacked Sanyu City, he did not dare to employ the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the mercenary town buzzed with gossip. Though it was merely a rumor, it struck like a thorn in the hearts of the leaders of the other 3 mercenary corps, who began to show signs of forming an alliance. However, Lin Shen had not anticipated that in the end, the purple flame mad lion would bear the brunt of the blame. Of course, the purple flame mad lion had long been devoured by Lin Shen, and even if it had grievances, it had no avenue to voice them. Meanwhile, Lin Shen remained within his residence, diligently instructing Li Linger in combat. Since witnessing her awakening of spiritual power in the cave, Lin Shen had recognized it as an extraordinarily potent toxin. The malignant poison body embodies myriad toxins within itself. The spiritual power they possess is akin to a gathering of countless toxic substances. However, unlike toxins, this spiritual power can be manipulated by cultivators, endowing them with more flexible methods of attack. At present, Lin Shen sought precisely that formidable spiritual power from Li Linger. Your control over the spiritual energy is insufficiently refined, and your speed lacks swiftness. If you cannot even strike me, how do you expect to confront Fong Wenlong and avenge your mother? Lin Shen admonished with righteous fervor. Opposite him, Li Linger, clad in green robes, gasped for breath as she gazed at Lin Shen. Despite her spirit being nearly exhausted, she gritted her teeth and persevered, for he is acutely aware of the immense burden of responsibility he carries. I shall continue. I will personally seek vengeance. Chapter 34. The Fourfold Spirit Veins. The toxic spirit power shakes the heavens. 2 days later, under the guidance of Lin Shen, Li Linger experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Now, when her toxic spirit power was unleashed, even cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of spirit veins could hardly evade it. While this might be insignificant against powerful Nirvana realm experts, it sufficed for Lin Shen's plans. In truth, Lin Shen had a more reliable method, administering large doses of poison to Li Linger to expedite her cultivation. However, this approach posed unpredictable consequences for her frail body, especially considering the immense pain she endured even at the 3rd level of spirit veins. Further consumption of toxins would be an unbearable torment for someone so young. During these 2 days, Lin Shen diligently enhanced his own strength as well. He consumed several beast cores acquired from the toxic Mist Valley, ultimately reaching the 4th level of spirit veins. Although such a rapid advancement may seem extraordinary for Lin Shen, who possessed the devouring divine body, it was merely routine. Had he access to more energy and the ability to adapt swiftly to his newfound cultivation, his powers could have doubled. Linger, your strength is now formidable enough that even practitioners at the spirit body realm cannot afford to dismiss you. Your toxic spirit power is crucial for our mission, Lin Shen stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Linger's emerald eyes sparkled with determination, and she nodded vigorously. From now on, I shall conceal my identity. You may simply refer to me as Lin Shen instructed while donning his previous mask and black robe. Li Linger, though uncertain of the significance of this disguise, understood it was all for the sake of rescuing her father. Their pace was swift, and in no time, they arrived at the gates of the city lord's mansion in Sanyu City. At that moment, Sang Tiancheng was already waiting by the entrance for Lin Shen's arrival. My lord, it is a pleasure to see you again. Is this the friend with exceptional poison control abilities you mentioned? Sang Tiancheng regarded Li Linger with skepticism, his eyes reflecting concern. Despite her transformation and attainment of the 3rd level of spirit veins, Li Linger was still rather young. They were up against formidable foes, including Fong Wenlong from the 4th level of Nirvana and a host of mercenaries. A 3rd level spirit veins practitioner would pale in comparison to a captain from the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps. Lin Shen glanced at Li Linger and nodded slightly. The next moment, a surge of powerful spirit energy erupted from her palm. The vibrant green energy shot forth like an arrow aimed directly at Sang Tiancheng's face. City Lord, be cautious. Voices rang out in alarm. For burly men clad in armor and wielding long spears emerged swiftly from the mansion. In an instant, their white spirit energy converged upon the tips of their spears, countering Li Linger's assault. To their astonishment, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, A series of piercing sounds filled the air as the four spirit body realm practitioners' attacks were corroded by Li Linger's spirit power. The green energy, resembling a liquid, eventually splattered onto the ground. Yet, the scene left the four men shaken. Had Li Linger continued her onslaught, they could not guarantee their ability to withstand it. Song Tiancheng, however, regarded Lin Shen with a beaming smile, seemingly unfazed. Yet, through the interplay of the five-element spirit energy, Lin Shen discerned the subtle movements of Song Tiancheng's right hand concealed behind him. It was apparent that should the four fail to defend against Li Linger, Song Tiancheng would seize the opportunity to eliminate her. City Lord, are you satisfied? Lin Shen inquired. Your friend possesses remarkable skills. Such a peculiar ability is indeed rare on this continent. Song Tiancheng replied with a grin. These are my four subordinates, the generals of the four directions. Lin Shen observed the refined auras of the four men and couldn't help but admired Song Tiancheng's cunning. An 8th-level spirit body realm expert commanding 4 5th-level generals was indeed a masterful display of consolidating loyalty. Nevertheless, Lin Shen welcomed the addition of these four allies, for the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps was a formidable force bolstered by Nirvana realm practitioners. The more assistance they had, the better. What shall I call you and your friend? Song Tiancheng inquired. Call me Lin. As for her, simply refer to her as Ling. Lin Shen replied after a moment of contemplation. Li Linger's identity need not be concealed. Once Fang Wenlong was dealt with, it would inevitably be revealed. After a brief discussion of their strategy, the group set off toward the mercenary town. The journey from Tsongyue City to the mercenary town spanned the entirety of the Great Beast Mountain Range. The quickest route was through the lair of the purple flame mad lion. Initially, Song Tiancheng intended to take a longer path, wary of provoking the 5th-tier beast. Despite spreading rumors that Fang Wenlong and the purple flame mad lion had inflicted mutual damage upon each other, the truth remained uncertain. Let us traverse directly through the lair of the purple flame mad lion, Lin Shen declared, raising his hand to reveal a flickering violet flame. A wave of scorching heat enveloped them, causing even Song Tiancheng, an 8th-level spirit body realm cultivator, to feel an intense warmth. City Lord, that is the flame of the purple flame mad lion. One of the generals gasped in astonishment. As the Lord of Tsongyue City, Song Tiancheng was acutely aware of the implications. The flame in Lin Shen's hand was unmistakably identical to that of the purple flame mad lion, indicating a profound connection between them. Your methods are indeed formidable. Let us proceed directly through the Great Beast Mountain Range, Song Tiancheng commanded, suppressing his shock with a wave of his hand. Li Linger, however, looked on in confusion at Song Tiancheng and his men, inwardly scoffing. Isn't that merely a flame from a little earth spirit? What is so astonishing about it? Unbeknownst to her, this was the flame of the king of the Great Beast Mountain Range, the purple flame mad lion. Little did Song Tiancheng realize that Lin Shen's relationship with the purple flame mad lion was not one of kinship. Rather, the beast had long since perished, along with its offspring at Lin Shen's hands. This was the very reason Lin Shen felt emboldened to traverse the Great Beast Mountain Range without fear. As Lin Shen and his companions moved with remarkable speed, even Li Linger, under Lin Shen's guidance with the purple flame wings, managed to keep pace. Upon crossing the lair of the purple flame mad lion, the long frozen ice finally lay bare before the 5 men's eyes. The sunlight pierced through the ice, refracting into countless beams that scattered over a pile of bones, remnants of the purple flame mad lion. To think he possessed the means to slay the purple flame mad lion, Song Tiancheng was taken aback. City Lord, do not dwell on this. Fang Wenlong is our true target. Lin Shen offered a kind reminder. Chapter 35. The Union of Mercenary Corps. The Assault on Wolf Fang. Song Tiancheng steadied his thoughts and silently followed Lin Shen as they swiftly made their way to the mercenary town. Even the 4th general, who had initially perceived Lin Shen as somewhat arrogant, fell silent. After all, what unfolded before them was an utterly inconceivable scene. The purple flame mad lion had perished in its own lair. Such a formidable beast would normally require a group of Nirvana-level warriors for a successful hunt. Yet, the purple flame mad lion had quietly met its demise, unbeknownst to them. Most crucially, the enigmatic figure before them seemed acutely aware of these circumstances, leading them to an unsettling realization. Lin Shen was the one who had slain the purple flame mad lion. This thought, once conceived, sent a shiver down Song Tiancheng's spine, sparking countless reflections. Thus, with a heavy heart, Song Tiancheng arrived at the outskirts of the mercenary town. The sudden appearance of Lin Shen and his companions immediately captured the attention of many nearby mercenaries. I am the Lord of Tsongyue City. I wish to speak with the leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps, Song Tiancheng declared to a member of the Fire Mercenary Corps. Instantly, whispers erupted around them. Tsongyue City? Wasn't it recently devastated by Fang Wenlong? Why have they come to the mercenary town today? You may not know, but rumors suggest that Fang Wenlong has been gravely injured, making this an opportune moment for revenge. Could the Fire Mercenary Corps possibly join the Lord of Tsongyue City to take down the Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps? Lin Shen and his party paid no heed to the surrounding chatter as they entered the Fire Mercenary Corps encampment. They opted to rest in a private chamber rather than engage in idle banter. After all, Lin Chen's plan extended beyond merely confronting the Fire Mercenary Corps. Linger. Patience is paramount in grand schemes. Lin Shun reassured the slightly trembling Li Ling. After tonight, the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps will become a relic of the past. This place, being the stronghold of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, was naturally frequented by its members. Had it not been for Lin Chen's restraint, Li Lingo might have succumbed to her impulses and unleashed her toxic spiritual energy, leading to dire consequences. I understand. Li Lingo suppressed her emotions and murmured, "Thank you, Xiao Tu, for doing so much for me." Lin Chen replied, "This matter also bears a part of my responsibility. Even had I not intervened, Fong Wenlong would eventually meet his end at the hands of others. Such oppression of cultivators is utterly abhorrent." Upon hearing this, Li Linger bit her lip and smiled. "After this event, may I learn your true name?" she inquired, her emerald eyes sparkling. Caught off guard by her question, Lin Chen hesitated momentarily. "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Though it feels rather peculiar, as if one were swearing an oath before death." Li Linger paid no mind to his subsequent remarks. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Fire Mercenary Corps, Song Tianqing engaged in discussions with the leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps regarding a coordinated assault on the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps. After Song Tianqing's repeated assurances and Li Linger's personal demonstration, the Fire Mercenary Corps finally accepted the task. Yet, Lin Chen's ambitions extended far beyond this singular alliance. News of Song Tianqing's meeting with the leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps quickly spread, capturing the attention of the entire mercenary town. The other two major mercenary factions, the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps and the Claw Mercenary Corps, were equally eager to partake in the impending conflict, swiftly joining the fray. Naturally, the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps was not oblivious to this unfolding situation. In an instant, the atmosphere within the mercenary town grew tense. Since Lin Shun and his companions chose to directly approach the mercenary town, it was evident they had made ample preparations. As for whether the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps would flee, that was a concern easily dismissed. Lin Shun, while not entirely familiar with Fong Wenlong's character, understood that such arrogance and hubris would not lead him to retreat simply because multiple factions had united against him. On the contrary, he would likely seize this opportunity to bolster his own mercenary group, as he had long coveted the other three factions. Lin Chen's decision to approach the mercenary town so brazenly was rooted in his desire to prevent the three factions from reaping the rewards of a conflict not of their making. Only through chaos within the mercenary town could they ensure their own safety after the battle. As night fell, Lin Chun and his group, having rested sufficiently, ventured towards the stronghold of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps under the cover of darkness. Song Tiancheng and the leaders of the other three mercenary factions coordinated an assault on the gates of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps to divert attention. Linger, begin to concentrate your toxic spiritual energy. Lin Chun instructed with a slight nod. I will initiate a search for your father's location. With a clap of his hands, a wave of mysterious spiritual energy enveloped Li Linger, rendering their presence undetectable. This was a testament to Lin Chen's mastery over the five elements spiritual energy after his breakthrough. An energy adept at concealment, now perfectly suited for masking their spiritual fluctuations. Seeing this, Li Linga wasted no time and began channeling her internal energy. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from a nearby structure. Boom. The violent surge of spiritual energy swept through the buildings of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps like an unrelenting tempest. Fong Wenlong, Fong Wentian, you dare to disregard the authority of the Wind and Cloud Empire and strike against Sanyue City. Today marks the end of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps. As the battle cry echoed, countless cultivators surged forward, charging towards the stronghold of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps. Even though the mercenaries of the Wolf Fong Corps were somewhat prepared, they were taken aback by the ferocity of Song Tiancheng and his allies' nighttime assault. Fong Wentian, unable to contain himself, rushed out from deeper within the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, quickly positioning himself in front of his fellow mercenaries. My elder brother is a Nirvana-level warrior. Do you not fear his wrath? Haha. That pitiful coward should have acted by now if he were still alive. Fong Wentian, I've long held disdain for you, and today, I shall settle this. A figure from the Fire Mercenary Corps burst forth, wielding dual blades that blazed like meteor flames, illuminating the night sky as they descended upon Fong Wentian. Clearly startled by the attack, Fong Wentian had no time to heed the surrounding shouts, finding himself in a desperate defensive stance. Fire, are you truly aligning yourself with these scoundrels? Fong Wentian spat in anger. The assailant was none other than the leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps, a formidable figure of the 8th layer of Spirit Body Realm. Although Fong Wentian possessed equivalent strength, he was acutely aware that in true combat, he was no match for his adversary. The leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps was a hardened warrior forged through battles against savage beasts, while Fong Wentian was merely a cultivator who had benefited from his brother's influence. Haha, Fong Wentian, I had no intention of confronting you. But you have brought this upon yourself. The leader of the Fire Mercenary Corps laughed heartily. Fong Wentian was cognizant of the thoughts swirling in the minds of his attackers. But at that moment, he could only hope for his elder brother's swift return to consciousness. Contrary to Lin Chen's conjecture, Fang Wenlong was not in a state of wakefulness. Instead, he remained ensconced in a deep slumber. After all, Fang Wenlong had previously sustained grave injuries from Lin Chun and Appos, as snowflakes, and subsequently ventured to Cangyu City to capture Li Yuan. This back and forth had depleted a significant amount of his spiritual energy, necessitating his descent into slumber to harness the forces of heaven and earth for healing. Now, however, was a crucial moment. Chapter 36, The Explosion of Poisonous Mist. Lin Chun slays the tiger. As Zhang Tianqing and others were engaged in a fierce battle with the Wolf Fang mercenary corps, Lin Chen's elemental spiritual power continued to wander throughout the mercenary camp. If one were to consider who among the cultivators would be most suited for this task, even an ordinary spirit body realm practitioner would pale in comparison to Lin Chen's elemental spiritual power. Is there none? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating quietly within. The camp of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps was not extensive, and Lin Chen quickly conducted a thorough investigation. He even uncovered numerous treasure locations belonging to the mercenary group. However, with his elemental spiritual power, he could only sense a few perilous areas that remained beyond his reach, failing to locate Li Linger's father. It appears that Fang Wenlong truly regards us highly. He has imprisoned your father in a place that is impervious to ordinary detection, Lin Chen remarked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Li Linger clenched her fist, filled with an overwhelming desire to descend immediately in search of her father. However, Lin Chen's next words momentarily stunned her. But there is no need for concern. Your father should be free from immediate danger to his life, as no one is currently preoccupied with this matter. Moreover, I have discovered something intriguing. The elemental forces of heaven and earth are gathering in substantial amounts at a specific location. Lin Chen placed his elemental power over Li Linger's eyes, smiling. In an instant, an extraordinary scene unfolded before her. Countless white lines were swirling together and converging into a room within the Wolf Fang mercenary corps. Surrounding that room were elite members of the mercenary group, the weakest among them being at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm. This bizarre sight led Lin Chun to form a conjecture. Could it be that Fang Wenlong has already been incapacitated and is now in a state of recuperation? He murmured to himself. This was not entirely surprising for Lin Chun. After all, he too was unaware of the full extent of the power contained in Yun Li's earlier strike. The snowflakes left behind by Yun Li possessed not only formidable spiritual force, but also the ability to manipulate the elemental energies of the surrounding environment. The true injury inflicted upon Fang Wenlong was not merely from the frigid attack, but from the overwhelming power of the elemental forces. Such a formidable offensive was usually the desperate strike of a powerful Nirvana realm expert. Fang Wenlong had expended considerable effort to suppress the backlash of these elemental forces. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, he had flown to Cangyu City to capture someone, further exacerbating his injuries. In the span of a mere month, despite his continuous efforts to harness the elemental forces for healing, his recovery remained negligible. Li Ling and Appos, do you trust me? Strike with your utmost power directly at that house. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Li Linger nodded slightly upon hearing this, conjuring a formidable blade of spiritual energy in her hand before fiercely swinging it towards the room. In an instant, a brilliant green light, akin to a shooting star, plunged into the house. The members of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps, even if they had reacted swiftly, found themselves bereft of time to intercept. They could only watch helplessly as the blade descended. After all, Li Linger's recent training was not without merit. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed violently, and a wave of green poisonous mist surged throughout the interior of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps. Countless structures were swiftly corroded into dust, while those unfortunate enough to come into contact with the mist perished without a moment to scream, reduced to mere pools of blood. In mere moments, the entire Wolf Fang mercenary corps transformed into a hellish landscape. Not good, brother. Upon witnessing the explosion within the mercenary camp, Fang Wenhui immediately sensed that something was amiss. Ignoring the powerful strike behind him, he rushed back. Clang! A pair of flaming twin blades descended like a fiery tempest, severing one of his arms cleanly. The lingering heat from the flames still clung to Fang Wenhui, but he dared not linger for a moment, hastening towards his brother's location. Ha! Fang Wenhui, why are you fleeing? The fiery figure laughed heartily upon seeing this. The surrounding Zhang Tianqing and others, upon witnessing the eruption of poisonous mist within the mercenary camp, felt a surge of exhilaration, their weapons raised to strike at their adversaries. Li Linger's poison mist had tilted the scales of victory in favor of Lin Chen. This was the devastating effect of the cursed poison body in large-scale combat. It was both a curse and a twist of fate. At this moment, Lin Chen had briefly lingered on several possible locations where Li Yuan might be, then positioned himself to confront the approaching Fang Wenhui. In his perception, all members of the mercenary corps surrounding the house had been obliterated by Li Linger's strike. Even a Nirvana realm expert, caught unawares by such an attack, would certainly fall. The elemental forces that had been gathering continuously also dissipated under the impact of that strike. At this juncture, Lin Chen could not ascertain whether Fong Wenlong had perished, but even if he survived, remaining at the center of the poisonous mist would leave him on the brink of death. Lin Chen would not allow Fong Wenhui to rescue such a powerful Nirvana realm expert. Fong Wenhui, the vice-captain of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps? It is an honor to meet you. Lin Chen sneered. Being the brother of Fong Wenlong, he was undoubtedly no saint, having committed countless acts of arson and plunder. Moreover, he had frequently relied on his Nirvana realm elder brother to intimidate others within Songyun City, terrorizing the Lin family, which had lost its Nirvana realm protector. Lin Chen, who had been rendered powerless at that time, distinctly remembered Fong Wenhui's visage. My brother is a Nirvana realm expert. Are you not afraid of retaliation? Fong Wenhui roared, swinging his blade at Lin Chen, now blinded by fury. After all, if his elder brother were to truly fall again, the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps would be bereft of hope. Anticipating the incoming strike, Lin Chen had long been prepared. With a slight movement of his wings, he effortlessly evaded the attack. He then drew his War Dragon blade, infusing it with spiritual energy, and unleashed a dazzling slash. A pale yellow blade light, laced with strange flames, sliced through the air. In an instant, Fong Wenhui's body was cleaved in half. Fong Wenhui could scarcely believe that this mysterious figure before him had slain him with a single strike. What a pity, it was not Fong Wenlong who was cut down. Lin Chen silently shook his head. In truth, the strike that felled Fong Wenhui had been somewhat opportunistic. Fong Wenhui had already lost an arm to the flames and sustained severe burns, leaving him gravely injured. In his eagerness to save his brother, he had entirely overlooked the might of Lin Chen's assault, which ultimately led to his demise. Had Fong Wenhui been at full strength, Lin Chen's strike would have merely posed a challenge. Yet, it was worth noting that Lin Chen himself was merely at the 4th level of the Spirit Vein realm. The hastily arriving fiery figure, upon witnessing Lin Chen's strike, displayed a moment of astonishment. He had not anticipated that someone could vanquish Fong Wenhui in such a brief span of time. However, upon noticing Lin Chen's attire, he gradually regained his composure. You truly possess remarkable skill, the fiery figure remarked with a grin. With the fate of Fong Wenlong uncertain, now was not the time for complacency, Lin Chen stated calmly. At this moment, a significant portion of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps had been enveloped by the poisonous mist, and Lin Chen's perception could not penetrate the depths of it, even during his peak. Fong Wenlong would find himself perilously close to death if he remained within such toxic surroundings. The fiery figure, however, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, displaying no concern. In his eyes, a glimmer of avarice for the treasures of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps sparkled. Yet, the very next moment, the most dreaded scenario for Lin Chen unfolded. The entire mercenary town began to tremble violently, with streams of spiritual energy erupting, causing the ground to fracture into numerous crevices. This is a vein of ore? Chapter 37. Fong Wenlong's desperate struggle. Lin Chen squinted, his gaze fixed intently on the spiritual energy beneath his feet, and a flicker of realization ignited within him. However, the next moment, a troubling thought surged through his mind. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Fong Wenlong is likely to emerge. Lin Chen shouted. He then flapped his wings violently, his eyes sweeping over Li Linger, who had already located Li Yuan, and swiftly raced towards the two. Before they could react, Lin Chen seized them and fled the mercenary town. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted from behind them. The entire mercenary town was instantly reduced to ruins. The once gentle spiritual energy now roared like thunder, continuously erupting with deafening blasts. Such a ferocious explosion could not be withstood even by a perfected 9th level of the spiritual pulse realm, turning it to ashes in an instant. At this moment, only the radiant spiritual bodies of the practitioners remained. These were the spirit realm cultivators desperately igniting their spiritual bodies. Once practitioners enter the spirit realm, their spiritual pulses fully merge with their bodies, forming a spiritual entity. This entity is several times stronger than an ordinary practitioner's body, which explains the vast disparity between spirit and spiritual pulse realm cultivators. Even Lin Chen had to rely on the frenzied battle blade technique to surpass this significant hurdle. Now, these spirit realm cultivators were willing to burn their spiritual bodies to survive. At this moment, Li Yuan, rescued by Li Linger, appeared weakened, covered in wounds, clearly having endured prolonged torment. This is the weapon I forged. Li Yuan, jolted back to reality by the devastation of the town, looked at the long blade in Lin Chen's hand and murmured, "Indeed, it is now called the Dragon Slayer blade, Master Li." Lin Chen replied with a smile, removing his mask and clothing. At this moment, he saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. "Thank you, little two." Tears welled in Li Linger's eyes as she excitedly embraced Lin Chen. After all, he had exerted tremendous effort in rescuing her father and avoiding the terrifying explosion. What follows is the main event. Lin Chen shook his head, gently pushing Li Linger back, and spoke solemnly. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Under normal circumstances, Fong Wenlong would have likely perished by now. Yet, unexpectedly, he had managed to rise from the brink of death. Has he forcibly restored his full strength by tapping into the underground veins' spiritual energy? Lin Chen mused. The mercenary town had originally been a mining site. It was precisely because of the presence of spirit stone mines that the first batch of mercenaries had congregated. However, Fong Wenlong had now exploited the vein, recklessly channeling the spiritual energy into his body to achieve a temporary resurgence. Even the body of a Nirvana realm powerhouse could not sustain such a state for long. Before Lin Chun could contemplate further, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended upon him and the others. Crack, crack. In an instant, Lin Chun felt a series of cracking sounds resonating within his bones, as if they were about to shatter. Fortunately, Lin Chun immediately utilized the devouring energy to shield himself from most of the pressure. Otherwise, the three of them would have been crushed to the ground. You destroyed my mercenary group, killed my brother. I will see you dead. A voice thundered like a divine decree. Fong Wenlong's slender figure floated in midair, his face devoid of its usual softness, now filled with fury. Before him, Song Tianqing and others were pinned to the ground, too terrified to move. The might of the Nirvana realm was truly terrifying. Just a single thought was enough to render a group of spirit realm cultivators powerless. Do not fear. Fong Wenlong is gravely injured and has inhaled significant amounts of toxic gas. He is merely using the spiritual energy from the mine to revive himself temporarily. Lai Hua shouted loudly. At this moment, he felt compelled to stabilize the morale of those present. After all, he had played a significant role in slaying Fong Wenhu, exhausting much of his spiritual energy and losing an arm in the process. Under such circumstances, Fong Wenlong would undoubtedly seek his life. It would be better for everyone to join forces. At least they could hold out for a while. Once Fong Wenlong's power waned, survival would be assured. The people around him, being astute, understood this logic well. They struggled against the pressure, forcing themselves to stand. Having already engaged with the Wolf Fong mercenary group, they were prepared for battle. Although the situation appeared dire, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Song Tianqing, observing the four injured generals, gazed intently, deep in thought. Very well, a bunch of ants. And you over there, little ghost, do not think I have not noticed you. Fong Wenlong suddenly cast his gaze toward Lin Chen's direction. He had not expected that the once renowned first genius of the Fengyan Empire had now resorted to cunning and schemes. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized his identity had been exposed. In truth, he had anticipated that Fong Wenlong would investigate his identity after their last encounter. Currently, he had just gained notoriety within the Fengyan Empire due to the matter involving the third princess. With a powerhouse like Fong Wenlong, uncovering his identity would be effortless. I did not expect that a tyrant of the Nirvana realm would be a eunuch. Lin Chen retorted with a cold smile. As soon as these words left his lips, the pressure in the air intensified, rolling like thunder straight toward Lin Chen. Fong Wenlong suddenly swung his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a colossal dragon, its gaping maw hurtling directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had long been prepared for this. He flapped his wings, leading Li Linger and her father to evade to the side. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupted, and the colossal dragon, akin to a meteorite, struck the very spot Lin Chen had occupied, creating a massive crater over 100 feet wide. This was merely a casual blow from Fong Wenlong. Had it not been for Lin Chen's heightened alertness due to his 5 elements spiritual energy, even an ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouse would have been obliterated by such an attack. This exemplified the formidable strength of a 4th-level Nirvana realm cultivator. Lear, take Master Li to safety first, then proceed according to plan. Lin Chen communicated softly to Li Linger. Seeing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, Li Linger suppressed her emotions and quickly escorted her father to a secure area. After all, Li Yuan's injuries were severe. Any residual power from such a fierce battle could easily prove fatal. Fong Wenlong paid no heed to Li Linger and her father as they fled. In his current state of desperation, he was solely focused on eliminating Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking my wrath. Fong Wenlong gritted his teeth. At this moment, Lin Chen had already summoned the purple flame wings and approached Song Tiancheng and the others. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispelled Fong Wenlong's oppressive aura. So it is you, the once renowned first genius of the Fengyan Empire, Song Tiancheng remarked, still eager to flatter. However, the mercenaries surrounding them were straightforward individuals. They merely glanced at Lin Chen and then returned their focus elsewhere. With the concealment of his devouring energy lifted, Lin Chen's cultivation was now clearly visible, 4th level of the spiritual pulse realm. In the eyes of those who were predominantly spirit realm cultivators, this level could only be deemed insignificant. However, Lai Hua looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. He had just witnessed Lin Chen slay Fong Wenhu with a single strike. The fact that a 4th-level spiritual pulse cultivator could kill an 8th-level spirit realm practitioner was indeed astonishing. Such a shocking revelation was not something he dared to vocalize, for even if he did, no one would believe him. Brother Lin, do you have any further strategies? Lai Hua inquired with a grave expression. Wait. Chapter 38, The Mad Fong Wenlong. The Purple-Winged Fury. Lin Chen's words left everyone present utterly perplexed. It is well known that Fong Wenlong was currently seething with rage, his casual strike capable of annihilating all in attendance. Lin Chen's statement seemed akin to inviting death. At this moment, Fang Wenlong was already on the brink of demise, despite the enhancement from the mineral vein's spiritual energy. His injuries in the encroaching poisonous mist meant he would not survive much longer. However, Brother Lin, given our current predicament, we may not even last a second, Li Hua remarked. Somewhat at a loss for words. Everyone present was acutely aware of this reality. Yet even if they combined their strengths, they could not withstand Fang Wenlong's full frontal assault. We do not need to block his attack, Lin Chen self-deprecatingly commented. We simply need to evade it. After all, his primary target is me. Before he could elaborate further, Fang Wenlong had already lunged at Lin Chen and the others with a clawed strike. As a practitioner at the Nirvana stage, he was all too aware of his physical condition. The more desperate the situation, the more he felt compelled to act. After all, his time was running out. Ha! Today, I shall have your lives. Fang Wenlong's voice thundered, piercing like the roar of a tempest. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen decisively channeled all his spiritual energy into the purple flame wings behind him, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. The surrounding practitioners of the spirit body realm, not daring to linger, unleashed their utmost speed to evade the impending blow. Suddenly, 5 fissures erupted violently from the ground, and the once solid earth rippled as if caught in a tempest. Lin Chen's innate speed was already superior to his peers, and with the augmentation of the purple flame wings, even ordinary practitioners of the spirit body realm could not match him. A series of anguished cries echoed from the pit below as several weaker practitioners failed to evade in time, meeting their end on the spot. Yet, at that moment, no one mourned their loss, for the threat of Fang Wenlong's attack loomed over them all. Fang Wenlong, it seems you have lost your edge. Have you become so powerless since your alteration? Perhaps you should step down as the leader of the Wolf Fang mercenary corps and embrace a more fitting role. Lin Chen taunted. He understood that if Fang Wenlong continued to assault the spirit body practitioners, he would soon find himself with no one left to aid him in the final confrontation. Lin Chen's objective was to preserve their fighting strength for that decisive moment. Li Hua and Zhang Tiancheng exchanged glances, admiration evident in their eyes as they regarded Lin Chen. Even as practitioners of the spirit body realm, they would not dare to speak such words to Fang Wenlong. It was known that Fang Wenlong was in a frenzied state, and for Lin Chen, a mere practitioner of the spirit pulse realm, to provoke him so openly was akin to playing with fire. Lin Chen truly lives up to the title of the greatest prodigy of the Storm Empire. His audacity puts us to shame. Zhang Tiancheng could not help but exclaim. Little did they know, Lin Chen's motivation for preserving their lives was purely tactical. Fang Wenlong glared at Lin Chen with a fury that seemed to sear through him. His eyes burned with a desire to devour Lin Chen whole. Since severing his own destiny to ascend to the Nirvana stage, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards others mentioning the sacrifice. His newfound status as a revered Nirvana powerhouse had led to habitual flattery, and while those from the Storm Empire might mock him in private, they remained courteous in public. Now, Lin Chen had openly ridiculed him not once but twice, igniting a firestorm of rage within him. Lin Chen, I shall see you dead, Fang Wenlong bellowed. He unleashed his power without restraint, disregarding the injuries inflicted by the forces of heaven and earth, channeling the surrounding energy into his right hand. In an instant, the intangible forces coalesced into a claw-like manifestation enveloping his hand. With a tearing sound, Fang Wenlong's claw descended, as if he were rending the very fabric of reality, and countless strands of spiritual energy rushed into the resulting rift. Even Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the incoming strike. This was an unbridled attack from a Nirvana stage warrior, employing the very forces of nature itself. Fang Wenlong could hardly bear the provocation. He no longer cared about the time he had left, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen was not so easily dispatched. Knowing Fang Wenlong's capabilities, I was well prepared, he coldly mused. After all, this was precisely one of his strategies. Lin Chen began to circulate his energy, absorbing the spiritual energy leaking from the ground, channeling it into his wings. In mere moments, the wings behind him erupted with a brilliant purple radiance, reminiscent of the blazing sun. In that instant, Lin Chen's speed surged, propelling him beyond the danger zone in the blink of an eye. The ground beneath where he had stood was not so fortunate. Looking down from above, the entirety of the mercenary town appeared as if it had been cleaved by countless blades, 5 enormous fissures marring the once stable terrain. This mercenary town was the stronghold of 4 different mercenary groups, substantial in size, and yet, with a single strike, Fang Wenlong had the power to obliterate it entirely. Lin Chen observed the devastation in silence, sighing with relief. Fortunately, during his ascent to the spirit pulse realm, the chaotic devouring technique had also advanced. Otherwise, with his previous control over the energy, such an escape would have been impossible. However, while Lin Chen felt a sense of ease, Zhang Tiancheng and the others were gripped by fear. Though that last strike had been aimed at Lin Chen, its ramifications had affected them severely. Many found themselves disintegrating into dust from merely brushing against the forces of nature. Lin Chen, the former prodigy of the Storm Empire, has evaded even this level of attack. Zhang Tiancheng mused in astonishment, casting envious glances at Lin Chen's wings. At that moment, Fang Wenlong had descended into complete madness. Each of his attempts to eliminate Lin Chen had failed, eroding the dignity of his status as a Nirvana stage powerhouse. To him, Spirit Pulse practitioners were akin to mere ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. Yet, this ant continued to elude him, provoking an irritable frustration. Lin Chen, Fang Wenlong roared. He drew forth the entirety of the spiritual energy from the mineral vein into his body, causing him to swell like a balloon. With reckless abandon, he brandished his claws, unleashing a chaotic barrage of blades infused with the forces of heaven and earth. The entire area transformed into a nightmarish battleground. Many practitioners of the spirit body realm found themselves caught between multiple blades, with no means of escape. Fang Wenlong was truly unhinged, even as a Nirvana stage warrior. Such self-destructive behavior would likely lead to his collapse within the span of a single incense stick. As Lin Chen dodged the oncoming blades, he calculated his next move. Now, he could only rely on the contingency left behind by Linger. Chapter 39, Lin Chen's Stratagem. The final strike. Time dripped away slowly. And in less than half a joss stick's worth of moments, the number of remaining cultivators on the field had plummeted by more than 80%. Even the 4 generals brought by Tsang Tiancheng had dwindled to a solitary figure from the east. It could be said that this campaign against the Wolf Fang mercenary group, even if it culminated in the slaying of Fang Wenlong, was a Pyrrhic victory. After all, the core strength of the 3 major mercenary groups had been effectively obliterated, and collectively they were no match for the former might of a single group. At this moment, the entire mercenary town lay in ruins, transformed into a vast chasm. Were it not for familiar faces arriving, one would scarcely recognize this place as once being the mercenary town, just as Lin Chen felt he could no longer endure. A cloud of toxic mist erupted violently in the sky, precisely at the location of Fang Wenlong. In an instant, Fang Wenlong's body became rigid. Even the claws he wielded came to a halt. How could this be? How could my body betray me like this? Fang Wenlong roared in indignation. Meanwhile, Li Linger appeared beside Lin Chen, her face alight with excitement, nodding slightly. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I might not have made it. This was indeed Lin Chen's heartfelt truth. Given Fang Wenlong's reckless onslaught, even if Lin Chen could absorb the spiritual energy within the mind, such a highly concentrated mental state would inevitably lead to fatigue. Furthermore, Fang Wenlong's attacks were chaotic. A single lapse in focus could spell disaster. Had it not been for Lin Chen's spirit being honed in the mysterious realm, he likely would have succumbed to exhaustion and lost his senses in no time. In his current state, although Lin Chen could withstand a blow and utilize absorbed energy to dissipate the force of the heavens and earth, thereby recovering swiftly, he knew that mere moments of delay would invite further attacks. The prospect of escaping this area was utterly impossible, as Fang Wenlong was intent on pursuing him relentlessly. The true victims were those spirit realm cultivators caught in the crossfire. They had no time to flee. I have secured my father. Now it is time for vengeance, Li Linger declared, her long emerald hair billowing as her gaze fixed intently upon Fang Wenlong. For this moment, she had prepared diligently to avenge her mother. She had painstakingly studied toxins until she inherited the cursed toxic body, allowing her to transcend her previous limitations. Initially, she had feared that due to the constraints of her toxic body, she might never achieve her revenge. Yet Lin Chen had granted her this opportunity, one she would not let slip away. So it was you. I suppose the treasure from that cave is now in your possession. A body attuned to poison, you say? But I am a Nirvana realm cultivator. What can you, a mere spirit vein realm, possibly do to me? Fang Wenlong bellowed. In the next moment, an immense force of heaven and earth surged into his body, instantly dispersing the surrounding toxic mist. Yet even so, Fang Wenlong remained immobile. How can this be? He exclaimed in shock. It is known that the force of heaven and earth serves not only as a weapon, but also as a source of healing energy. Utilizing it to counteract toxins had been his prior method of forcibly neutralizing poison. Yet now, it was ineffective. Fang Wenlong, you have likely forgotten. You have long been wounded by the force of heaven and earth, and now you are but a dying man. Lin Chen sneered. He understood that relying solely on toxins to bring down a Nirvana realm powerhouse was beyond Li Linger's current capabilities. However, if it was merely to aggravate Fang Wenlong's existing wounds, then Li Linger was more than capable. Previously, Fang Wenlong had been injured by Yun Li's snowflakes, which had continuously eroded his body with the force of heaven and earth. Such injuries were notoriously difficult to heal. Even channeling the force could only provide temporary relief, requiring extensive time for true healing. Fang Wenlong had suppressed these injuries through sheer force, which had afforded him a fleeting moment of madness. But now, with Li Linger directly igniting his internal wounds, he had become a living target. Fine. Lin Chen, I underestimated you. But since I am to die, you shall not live either. Fang Wenlong raged. Countless streams of spiritual and heavenly energy surged into his body, and the turbulent force roared within him, causing cracks to appear on his face from the overwhelming energy. This is bad. Fang Wenlong intends to self-destruct. Tsang Tiancheng exclaimed in shock. None had anticipated Fang Wenlong would go to such lengths. A Nirvana realm cultivator transcends the mortal coil, should he not self-destruct, even if his physical form perished. With his strength, he could easily reshape his body given the right artifacts. But a self-detonation would obliterate both soul and body, leaving no chance for resurrection. At this moment, given Fong Wenlong and Appo's formidable power, the explosive force of such a detonation would ensure that even Lin Shan could not escape its radius. Everyone, Fong Wenlong is on the brink of death. If we join forces, we can surely subdue him, Lin Shan called out. The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement and began to gather their might for a united strike. At this juncture, their only hope lay in collectively defeating Fong Wenlong before he could self-destruct. Flame, the first to act, unleashed a torrent of fire from his twin blades, slicing through the air and striking Fong Wenlong directly. Song Tiancheng followed suit, his fists like towering mountains, crashing heavily into Fong Wenlong. Flame Commander, I will assist you. In an instant, the Spirit Realm cultivators unleashed their strongest attacks upon Fong Wenlong. The radiance enveloping him began to fracture, revealing signs of breaking apart. Yet the terrifying force of heaven and earth swiftly repaired all fissures. Ha! You mere ants, even combined, cannot breach my defenses. Fong Wenlong mocked. Is that so? I wouldn't be so certain, Lin Shan retorted coldly. With a swift motion, Lin Shan unsheathed the Dragon Slayer blade. An immense wave of spiritual energy coalescing into a colossal blade, conjuring a tempest of formidable power. Frenzied slash. Cut. Lin Shan's eyes narrowed as he swung the Dragon Slayer blade with ferocity, a blade of light soaring skyward, aimed directly at Fong Wenlong. In an instant, this strike collided with Fong Wenlong, shattering his defenses and severing his arm in one decisive motion. Lin Shan. Fong Wenlong glared at him, roaring furiously. What does your strength matter? This strike is your limit. Ha! As long as I draw breath, you shall all perish. Despair enveloped the hearts of every cultivator present. If even Lin Shan, their strongest, could not slay Fong Wenlong, they were left without recourse. Li Linger, do you believe in me? Lin Shan ignored Fong Wenlong's furious cries, instead gazing steadily at Li Linger, awaiting her response. Li Linger met Lin Shan's fervent gaze, nodding earnestly. I believe. Good. Then unleash your strongest attack towards me. Upon hearing this, Li Linger remained silent, focusing her inner toxic energy, preparing for this final strike. After all, it was Lin Shan who had granted her this chance for vengeance, and she placed her utmost faith in him. With a surge, a wave of violet spiritual energy erupted forth, soaring directly towards Lin Shan. Linger, today I shall avenge you, Lin Shan declared resolutely, grasping the Dragon Slayer blade tightly as its radiance surged with newfound vigor. With a swift turn, Lin Shan unleashed a surge of violet spiritual energy, cleaving through the air. Clash. The Twin Blades of Fury. Dragon Slash? Chapter 40. The Fall of Fong Wenlong. Ascension to the 7th layer. Roar. The pale golden dragon emerged vividly from Lin Shan's blade, bursting forth with life. Li Linger's violet spiritual energy transformed into a striking scale upon the dragon's head. With a swift sweep of his blade, the weapon roared as boundless spiritual power surged into the golden dragon. In an instant, the colossal dragon extended to hundreds of feet in length, charging directly toward Fong Wenlong. No, this is impossible. You are merely an insignificant insect at the spirit vein realm. How could you unleash such a strike? Fong Wenlong was frenzied, acutely aware that should he endure this attack, death would be inevitable. The assaults from dozens of spirit body realm practitioners had already diminished his defenses to their breaking point. Lin Shan's previous strike had breached his defenses, and now this attack was even more formidable, capable of annihilating him. Why? Why can this insignificant insect, whom I underestimated, repeatedly evade my assaults, and now possess the power to kill me? Fong Wenlong's mind screamed in chaos. Lin Shan remained silent, coldly observing Fong Wenlong's final moments of madness. Since acquiring the Dragon Slayer blade, he had devoted himself to mastering this technique. Now it was time for the frenzied battle blade technique to shine. Previously, when confronting Lin Song and others, the effectiveness of the frenzied battle's second blade had been compromised due to the earth-splitting blade. However, Lin Shan had now reached the 4th layer of the spirit vein realm, and the Dragon Slayer blade was exponentially more powerful than the earth-splitting blade. This time, the frenzied battle's second blade would reveal the true might of the frenzied battle blade technique. The golden dragon roared, embodying an overwhelming power as it pierced through Fong Wenlong's chest. In that moment, a tempest of violent spiritual energy swept across the entire mercenary town. Countless practitioners at the spirit body realm were sent hurtling backwards, some flying over 1,000 feet before finally coming to a halt. Even the strongest among them, Song Tiancheng, was forced to retreat several hundred feet to avoid the residual force. Lin Shan's strike was one he dared not face head-on. Is this the power of the once great genius of the Wind Cloud Empire? Surely, even the current Chu Tian would have to shy away. Song Tiancheng marveled internally. At that moment, Fong Wenlong's face was a mask of terror as, unable to move, he was cleaved in two by Lin Shan. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how an insect could be so formidable. Regret consumed him, lamenting his earlier arrogance. If only I had killed Lin Shen back then. I would not have fallen to such a fate. But he was now a corpse, incapable of reversing his fate. Feng Wenlong had fallen. The spiritual energy he had absorbed now erupted uncontrollably, transforming the mercenary town into a sea of spiritual power. In some areas, the energy even approached a liquid state. Linger, Feng Wenlong is dead. Your wish has been fulfilled. You may retrieve the storage ring from his body. It shall be our spoils. Lin Shen addressed the still grieving Li Linger. At his words, she nodded gently and swiftly flew towards Feng Wenlong's corpse. Lin Shen's intention in having her retrieve the ring was twofold: to claim the treasures within and to absorb the dissipating spiritual energy. With eyes slightly closed, Lin Shen activated his devouring energy. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a terrifying beast, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his being uncontrollably. A quantity equivalent to that of a Nirvana realm powerhouse was absorbed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. An explosive aura erupted from within Lin Shen as his realm began to ascend rapidly. Spirit Vein Realm 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer. In mere moments, Lin Shen's cultivation soared by 3 minor realms, equivalent to slaying hundreds of 4th-tier savage beasts. After all, Lin Shen's devouring physique required hundreds of times the spiritual energy compared to ordinary cultivators for each minor advancement. At this moment, Sang Tiancheng and the others who had just arrived could only watch in awe as Lin Shen absorbed the energy. Brother Lin, what a remarkable technique. No wonder you could slay Feng Wenlong. Sang Tiancheng praised sincerely. His admiration was genuine. For Lin Shen's prowess in both slaying Feng Wenlong and the speed of absorption were beyond their reach. The surviving members of the mercenary group gazed at Lin Shen with gratitude. Without him, they may have perished here. For the might of a Nirvana realm practitioner was not to be trifled with. After stabilizing his rapidly rising realm, Lin Shen finally opened his eyes and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I am undeserving. Had it not been for your assistance in weakening Feng Wenlong's power, I would have been unable to defeat him. This victory over the Wolf Feng mercenary group is indeed a blessing for us, though it is tragic for those who perished at Feng Wenlong's hands. At his words, even the boisterous Lai He's expression darkened, for their group had suffered significant losses, destroying the foundation they had built over many years. The leaders of the other 2 mercenary groups, He Hu and Claw, also shook their heads in resignation. I propose that the spoils from the Wolf Feng mercenary group be divided according to each group's losses. This will provide some comfort to the fallen practitioners. Though I dealt the final blow to Feng Wenlong, the greatest contributions were from you all. Li Linger and I shall only take 1/10. Lin Shen suggested. In an instant, the expressions of those present varied. Dividing according to losses would greatly benefit the mercenary groups, as they had contributed the most. Furthermore, Lin Shen would take only a small portion, leaving the remaining 90% for the 3 groups and Sang Tiancheng. At this moment, Sang Tiancheng's face turned pale. His motivation for attacking the Wolf Feng mercenary group was primarily to obtain the method for breaking into the Nirvana realm. If divided this way, he would likely receive nothing. However, Lin Shen shot him a knowing glance. As an astute veteran, Sang Tiancheng understood immediately. Meanwhile, Li Ling and Appos had quietly returned to Lin Shen and Appos' side, discreetly handing him a storage ring unseen by others. Indeed, Lin Shen would only claim 1/10 of the spoils from the Wolf Feng mercenary group. However, he had not mentioned sharing Feng Wenlong's treasures. Lin Shen intended to share those with Li Linger, which was also why he subtly suggested this division to Sang Tiancheng, because the method he sought would surely be within Feng Wenlong's storage ring. With the consensus reached, the members of the mercenary groups began to search for treasures beneath the ruins, while Lin Shen took a moment to rest. Though his realm had surged and his spiritual energy was restored to perfection, his mental exhaustion was considerable. Every step he took earlier had been perilous. Not to mention the spirit vein realm. Even any practitioner of the spirit body realm would not have dared to achieve Lin Shen's level of perfection. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude and the tempering he received from the mysterious domain, Lin Shen would have truly fallen this time. After slaying Feng Wenlong, my strength has grown, Lin Shen mused inwardly. Now, according to his estimations, under full power, even an 8th-layer spirit body realm practitioner would not dare to withstand his frenzied battle's second blade. If one could encounter such a cultivator, rendered immobile by hard constraints, even those of the Nirvana realm would surely leave behind some traces. Lin Shen quietly retrieved his storage ring, channeling devouring energy to break through Feng Wenlong's restrictions, subsequently merging it with his spiritual power to investigate. In the end, it seems that the greatest gains from this expedition belong to me. Chapter 41, A Bounty Fulfilled. The Fire-Old Ghost. Before Lin Shen's eyes lay an abundance of spiritual treasures, followed by a plethora of spiritual plants, and an array of elixirs that even those in the Nirvana realm would cherish. A cursory estimation suggested that the collective value of these items could surpass that of the entire Wolf Feng mercenary corps loot. Delving deeper into the storage ring, Lin Shen discovered numerous martial arts techniques, including the one practiced by Feng Wenlong, a method capable of facilitating a swift breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. The Yin 5 spirit formula, how intriguing. Lin Chen mused as he briefly skimmed through it. This technique was far superior to the 5-element spirit formula he had previously cultivated. Yet, it could not compare to the chaos-devouring spirit formula he currently practiced, as the latter was an inherent technique of the devouring ancestral talisman, the pinnacle of martial arts. Regrettably, this technique appeared ill-suited for male practitioners. Lin Chen lamented. The Yin 5 spirit formula, rooted in Yin energy, would yield extraordinary results for female practitioners. However, men would encounter insurmountable resistance and a significantly slower cultivation pace. After some contemplation, Lin Chen decided to make a copy of the technique, setting the replica aside to be given to Song Tianqing later, thus fulfilling his initial promise. Whether or not Song Tianqing chose to cultivate, it was beyond Lin Chen's concern. Having sorted through the treasures within the storage ring, Lin Chen also organized the spoils from the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. Brother Lin, this is your and Miss Linger's share, Song Tianqing said, presenting a storage ring to Lin Chen. With a smile, Lin Chen accepted the ring and discreetly handed over the previously prepared copy to him. This is what Lord Song desires. I hope he will cultivate diligently and not let it fall into decline, Lin Chen remarked with a knowing smile. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, a flicker of unease crossed Song Tianqing's mind. However, with so many eyes around, he refrained from inspecting it immediately, choosing instead to suppress his thoughts until he returned to Songyu City. Linger here. Lin Chen chuckled as he tossed the storage ring to Li Linger, who had returned with Li Yuan. I have no need for these items. Consider this compensation for the hardships you and your father endured at the hands of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. Li Linger opened the storage ring and was immediately awestruck by the mountain of treasures within. Even if Li Yuan devoted his entire life to crafting weapons, he could never amass such wealth. Lin Chen, Li Lingo stammered, her face flushing as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Observing his daughter's reaction, Li Yuan realized that Lin Chen had indeed captivated her. Ling and Oppos, you should accept it. After all, you have contributed as well, he said, casting a fierce glance at Lin Chen while patting Li Linger's head. Lin Chen shrugged innocently, for Li Linger was merely a child, and he harbored no ulterior motives. Of course, a fleeting thought had crossed his mind at the conclusion of the inheritance. But it would be a grave sin to act upon such thoughts towards one so young. Once Li Yuan granted his approval, Li Lingo gladly accepted the storage ring, adorning her left hand's ring finger with it, a smile gracing her face. After securing the treasures, Lin Chen and his companions hurried back to Songyu City. The mercenary town lay in ruins, and Lin Chen had no desire to camp out. This residence was much more comfortable, yet he understood that not advancing meant regression. This was merely a temporary refuge. Gazing at the opulent decorations within the abode, Lin Chen reflected. In the following 2 days, Lin Chen focused on acclimatizing to his surge cultivation level. During this time, he also practiced a high-tier martial arts technique, Heavenly Martial Fist, found within Fong Wenlong's storage ring. With enhanced mental acuity, Lin Chen grasped the fundamentals in no time. This resolved his prior concern regarding the simplicity of his offensive techniques. While Li Yuan spent his time recuperating, having endured a month of severe torment at the hands of the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. Master Li, I possess materials from the Purple Flame Mad Lion. Could you assist me in further enhancing my dragon-slaying blade? Lin Chen inquired, looking at the now recovered Li Yuan. This had been Lin Chen's initial plan. Although the dragon-slaying blade was already suitable, he wished to utilize the treasures from the Purple Flame Mad Lion. Moreover, with the addition of materials from the Purple Flame Mad Lion, Lin Chen's strikes would be even more formidable. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After scrutinizing the items Lin Chen presented, he finally confirmed, these are indeed teeth from the Purple Flame Mad Lion. Did you truly slay the Purple Flame Mad Lion? Li Yuan asked, his curiosity piqued. No, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. The Purple Flame Mad Lion was killed by a Nirvana Realm expert. I merely stumbled upon the remnants. Li Yuan remained astonished, for the idea that a Nirvana Realm expert could allow Lin Chen to glean such benefits was incredible. Had he known that Lin Chen had battled that very Nirvana Realm expert, he would likely have been even more apprehensive about his daughter associating with Lin Chen. Brother Lin, you truly possess remarkable luck. Li Yuan managed a wry smile. Not everyone has the chance to stumble upon such treasures. However, the dragon-slaying blade is already my magnum opus, infused with many of the treasures I have collected. Adding another material, even I cannot accomplish that, he admitted, shaking his head awkwardly. Furthermore, handling 5th-tier materials is beyond my capabilities as a spirit body realm cultivator. With his skills, he was confident that no one among the nearby cities could surpass him. Yet, 5th-tier savage beast materials posed an insurmountable challenge. Across the entire Fengyan Empire, the number of individuals capable of utilizing 5th-tier materials for weapon crafting could be counted on one hand. Lin Chen, undeterred, merely shook his head in resignation. He was well aware of the formidable nature of 5th-tier materials, which could only be melted down by a Nirvana Realm cultivator. This implied that any blacksmith intending to forge weapons from 5th-tier materials would need to be at least of Nirvana Realm caliber. Such blacksmiths were exceedingly rare in the entire Fengyan Empire. However, I do know someone who can assist you. Li Yuan shifted his tone, deep in thought. Who? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Fire old ghost in Mo City. Li Yuan replied solemnly. Fire old ghost? Yes, in Mo City? Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise. The fire old ghost was a renowned blacksmith throughout the Fengyun Empire, known to every cultivator. Unfortunately, his whereabouts were erratic, and few had ever witnessed him in person. Moreover, his temperament was notoriously unpredictable, crafting weapons solely based on his mood. Even Nirvana realm experts could be turned away when seeking his services. It was said that he had even rejected a request from the emperor of the Fengyun Empire, which contributed to his notoriety. Lin Shen had previously attempted to find him for weapon crafting but had ultimately failed. Now, hearing Li Yuan mention his presence in Mo City left Lin Shen astounded. I'm not certain, but I believe I saw him in Mo City a year ago. Li Yuan mused. If you encounter him, you could leverage my token to persuade him to help you meld the teeth of the purple flame Mad Lion. After all, we share a brotherly bond. He would likely grant me this favor. Li Yuan spoke with a proud expression. Chapter 42. Trials. Intelligence of the Tagos Desert. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Lin Shen was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan was actually a brother disciple of the old fire ghost. No wonder Li Yuan's skills were so remarkable. It was evident that he hailed from the same esteemed lineage. Lin Shen mused inwardly. It seems I must pay a visit to the city of Mo. Lin Shen remarked. Master Li, what exactly is this Mo city? Upon hearing Lin Shen's inquiry, Li Yuan retrieved a map from his storage ring. He unfurled the map, revealing the entire geography of the Fengyun Empire before the two of them. We are currently in the southern part of the Fengyun Empire. While Mo City is located in the west, amidst the Tagos Desert, Li Yuan pointed to a section of desert on the left side of the map and explained. Mo City serves as the Empire's bulwark against the Western Serpent people, housing the Empire's criminals, who are imprisoned here to fend off the Serpent invasions. At these words, Lin Shen's gaze fixated intensely on the map in Li Yuan's hands. This was the first time Lin Shen had heard of Mo City. Previously, he had only traveled in the eastern and southern parts of the Fengyun Empire, merely hearing tales of the vast western desert and the formidable serpent people. However, he was taken aback by the Empire's ruthless measures, employing criminals as a defense against the serpent people. Is the Emperor of Fengyun not concerned that these resentful criminals might join forces with the serpent people to invade the royal city? Lin Shen inquired curiously. It is worth noting that the Tagos Desert is not particularly distant from the royal city. If these embittered criminals were to ally with the serpent people and march toward the royal city, the entire Fengyun Empire would likely be caught off guard and overrun before they could respond. Would the Emperor of Fengyun be unaware of such possibilities? Li Yuan chuckled. The criminals in Mo City have been implanted with heart curses. Should they harbor any thoughts of rebellion, the guards will activate the heart curse on the spot, causing their hearts to shatter and resulting in instant death. Lin Shen could not help but feel astonished by the Emperor and Apos' merciless tactics. He had not expected such measures from the Emperor of Fengyun. This way, not only are the criminals dealt with, but the serpent people are also kept at bay, truly killing two birds with one stone. Lin Shen exclaimed. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Linger emerged from the training grounds, drenched in fragrant sweat, her form accentuated by her damp, form-fitting attire. Lin Shen, what are you two discussing? She inquired curiously as she approached Lin Shen from behind. We and Apos, talking about my next trial location, Lin Shen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Linger's expression turned somewhat complex, though she feigned happiness. Where's that? The Tagos Desert? Indeed, it is Mo City within the Tagos Desert. Lin Shen affirmed with a slight nod. Li Ling and Apos' expression grew increasingly dim. After all, it had barely been 2 days since Lin Shen and Apos' departure was imminent. Lin Shen, are you really leaving so soon? Didn't you just fight a fierce battle? I have made a promise to the third princess of the Fengyun Empire. I must secure first place in the upcoming Fengyun talent battle, so I must seize every moment to cultivate. Lin Shen declared with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan recalled the recent rumors that had stirred much discussion. That Chu Tian is no simple character. It is said that his physique underwent a transformation a year ago, making him even stronger. Li Yuan pondered. Stronger? Lin Shen questioned, puzzled. Having been familiar with Chu Tian, who had long held the position of eternal second, Lin Shen understood his formidable prowess. The starry spirit body, a physique cultivated through celestial energy, possessed devastating offensive capabilities. However, it was still somewhat inferior to Lin Shen's 5-element spirit body. Now, hearing Li Yuan mention Chu Tian's transformation left Lin Shen astonished. After all, a cultivator's physique is typically fixed from birth unless one undergoes a soul transfer or encounters a tremendous opportunity. Lin Shen's devouring divine body had mutated due to the absorption of the ancestral talisman. He could not fathom that Chu Tian also had a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, it is said that Chu Tian and Apos' physique has indeed become stronger. Of course, it is also possible that this is merely false information released by the Chu family. I cannot be certain. Li Yuan shook his head. Such hearsay can never be guaranteed as true. He only wished to caution Lin Shen. Does that not put Lin Shen in great danger? Li Linger interjected, her concern evident. Lin Shen, Why not forego the Fengyan talent battle? Just run away, far away. That way, the third princess won't be able to find you. Chu Tian is now the foremost genius of the Fengyan Empire, his strength nearing the Nirvana realm. Although Lin Shun had previously slain the Nirvana realm's Feng Wenlong, that had been through a fortunate turn of events. To challenge Chu Tian with Lin Shen's current cultivation at the spirit vein level would be tantamount to courting death. There's no need to worry. I still have 10 months. Lin Shen laughed. Moreover, fleeing is not in my nature. What I seek is to make that third princess regret her actions. Thank you for the information, Masterly. I will certainly keep it in mind. Lin Shen continued. Since Chu Tian has grown stronger, it is imperative that I visit Mo City. Even if only to grasp a sliver of opportunity. If Chu Tian's physique has indeed been enhanced, Lin Shun would have no choice but to forge the fangs of the purple flame mad lion into a 5th-tier weapon. Only then could he ensure that he is not outmatched in terms of treasures. Seeing Lin Shen's unwavering resolve, Li Yuan chose not to comment further. After all, this situation was already set in motion, and he could only wish Lin Shen success. Furthermore, Lin Shen had encountered far too many extraordinary events. Whether it was his previous decisive strike against Feng Wenlong or his rapid rise in cultivation, perhaps Lin Shen could indeed create a miracle in the upcoming Fengyan talent battle. Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan penned a letter of recommendation for Lin Shun and shared additional intelligence regarding Mo City and the Tagos Desert, which included information about the old fire ghost. I encountered my senior brother outside Mo City a year ago in a small town. At that time, he was obsessively pursuing a treasure within the serpent people. My senior brother is quite fixated on treasures. If he has not yet obtained it, he is likely still around. You might want to check this location. Li Yuan pointed to a small dot on the map. Lin Shen expressed his gratitude, committing the information to memory. Meanwhile, Li Linger had quietly slipped away when Li Yuan mentioned the Tagos Desert, and neither of them paid her any mind. At that moment, Li Linger sat in her room, hugging her knees, her expression tinged with sorrowful contemplation. The calamity poison body can only cultivate to the Nirvana realm. At this rate, I fear I shall not live past 20. The thought deepened her sadness. Afterward, she retrieved the complete guide to poison techniques she had previously acquired from the cave and flipped to the last page. If cultivators are troubled by the calamity poison body, they may seek remedies at the poison sect in the eastern domain. Li Linger softly read the text, her heart already arriving at a conclusion. The next day, Lin Shen stood before the residence. Masterly, if I can forge the 5th-tier dragon-slaying blade this time, your intelligence will have rendered a great service. Lin Shen expressed respectfully. Were it not for your assistance, I might very well have been a corpse by now. What gratitude is there to speak of? Li Yuan replied somewhat irritably. Linger may still be sulking, so I shall leave her be. Hearing this, Lin Shen understood the source of Li Linger's displeasure and felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have purchased this residence, Masterly. You can enjoy your retirement here in Sanyue City. Lin Shen smiled. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan did not refuse, but merely nodded. After all, Lin Shan was now quite prosperous, and this sum of money was hardly significant. Humph. I am not angry at all. Father, and Lin Shan, I have made my decision. I too shall venture forth to undergo trials. I intend to cultivate at the poison sect. They have methods to resolve the calamity poison body. Li Linger declared proudly, standing outside the residence. Without waiting for Lin Shun and Li Yuan's reactions, she swiftly dashed away. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan's reaction was the most pronounced. He almost wished to retrieve Li Linger immediately. However, upon recalling that Li Linger had already attained the status of a spirit vein cultivator, he paused. Alas, time has flown by. A daughter cannot be kept forever. Lin Shun, if you ever encounter my daughter in the future, you must take good care of her, Li Yuan said with resignation. In response, Lin Shun could only accept this task. Yet, considering the vast distance between the poison sect and the Fengyan Empire, encountering Li Linger again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Subsequently, Lin Shen set off towards the Tagosha Desert. The distance from Sanyue City to the Tagosha Desert spanned nearly half the expanse of the Fengyan Empire, and even with Lin Shen's speed, it would take him a full month to traverse. A month passed, and as Lin Shun gazed upon the landscape gradually transforming into desert terrain, a bittersweet smile crept upon his face. At last, he had arrived. The Tagosha Desert. Chapter 43. The Serpent People Take a Bath. The Might of the Heavenly Martial Fist. Before Lin Shen's eyes lay an expanse of endless yellow sand. The relentless gales danced wildly, stirring up clouds of sand that lashed against him. Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Shen's face. For the past month, he had been in a constant state of travel, and now, finally gazing upon his destination, a wave of joy washed over him. If I were a Nirvana realm expert, I could traverse the entirety of the Stormwind Empire in less than a day. Lin Shen chuckled bitterly to himself. However, that was merely a fanciful thought. He still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the Nirvana realm. Shaking off his musings, Lin Shen followed the map's guidance towards the small town mentioned by Li Yuan. Currently, he was only on the outskirts of the Tego Desert. To reach Mo City, or the town of the Fire Old Ghost, he would need to travel at least another day. The scorching sun bore down relentlessly, but Lin Chen's black robe shielded him from its brutal rays, significantly reducing the evaporation of moisture. Behind him, his wings flapped, swiftly slicing through the sky. These alchemists truly make a fortune. A mere handful of fire-resistant pills cost me hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen grumbled silently as he regarded the red pill in his hand. Before his journey, he had done his homework. The Tego Desert was not only rife with serpent people, but also, due to the relentless sun, had given rise to many unique flames. These flames were said to be eternal, with rumors suggesting the existence of legendary celestial fires. To facilitate his journey, Lin Chen had naturally prepared several fire-resistant pills. Although a few hundred low-grade spirit stones were but a trifle to him, he was well aware that the cost of these pills was at most a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. This tenfold profit was enough to tempt even Lin Chen. Once I acquire a fire-controlling physique, I shall also learn the art of alchemy, Lin Chen thought to himself. At present, Lin Chen's mental prowess was formidable, his control over details reaching an exquisite level, a feat unattainable by many cultivators of his rank. Should he apply this skill to alchemy, he would undoubtedly surpass his peers. However, he lacked the fire control techniques. Just as he pondered this, laughter echoed from around him, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. Hearing this, Lin Chen halted, channeling his elemental spirit power to conceal his presence. The Tego Desert was vast and fraught with peril. Encountering such a situation in the wild, even Lin Chen had to exercise caution. Following the sound, he cautiously approached the edge of a lake. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. The Tego Desert was indeed extraordinary, capable of forming a lake beneath such a blazing sun. However, his attention was soon captivated by several enchanting figures in the distance. He beheld 3 women with skin as white as snow, their bodies exposed to the air, surrounded by a thin veil of steam rising from the heat. Though the mist obscured much of their appearance, the fair skin tinged with a hint of red, and their alluring voices possessed a beguiling charm that made it difficult to look away. While these 3 were not on par with Yun Li, they were undeniably stunning. This scene, which might seem alluring to an ordinary person, caused Lin Chen to furrow his brow. To think that he would encounter such a sight so soon after entering the Tego Desert. It appeared that Mo City's defenses were compromised. Otherwise, the serpent people would not have infiltrated this deeply. Lin Chen pondered. He dispersed his elemental spirit power, abandoning any intention of concealment. In an instant, the 3 enchanting figures sprang into action, conjuring 3 blades to strike at Lin Chen. Beneath their snow-white skin, vibrant red serpentine forms lurked beneath the water's surface. These 3 were indeed serpent people. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He faced the incoming attacks without flinching, drawing forth his dragon-slaying blade and delivering a decisive strike. The pale yellow blade radiance sliced through the 3 blades effortlessly, then surged towards the trio of serpent people. Human vermin, I did not expect you to possess some wit, but as a mere spirit vein realm cultivator, you are destined to become our meal. The leader of the serpent people hissed, twisting her serpentine tail. The 3 serpent people quickly arranged themselves in a triangular formation, channeling their spirit power to assault Lin Chen. A terrifying beam of spirit power coalesced, shattering the blade radiance he had casually unleashed, rushing toward him. Bring it on. It has been a while since I tested my strength. Lin Chen laughed. The 3 serpent people before him included 1 at the 3rd level of the spirit body realm and 2 at the 1st level. An ordinary 7th level spirit vein cultivator would likely flee in terror at such an array. However, Lin Chen, possessing the devouring divine body and formidable martial skills, relished battles that transcended his current level, as they truly showcased his immense power. Lin Chen sheathed his dragon-slaying blade, clenched his right fist, and gathered his spirit power into it. This display evoked scornful expressions from the 3 serpent people. Human insect, are you planning to surrender without a fight? Perfect. The serpent people's ritual is about to commence, and your head will serve as a fine offering. They cackled. In their eyes, Lin Chen was merely relying on his long blade to fend them off. Now, casting it aside and facing them unarmed was akin to courting death. Ignoring their jeers, Lin Chen focused intently, unleashing the fully realized heavenly martial fist at that moment. In an instant, Lin Chen's right fist seemed to gather an abundance of brilliance. A single punch imprint caused the surrounding spirit power to tremble violently. Boom. In a heartbeat, Lin Chen's punch shattered the trio's assault, crashing heavily into their bodies. No. Impossible. How could a mere spirit vein realm insect possibly challenge our esteemed serpent warrior? The 3 screamed defiantly, but their bodies were obliterated in an instant, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Lin Chen conjured a spirit power shield to block the splattering blood, then sighed. It seems my current strength cannot be adequately tested against these spirit body realm cultivators. This was not Lin Chen's arrogance. After all, he had easily crushed the 3 with just the newly mastered heavenly martial fist. He had intended to devour some of the serpent people to assess whether their spirit power surpassed that of the savage beasts, only to find them so fragile that they shattered upon contact. Approaching, Lin Chen examined the storage rings of the 3. Inside, he found mostly unfamiliar herbs. But what shocked him most were several human skulls. This gruesome sight made Lin Shun and Appo's stomach churn. After finding a suitable spot to bury the human heads, he continued his journey towards Mo City. However, as he drew nearer to the vicinity of Mo City, the scenes he encountered became increasingly horrifying. If the outskirts of the Tago Desert merely hinted at Mo City's negligence, the current sight suggested that Mo City had likely been in dire straits for some time. With an impassive expression, Lin Shun dispatched several more serpent people, urging the surviving humans to flee in the direction he had come from. After all, that path was the one he had traversed while eliminating enemies, and for the time being, it would be free from serpent people. Benefactor, could you save my daughter? She has been captured by the serpent people to be used as a sacrifice, cried a woman, collapsing before Lin Shun in despair. Taken aback, Lin Shun quickly helped her to her feet and inquired, Madam, what has happened? Chapter 44, The Mysterious Physique of Nini. Planning to save lives. With Lin Shun's assistance, a woman with a few wrinkles on her face slowly rose, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes as she sorrowfully recounted her tale. I was merely a resident of a town surrounding Mo City, but for reasons unknown, the serpent people launched a massacre against the townsfolk. We were left with no choice but to flee here. However, earlier, we encountered a group of serpent people, and my husband was killed while trying to protect us. As she spoke, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Even the few survivors around them could not help but feel a pang of sadness. After all, they had fled together, each having witnessed countless encounters with the serpent people, with their own families tragically falling victim to them. My daughter Nini has also been captured by them. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun felt a surge of anger towards the serpent people, although he had heard tales of their enjoyment in slaughtering humans. Witnessing it firsthand unveiled the depths of their malevolence. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the serpent people had already killed and abducted numerous humans in the name of some so-called ritual. Is there truly no one in Mo City to stop these serpent people? Lin Shun suppressed the fury within him and inquired. According to what Li Yuan had mentioned, the criminals within Mo City were supposedly part of the resistance against the serpent people. The audacity of the serpent people seemed to go unchallenged, which struck Lin Shun as exceedingly strange. We do not know. The cultivators in Mo City have been closed off for a month and have not emerged. It has been a long time since any cultivators came to deal with these serpent people, the woman said softly. Lin Shun furrowed his brow in response. Such rituals by the serpent people were certainly not a first. At such a critical time, the defensive forces of Mo City should have been bolstered. Their current inactivity only deepened Lin Shun's suspicions. Could it be that Mo City was facing a rebellion? But that seemed implausible. The power of the heart curse would surely prevent the criminals from harboring rebellious thoughts. Lin Shun pondered quietly. Benefactor, I beg you, please save my child. The woman continued to weep, nearly pleading. This scene stirred memories of his own mother in Lin Shun's heart. These beasts slaughter humans. I shall not let them go unpunished. You lack cultivation. Attempting to rescue them now would only complicate matters. Leave the Tagosha Desert at once. Lin Shun contemplated. Hearing Lin Shun promise to rescue her child, the woman became overwhelmed with gratitude and bowed her head in thanks. After Lin Shun offered her words of comfort, they reluctantly departed. This only fueled Lin Shun's anger further. It seemed that his arrival was timely. The serpent people deserved to be eradicated. Lin Shun committed the information provided by the woman to memory and swiftly made his way forward. He was acutely aware of the serpent people's tactics. Any delay could result in the beheading of those captives. Moments later, a pungent scent of blood assaulted Lin Shun's nostrils. Looking down, he saw countless severed limbs carelessly discarded upon the desert sands, the yellow sand soaked and stained crimson with blood. Nearby, 15 serpent people loomed, grasping several human children and cultivators, evidently intending to take them alive. Among the children, Lin Shun immediately recognized Nini, the girl mentioned by the woman. A small girl with slightly dark skin and emerald green eyes trembled in fear, clearly terrified of the serpent people. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent people continued to converse among themselves, but their language was incomprehensible to Lin Shun. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully assessed the 15 serpent people, beginning to calculate his options. The leader among them was at the 5th level of the spirit body realm, accompanied by 5 others of similar or greater strength, while the rest were at the spirit vein realm. If I were to strike, I could swiftly eliminate the 5th level leader, but the remaining serpent people would likely band together. If they threatened the captives, it could complicate matters considerably. Lin Shun did not fear facing the serpent people alone, but their possession of hostages made him hesitant to act recklessly. Big brother, are you here to save us? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Shun's mind. Alerted. Lin Shun surveyed his surroundings and, confirming no one had noticed him, curiously asked, Who are you? How did you find me? He was currently using the 5 elements spiritual energy to conceal himself, and even the 5th level serpent person had failed to detect him. Now, a voice inexplicably intruded upon his consciousness, suggesting he had been exposed. I am Nini. I don't know where you are, big brother. I just felt a warm aura, so I came to find you. The childlike voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, resonated within Lin Shun's mind. Hearing this, Lin Shun reassessed the dark-skinned girl. To his astonishment, Nini possessed a unique physique. He realized that she was currently devoid of any spiritual energy. This meant her communication was a manifestation of her extraordinary ability. However, at this moment, this ability could prove immensely helpful. Yes, Nini. I am here at your mother's behest to rescue you. Remain with the serpent people for now. When the time is right, I will come to save you, Lin Chen reassured her. Big brother, these bad people are taking us to a place filled with flames. They intend to hand us over to another villain there. Nini's voice trembled with fear. Lin Chen's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Nini, can you understand what they are saying? He inquired. Earlier, the serpent people's conversation, conducted in their tongue, had been lost on him. If Nini's claim held true, he could devise a more effective plan. Nini cannot understand their words, but I can hear their thoughts. She communicated. I heard that Big Brother intends to rescue us. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was instantly convinced of Nini's credibility. He unfolded a map and began to examine it. Not far from Mo City lay a place known as Fire Mountain, named for the incessant flames that engulfed it. Ordinary cultivators at the spirit body realm would need to exercise extreme caution to approach Fire Mountain. If the serpent people truly intended to go there, it was likely that only a few leaders would escort the captives. This would significantly lessen Lin Chen's burden. Nini, thank you for the information. Once we reach the vicinity of Fire Mountain, I will rescue you. Please be patient. Lin Chen exclaimed with joy. Okay, Nini will be good. Big brother, you must save me. Nini echoed back, equally cheerful. Lin Chen immediately began to strategize. After all, eliminating multiple cultivators at the spirit body realm would pose a considerable challenge. Additionally, once he had dispatched the serpent people, he would need to swiftly escort the human children to safety. Though there were a few human cultivators among them, they were gravely injured and would likely struggle to flee. All of this would require Lin Chen's intervention. Indeed, this was no small trial. Chapter 45, Slaying the Serpent Warrior. As Lin Chen watched the serpentine warriors gradually recede from view, he realized he could only devise a plan once they reached the Flame Mountain. The serpentine escort moved at a leisurely pace, as Nini and her companions lacked any cultivation. After more than an hour had passed, they finally arrived near the Flame Mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The leading serpentine warrior halted and addressed the group behind him. Soon after, Nini and her companions were singled out and escorted towards the Flame Mountain. Lin Chen observed this scene with keen interest. It appeared that the serpentine warrior was quite confident, believing one warrior was sufficient for the task. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. After all, the leading serpentine warrior was merely at the 5th level of the spirit body realm. Such cultivation was indeed formidable for the human hostages, but according to Lin Chen's assessment, the highest among the group of human cultivators was only at the 8th level of the spirit vein realm. Moreover, they were currently severely injured and lacked any means to resist. Thus, it was understandable for the serpentine warrior to feel assured. Nini, could you allow me to communicate with the other human cultivators? Lin Chen thought to himself. Nini seemed to sense Lin Chen's intention, and soon a warm current flowed through his mind. Lin Chen felt as if his spirit could perceive countless orbs of light, with a few faintly pulsating orbs directly before him. So this is how it appears in Nini's eyes? Lin Chen was taken aback. However, time was of the essence. The serpentine warrior was already escorting Nini and the others towards the Flame Mountain. If he waited until they reached the serpentine stronghold, no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he would not stand a chance against the numerous serpentine warriors. I have come to rescue you. Follow my commands. Lin Chen conveyed to the other cultivators telepathically. In the next moment, Lin Chen heard a cacophony of disjointed voices echoing in his mind. Who are you? A cultivator from Mo City? How wonderful. Hurry and save me. I don't want to be consumed by the serpentine tribe. Do the serpentine have spirit body realm cultivators? How many of you are there? Silence. Lin Chen exclaimed, unable to tolerate the chaotic noise. I am but one person, yet it is enough. The real question is, after slaying the serpentine, where will you escape? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the previously excited group fell silent. After all, Lin Chen was alone, and his voice sounded exceedingly youthful, causing their hearts to plummet. If he had claimed to be part of the Mo City army, they might have felt a surge of hope, but being just one person seemed akin to signing their death warrant. My friend, you should flee quickly. Not far ahead lies a serpentine encampment. Trust me, I can slay spirit body realm cultivators. I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, the expressions of the group shifted noticeably. Although the Tago Desert was geographically isolated, and news did not flow freely, Lin Chen's reputation as the foremost genius of the Storm Empire was still resounding. Fortunately, due to the lack of information dissemination, the news of Lin Chen's fall from grace had not reached many ears. You are Lin Chen, the first genius of the Storm Empire? How splendid. We are saved. As long as we manage to escape, we can find refuge in a small town outside Mo City, where a mysterious powerful figure guards it. Many cultivators have fled there for safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. The location mentioned was identical to what he had learned from Li Yun regarding the whereabouts of the fire-old ghost. Was this mere coincidence? Lin Chen chuckled. I will direct you. Just create a disturbance to attract the serpentine's attention, and I will swiftly eliminate them. Lin Chen communicated. The human cultivators, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, began to quietly circulate their internal spiritual energy, preparing for his command. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the serpentine warriors passed through a canyon. On either side of the canyon, flames danced wildly, and the scorching air surged like a hurricane. Even Lin Chun had to consume fire resistance pills to mitigate the flame's intensity. Meanwhile, Nini and the others were utterly overwhelmed by the oppressive heat. Lin Chun knew that if he did not act soon, Nini and her companions would suffer grievously before reaching the stronghold. Now, attack the cliffs on either side, Lin Chun decisively commanded. At a signal, the human cultivators unleashed their spiritual energy with abandon. Numerous potent waves of energy struck the cliffs in unison. Boom! Countless boulders tumbled down, creating a tumultuous scene akin to an earthquake. The leading serpentine warrior, clearly unprepared for the humans' defiance, was momentarily stunned before swiftly wielding his weapon to strike at the falling boulders. Humans, are you seeking death? The serpentine warrior shrieked. However, in the next instant, a fierce blade of energy erupted, cleaving him in two. He never even realized who had delivered the fatal blow. The merciless blade of energy shattered the descending boulders, sparing the onlookers from being crushed. The strike was swift and decisive, and in an instant, the canyon returned to its former tranquility. Even the wildly surging spiritual energy was quelled by the searing flames. All the cultivators present gazed at Lin Chun in astonishment. Although they had learned of his identity through previous telepathic exchanges, witnessing Lin Chun's prowess firsthand left them utterly awestruck. With only spirit vein realm cultivation, he had slain a 5th-level spirit body realm warrior with a single stroke. Such formidable skill undeniably justified his title as the foremost genius of the Storm Empire. Of course, had they known that Lin Chun had previously slain a Nirvana-level expert, their astonishment would have known no bounds. Thank you, Lord Lin Chun, for your assistance. I am Jin Lihai, a cultivator from Mo City. Jin Lihai said, his voice weak and weary. Big brother, I knew you would save us, Nini exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed into Lin Chun's embrace, brimming with excitement. Lin Chun affectionately ruffled Nini's hair and distributed several fire resistance pills from his storage ring, stating, "These are fire resistance pills. Take them, and they will help you withstand the flames of Flame Mountain." Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time and quickly consumed the pills. They had been subjected to the intense heat for too long, and the children were nearly dehydrated. I was merely passing through the Tego Desert and never anticipated encountering such a situation. The Serpentine tribe is truly ruthless. They are a scourge that must be eradicated, Lin Chun said, narrowing his eyes at the Serpentine corpse in anger. The Serpentine will likely discover what has transpired here soon. We must leave immediately. Lin Chun suppressed his rage and declared. Though he longed to slay all the Serpentine warriors, he knew that a single person's strength could not contend against many. Moreover, the injured cultivators needed a place to recuperate. Lin Chun scooped up Nini and unfurled his wings, soaring like a fleeting light, carrying everyone away from Flame Mountain. Why has there been no response from the cultivators of Mo City regarding the Serpentine's massacres? Lin Chun inquired of Jin Lihai. This question had troubled him for quite some time. Alas, Mo City is no more. Chapter 46, The Rebellion of a Mysterious City has vanished? What on earth happened? Lin Chun exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that was established by the Wind and Cloud Emperor as a bastion against the Serpent tribe, housing numerous powerful spiritual beings and even a Nirvana-level guardian. Such a city, in terms of stature, could only be second to the royal city. Now, however, at the mouth of Jin Lihai, it was proclaimed to have disappeared. Jin Lihai, unfazed by Lin Chun's words, lowered his head, seemingly reluctant to recall the painful past. General Li was ambushed by the Serpent tribe, and countless criminals seized the opportunity to rebel. Left with no choice, General Li had to activate the city's defensive array to prevent those ruthless criminals from escaping. Jin Lihai spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun felt a tightening in his heart. He had not anticipated that a rebellion had indeed erupted within. Moreover, it appeared that had been sealed off for nearly a year. In that time, no matter how formidable the Nirvana-level guardian was, they had likely succumbed to decay. Did you not report situation to the royal city? Lin Chun inquired. As the foremost city in the west of the Wind and Cloud Empire, served to safeguard the borders. If it were to fall, the empire would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Thus, it was hard to believe that the Wind and Cloud Emperor would remain indifferent in the face of such turmoil. Lord Lin, you are unaware. Ever since the rebellion broke out, all who knew of the situation were slaughtered by the Serpent tribe, and the news could not possibly escape. Jin Lihai replied with a sorrowful expression. As one of the few survivors, he had evidently endured much suffering and loss. Could it be that the royal city has not suspected anything after a year without contact with? Lin Chun asked, perplexed. Even if had been unable to communicate, Lin Chun found it hard to believe that no one in the royal city would be concerned about the lack of contact over such an extended period. Lord Lin, you must understand that General Li was exiled by the Wind and Cloud Emperor. He had previously angered the Emperor, which led to his banishment to defend the West. Furthermore, General Li was deeply distrusted by the ministers of the royal city. They probably think he is merely sulking. Jin Lihai lamented. At this revelation, a shadow of conspiracy flickered in Lin Chen's mind. It seemed there were unseen hands at play. Even the Nirvana-level Guardian was merely a pawn in a larger game. Having gleaned this information, Lin Chen refrained from further questioning Jin Lihai, recognizing the pain that such memories could evoke. Fortunately, during their journey, they had not encountered any serpent tribe members. Before sunset, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the outskirts of a city. According to Jin Lihai, this city was under the protection of a powerful entity, hence its name, Guardian City. There, countless bricks resembling ink were stacked to form the city walls. With numerous human cultivators stationed at the entrance, their expressions vigilant as they regarded Lin Chen and his group. Who approaches? One of the guards demanded sternly. I am Jin Lihai, a cultivator from, and this is our savior, Lin Chen. Jin Lihai proclaimed, producing a token. The lead guard glanced at Jin Lihai's token, his expression shifting momentarily before regaining composure. Indeed, they are from. Allow them entry. Lin Chen and his companions swiftly passed through the city gates. Observing the tranquility of ordinary citizens within the Guardian City brought Lin Chen a sense of relief. He had not expected to find such a haven amidst the perilous Tagosha Desert. Lord Lin, I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue. Without you, I would have surely become a sacrifice on the Serpent Tribe's altar. Jin Lihai bowed deeply. Lord Lin, you likely have nowhere to stay. I have a residence in the city. If you do not mind, you may temporarily reside there. Lin Chen nodded slightly in response. Though he had saved these individuals, he had no suitable accommodations in the Tagosha Desert. While he could endure the elements, it was not fitting for these children. With the Serpent Tribe lurking outside the desert and pressing matters at hand, it was impractical to escort the children back to the women they had previously escaped from. It was wiser to find temporary shelter within the city until the situation calmed. Soon, Lin Chen and his group arrived at Jin Lihai's home. Before him stood a residence that rivaled his own in Sanyue City, indicating that Jin Lihai had fared well in the city. Lin Chen mused inwardly. After arranging accommodations for the children, Lin Chen made his way to Nini's room. The little girl, somewhat dark-skinned, was gazing timidly out the window, as if lost in thought. Nini, what are you thinking about? Lin Chen asked gently. He sought to understand the nature of her unique abilities, for it was her exceptional gift that had facilitated their escape. I'm thinking of my mother. I wonder if she has safely left the Tagosha Desert. Nini replied, her expression tinged with sadness. Do not worry, Nini. Your mother followed the path I previously took. She will surely make it out of the desert safely. Lin Chen comforted her, gently ruffling her hair. Nini, when you communicated with me earlier, did you notice any unusual sensations in your body? Lin Chen inquired. Nini pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Big brother, I just felt really scared, and then could hear the thoughts of those bad people. Oh, you haven't awakened your spiritual power yet, so perhaps you did not perceive it. Lin Chen contemplated. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Lin Chen retrieved the Yin-5 spirit technique he had acquired not long ago from his storage ring. Nini, would you like to become a powerful cultivator like me? This is a cultivation technique. If you desire, you can become as formidable as I am. Lin Chen smiled warmly. The Yin-5 spirit technique was somewhat useless for Lin Chen himself, so he chose to pass it on to Nini. Once she cultivated her spiritual power, she would inevitably awaken her unique constitution. This would allow Lin Chen to absorb a trace of her unique blood essence to enhance his own abilities. Can I really become as powerful as Big Brother? Nini's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed longingly at the Yin-5 spirit technique. Indeed, Nini. But you must not let anyone else see this technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to become as strong as I am. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Lin Chen encouraged her with a smile. After comforting Nini, Lin Chen left with satisfaction. Why have I been encountering children lately? Am I somehow nurturing a little sister? He chuckled, shaking his head. Lin Chen quickly departed the residence. Closing his eyes, he summoned his 5 elements spiritual power, swiftly exploring the entirety of the city. Is he here? Old fire. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he hurried towards a particular building. Within moments, Lin Chen arrived at the structure. Humph, disturbing my rest? You seek death. A deep voice thundered from within. Instantly, a fiery hammer was hurled forth, infused with terrifying spiritual power. The overwhelming pressure from it caused the ground around to sink. Realizing he had no way to evade, Lin Chen drew his dragon-slaying blade. Forgive me, esteemed senior. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he channeled all his internal spiritual power into the blade, unleashing a violet flame in retaliation. The fierce clash of blade and hammer resonated throughout the Guardian City, drawing the attention of all cultivators within. Due to this formidable power, it resembles a battle between 2 formidable beings of Nirvana. What a remarkable young man. He possesses quite a remarkable ability. Chapter 47. The Poisoned Fire Old Ghost. The formidable Serpent Woman Queen. A resonant voice emanated from within the room. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Lin Chen. Anticipating this, Lin Chen discreetly activated his devouring energy to evade it. Surrounding him, countless floor tiles were instantly reduced to powder. Such terrifying pressure could only emanate from a formidable being in the Nirvana realm. I, Lin Chen, have come seeking your esteemed assistance in forging a weapon. With no ill intentions, Lin Shen stated respectfully. He held a deep respect for such a powerful being, one who sheltered many humans. Lin Shen, that name is indeed familiar. Yet, I have no interest. The fire old ghost replied, retracting his pressure with a low voice. A disheveled old man with white hair and a black robe emerged from the room. He returned his hammer to its resting place and laid back in an armchair. Seemingly indifferent, Lin Shen questioned whether he had approached the wrong person. Yet the dangerous aura emanating from the elemental energies confirmed that this individual was indeed a powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. However, there was a faint sense of weakness accompanying that aura, which flickered away so swiftly that Lin Shen could not ascertain its cause. Elder Fire. Are you familiar with this blade? Lin Shen inquired, drawing the Dragon Slayer from his storage ring. As the blade unsheathed, a faint dragon's roar resonated. Upon seeing the Dragon Slayer, the fire old ghost's expression shifted to one of surprise. Is this the weapon forged by my junior brother? He asked, rising to take the blade from Lin Shen's hands for a closer inspection. Indeed, this is a fourth-tier weapon crafted by Master Li. However, I have recently acquired the fangs of the purple flame mad lion and wish to request your assistance in reforging it. Lin Shen explained, producing Master Li's recommendation letter along with the lioness fangs. Upon hearing this, the fire old ghost's expression grew somewhat complex. After examining the recommendation letter, he returned the Dragon Slayer to Lin Shen. Since you were recommended by my junior brother, I suppose I can trust you. However, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I am unable to do so at present. He lamented, reclining back in his chair. Lin Shen's heart sank at these words. It seemed his earlier intuition was correct. The elder's affliction was likely deeply rooted within his bones. Lin Shen deduced that the elder was indeed poisoned. Furthermore, this poison was exceedingly potent, making it difficult for even a Nirvana realm expert to eradicate. Indeed, the fire old ghost gestured toward a nearby chair, inviting Lin Shen to sit. You must have heard from my junior brother about my reasons for coming to the Tagosha Desert. As Lin Shen settled beside him, he listened intently. Within the Serpent People tribe lies a unique crystal known as Serpent Lotus Crystal. Weapons forged from this crystal possess extraordinary resilience, impervious even to the strikes of Nirvana realm warriors. The fire old ghost elaborated. Lin Shen's heart raced at this revelation. He had first-hand experience of the prowess of Nirvana realm fighters. Even those in the ordinary spirit body realm could not withstand their casual blows. If weapons crafted from this crystal were indeed invulnerable to Nirvana realm attacks, then they would be formidable tools in the hands of such warriors. In a flash, a terrifying thought crossed Lin Shen's mind. If his Dragon Slayer were to be forged with this crystal, combined with the fangs of the purple flame mad lion, would it not create a weapon that could both attack and defend, rendering even a Nirvana realm expert a victim? Young man, I sense your thoughts. The fire old ghost interjected, shaking his head. However, I advise you to abandon this notion. The Serpent Lotus Crystal is safeguarded within the Serpent People's stronghold, personally overseen by their queen. Even several Nirvana realm experts united would find it futile to seize it. Lin Shen felt as though cold water had been poured over him. A sense of helplessness washing over him. Was the fire old ghost suffering from this potent poison precisely because of the Serpent Lotus Crystal? Just how formidable was the Serpent Woman Queen? It is indeed terrifying. That Serpent Woman Queen is likely on the verge of transcending the Nirvana realm. The fire old ghost admitted, a note of apprehension in his voice. Lin Shen's expression shifted. To transcend the Nirvana realm would mean the Serpent Woman Queen might soon attain the status of a true martial realm powerhouse. Such a level of practitioner was unique in the entire Fengyan Empire, held only by the Fengyan Emperor. Should the Serpent Woman Queen truly achieve true martial status, the Fengyan Empire would be in grave peril. Although Lin Shen harbored disdain for the Fengyan Emperor's methods, he could not deny that life under his rule was far safer than under the dominion of the Serpent People. Wait, the Serpent Woman Queen has not yet broken through the Nirvana realm, has she? Is this ritual related to her potential breakthrough? Lin Shen pondered aloud. I cannot say for certain, but there must be some connection. My current strength is waning, and I shall perish within half a year. The fire old ghost lamented. Hearing this, Lin Shen felt a pang of sorrow. The loss of a powerhouse like the fire old ghost would indeed leave the Tagosha Desert vulnerable to the Serpent People's tyranny. Moreover, his own fifth-tier Dragon Slayer would be left without a craftsman. There were few capable of forging fifth-tier weapons in the entire Fengyan Empire. And if the fire old ghost was unable, then none would suffice. Elder Fire, is there truly no way to cure your affliction? Lin Shen pressed earnestly. Out of both sentiment and reason, he wished for the fire old ghost to survive. The elder regarded Lin Shen thoughtfully before shaking his head with regret. Had you been in the Nirvana realm, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But you are merely at the spirit vein stage. It is difficult. So very difficult. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The elder's words hinted that the poison was not entirely insurmountable. Driven by urgency, Lin Shen asked, Elder Fire, although I am only at the spirit vein stage, I am more than a match for ordinary spirit body practitioners. Furthermore, I possess the 5-element spirit body, granting me proficiency in sensing and concealing energies. The fire old ghost, recalling Lin Chun's earlier prowess, nodded slowly. No, it remains too perilous. He countered. Given that you are a 5-element spirit body, it is even less justifiable to put you at risk. Lin Chun realized he had yet to gain the fire old ghost's complete confidence. He produced the storage ring he had obtained from Fong Wenlong and held it up. This belonged to a Nirvana realm expert. He stated calmly. The fire old ghost squinted at the ring, surprise flickering across his face. The aura emanating from it indeed suggested it belonged to a Nirvana realm warrior. If that were the case, it implied that Lin Chun possessed the capability to seize items from such powerful beings. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, finally settling into one of reluctant concession. There is but one way to save you, and that is to acquire the Bailing grass from the Serpent People's territory. Chapter 48. The Venom of the Azure Spirit Serpent. The most powerful strike of the fire old ghost. The Azure Spirit Herb? Lin Chun inquired, puzzled. Before him, the fire old ghost unfurled a scroll, revealing a vividly illustrated mystical plant. Its pale blue leaves and stalk appeared as if carved from crystalline ice, emanating waves of mysterious spiritual energy. Captivated by its unique appearance, Lin Chun realized this was indeed the Azure Spirit Herb. The Azure Spirit Herb is a rare 5th-tier spiritual plant, the fire old ghost elaborated. It can significantly enhance a cultivator's spiritual power and possesses the ability to cleanse the essence and marrow. Most importantly, it is the only remedy for the venom of the Azure Spirit Serpent. The venom of the Azure Spirit Serpent. Lin Chun exclaimed. Were you harmed by this toxin, Senior Fire? He nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of Lin Chun's words. Indeed, it is the venom of the Azure Spirit Serpent. The Serpent People Queen has mastered toxin control to an extraordinary degree. Her Azure Spirit Serpent venom is unrivaled among those in the Nirvana realm. Had I not sensed the danger and fled, I would have surely perished. The fire old ghost sighed. The Azure Spirit Herb feeds on the venom and thrives near the Serpent Queen's palace. To approach it, your elemental spiritual power must evade the scrutiny of Nirvana realm experts. It seems that General Li from Mo City has also succumbed to this toxin. Lin Chun pondered silently. At this moment, Lin Chun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If only facing spiritual body realm cultivators, his elemental spiritual power would be unassailable. However, when it came to Nirvana realm experts, he felt far less assured. After all, every Nirvana realm master possesses the ability to command the heavens and is acutely sensitive to even the slightest fluctuations in energy. Even Lin Chun, once a 9th-level spiritual body realm cultivator, would not dare boast about evading their detection. Initially, Lin Chun had thought that acquiring the Azure Spirit Herb would merely require infiltrating the outskirts of the Serpent People's stronghold. Yet now, it seemed he would need to venture deep into the heart of their territory. The fire old ghost, sensing Lin Chun's predicament, produced a map. If you truly possess the strength to momentarily contend with Nirvana realm experts, this task may not be impossible. This map, which I obtained by chance, details a secret path leading directly to the Serpent People's stronghold. Currently, during their ritual, the Serpent Queen's palace will likely be understaffed. This is an opportune moment. However, a formidable flame obstructs this path. Even I must tread carefully, the fire old ghost warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? A flame formidable enough to trouble Nirvana realm experts must surely be that fabled elemental fire. He had not anticipated such a significant opportunity lying beneath the Serpent People's array. This only heightened his interest in their faction. Though Lin Chun possessed the fierce purple flames of the purple flame mad lion, which were indeed powerful, they were ultimately a beastly fire. Should he acquire a heavenly fire, his strength could escalate dramatically, potentially allowing him to contend against Nirvana realm experts even as a spiritual body realm cultivator. I am uncertain. I merely sense the flames from the periphery and have not seen the flames themselves. Lin Chun admitted, though the possibility seemed high. You must consider carefully. If this is indeed heavenly fire, your chances of success may diminish even further. The fire old ghost candidly expressed. He hesitated to push this gifted young man into peril, recognizing the grave dangers that awaited within the Serpent People's territory. Senior Fire, if there is a path, I must take the risk, Lin Chun declared resolutely. In the journey of cultivation, one must contend against others, against heaven, and against fate. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My junior brother has not misled me. The fire old ghost laughed heartily. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and retrieved a hammer from his storage ring. Instantly, the air around them stirred as an overwhelming pressure radiated from the fire old ghost. To Lin Chun's astonishment, the elemental forces in the surroundings converged into the hammer, amplifying its power. The hammer emitted a mournful hum, compressing the terrifying pressure until a faint cracking sound broke the tension. The fire old ghost, drenched in sweat, collapsed into his chair, the hammer thudding heavily onto the ground, creating a substantial crater. Looks like this hammer has reached its limit. Lin Chun, this is the final assistance I can provide you. The power within this hammer exceeds even my peak strength with a single strike, but it is limited to just one blow. The fire old ghost said weakly. His chest heaved as purple toxins seeped through his skin, staining it a deep hue. Senior Fire, are you all right? Lin Chen asked, concern evident in his voice. I'll be fine. I'm not dead yet. But I estimate I have only about 2 months left. For your sake, I have risked everything this time. The fire old ghost replied, suppressing the toxins within him. Rather than await my demise, it is better to take a bold chance. Lin Chen silently nodded. Moved by the fire old ghost's sacrifice to forge the strongest attack for him. Rest assured, Senior Fire, I will retrieve the Azure Spirit Herb and the Serpent Lotus Crystal. He vowed, whether you succeed or not, I have come to terms with it. The most crucial thing is for you to preserve your life. After all, the future belongs to you. The fire old ghost reassured him. After discussing some details with the fire old ghost, Lin Chen secured the hammer and departed. Returning to his residence in Jinlihai, my Lord Lin, a battle between Nirvana realm experts erupted suddenly within the city. It would be prudent to avoid venturing out frequently for the time being, Jinlihai advised with concern. There's no need for worry. I was merely sparring with Senior Fire, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Without allowing Jinlihai further contemplation, he made his way to the training grounds, determined to enhance his skills. In the training grounds, apart from Nini, there was no one else present. Oh, she's already begun tempering her body. It seems the Yin Wuling Ju suits her quite well, Lin Chen noted with a smile. He then sat cross-legged, entering the mysterious realm to hone his mental strength, an essential daily practice. Since his battle with Fong Wenlong, Lin Chen had spent an entire month refining his mental acuity in this realm. His mental power had surged by more than 40%. Should he encounter Fong Wenlong again, he would no longer appear flustered, but would navigate the situation with ease. After briefly refining his mental strength, Lin Chen retrieved the dragon-slaying blade and began practicing diligently. I have now reached the 7th level of the spiritual vein realm. The 4th-tier dragon-slaying blade can withstand the force of the 3rd strike. Lin Chen contemplated. His comprehension of the Mad Warrior sword technique had deepened to the 3rd strike. However, due to the immense physical strain it placed on him, he had hesitated to attempt it. Yet now, as he planned to venture into the heart of the Serpent People's territory, he knew he must begin his practice. After all, each incremented strength meant a greater guarantee of survival. I'll practice for 3 days. If I still cannot break through, then so be it. Chapter 49. The frenzied 3 blades achieve greatness. The purple flame demonstrates its might. 3 days later, within the martial arts arena, Lin Chen stood bare-chested, gripping the dragon-slaying blade with unwavering resolve. His muscles coiled like tightly wound springs, honed to perfection. With a fierce cry, Lin Chen swung the long knife. And 2 visible arcs of blade light swiftly sliced through the air. The sheer force of the strike reverberated through the ground, reducing countless bricks to mere powder. Fortunately, the arena was spacious, and Lin Chen had instructed Jinlihai to set up protective formations. Otherwise, a mere 2 strikes from him could have roused the entire city. The ground trembled violently, akin to waves in a storm, and numerous cracks appeared in the formation, threatening to shatter at any moment. Yet, Lin Chen remained oblivious to these signs of impending disaster. His hands trembled as an abundance of spiritual energy surged into the dragon-slaying blade, as if it were an inexhaustible resource. In an explosive moment, he unleashed a powerful strike. Frenzied 3 blades, he declared, and as the words left his lips, the blade fell with equal ferocity. The concentrated blade light howled forth, tearing through the formation and shooting skyward. The terrifying explosion sent ripples of shock through the city, alarming countless cultivators. Even the seasoned fire old ghost turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen who had unleashed the strike, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he had poured all his spiritual energy into his hammer. In his current state, he could easily vanquish any spirit realm opponent. However, should the Serpent People launch a full-scale invasion, he would find himself defenseless. Lin Chen, too, was not unscathed. After delivering the blow, he coughed a mouthful of blood, his body reeling backward, causing the dragon-slaying blade to fly from his grasp. He crashed heavily against the wall, creating a deep dent. Despite this, a smile spread across his face. The 3rd blade has succeeded, he remarked, wiping the blood from his lips with a wry grin. At that moment, Jinlihai arrived, somewhat late, by Lin Chen's side. After scanning Lin Chen with a discerning eye, he could not help but confirm that the earlier disturbances were indeed caused by him. Initially puzzled by Lin Chen's decision to erect a formation comparable to that of the Nirvana realm for protection, he now realized that without it, their home might have been lost. Brother Jin, I fear I must trouble you further. Here are 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Consider them my compensation, Lin Chen stated, retrieving the stones from his storage ring. Although still bearing the marks of his earlier injuries, the mysterious healing powers had allowed him to recover significantly. Though he felt fatigued from the depletion of his spiritual energy. Lord Lin, you saved my life. There is no need for such formalities. Your previous strike could likely overpower even a Nirvana expert. Jinlihai praised, his words sincere. He was not merely flattering. Lin Chen's attack possessed that level of might. During his time as a guard in Mo City, he had witnessed similar strikes from General Li, but those were often desperate gambles against true Nirvana experts. Lin Chen sighed. acknowledging his own limitations. Such an attack, while powerful, can only be executed once. What Nirvana expert would stand still, waiting for their demise? He thrust the spirit stones into Jean Lehai's hands and continued, I must venture outside for a while. I entrust these children to your care. With the Serpent People's rituals commencing and their forces rampant outside, perhaps it would be prudent to delay your departure? Jean Lehai suggested. Time is of the essence. Such moments are best utilized. Lin Shen replied with a smile. Recognizing that further persuasion would be futile, Jean Lehai nodded in acceptance. Once Lin Shen had fully recovered, he set forth from the city. According to the map provided by the Elder Fire, reaching the Serpent People's territory in Serpent Valley required traversing Flaming Mountain. Lin Shen squinted against the horizon. An idea sparked in his mind. Since a tempest is inevitable, why not stir the waters first? With that thought, Lin Shen quickened his pace, his wings unfurling gently, propelling him several dozen zhang ahead in an instant. Within the hour, he hovered above Flaming Mountain. Sensing the oppressive heat in the air, he consumed a fire-resistant pill and began to quietly channel his spiritual energy. A Nirvana expert was stationed within Flaming Mountain. Hence, speed was of the utmost importance. With a sudden motion, he concentrated his energy, and in an instant, a fierce purple flame erupted forth. He hurled it downward with great force before hastily making his way toward the Serpent People's stronghold. The terrifying purple flame descended like a meteor, plummeting towards the ground. Have you noticed it feels a bit hotter? One Serpent People warrior remarked. Ah, the queen is meditating. The flames of Flaming Mountain tend to flare up at times. You're new here. You'll get used to it, another warrior replied nonchalantly. However, the next moment, an explosion of purple flames ignited within the camp. Boom. This conflagration, fueled by most of Lin Shen's spiritual energy, posed a grave threat even to Nirvana realm experts in such an environment. With the purple flames erupting in the Serpent People's camp, it was akin to a Nirvana expert invading their territory. Enemy attack. A voice echoed throughout the camp. Countless Serpent People warriors scrambled to locate the source of the threat. Yet, before they could catch a glimpse of Lin Shen, they were instantaneously consumed by the flames. Lin Shen's purple flames ignited the very fires of Flaming Mountain. At that moment, the mountain truly earned its name. The peak was engulfed in an overwhelming inferno. Numerous spirit realm Serpent People cultivators, merely brushing against the flames, were reduced to ashes. Even spirit body realm warriors could not endure for long under such relentless heat. Who dares disrupt my dreams? A terrifying voice resonated from deep within the camp. A Serpent People elder, towering 3 zhang high, soared into the air. With a wave of his hand, the forces of nature surged forth, swiftly quelling the flames. His emerald eyes surveyed the devastation below, igniting a surge of wrath within him. The Serpent People had long dominated the Tagosha Desert, only ever attacking the human race. Never had they faced an invasion of their own territory. Now, someone had dared to strike at them, an affront he could not tolerate. Instantly, an aura of immense power erupted from him, so potent that even the flames of Flaming Mountain seemed to flicker in submission. Yet, even in his fury, he found no trace of the intruder. For Lin Shen had already fled swiftly before the attack landed. Do not let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Chapter 50. Absorbing the incomplete Lotus Heart Flame. The Serpent Queen returns to her ancestry. In the Tago Desert, within the Serpent Valley, Lin Shen soared through the sky like a violet meteor, leaving behind a trail of purple flames as he dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. He ventured deep into the Serpent Valley, disregarding the threats posed by the Nirvana-level powerhouse. Given his current capabilities, unless relentlessly pursued by a Nirvana expert, it was unlikely anyone could catch up to him. The Serpent Valley was indeed enigmatic, presenting a stark contrast to the barren expanse of Tago Desert. As Lin Shen observed the scenes below, he couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the Serpent Tribe. The Tago Desert, known as the most desolate region of the Wind and Cloud Empire, was predominantly a vast sea of sand, with only the oasis of Mo City breaking the monotony. Yet, remarkably, outside the Wind and Cloud Empire, there existed such a lush oasis. Even Lin Shen was forced to admire the survival capabilities of the Serpent Tribe. Without further contemplation, Lin Shen gradually reduced his speed, following the map's guidance toward a nearby jungle. Soon, a cavern capable of accommodating 3 individuals appeared before him. A powerful gust of scorching wind erupted from within the cave, instantly turning the surrounding trees to ash. This sight caused Lin Shen to squint, for he sensed a deadly aura emanating from the heat wave. His perception of the elemental energies was never mistaken. It was likely that an extraordinary celestial fire resided within. To his surprise, the Serpent Tribe concealed such a treasure. Did the Serpent Queen possess the ability to control fire? Lin Shen pondered. As a favored child of the heavens, each celestial fire bore unique attributes. However, this also meant that every celestial fire was an immensely formidable force. So much so that even a Nirvana-level being would hesitate to approach it. The fact that this fire lay dormant within the Serpent Valley was indeed perplexing. Wondering whether this celestial fire was indeed potent or if his devouring energy surpassed it, Lin Shen consumed a fire-resistant pill and leaped into the cavern. Countless searing flames twisted and coiled within, resembling a dragon. The terrifying flames rained down upon him. Even with the fire-resistant pill, Lin Shun felt discomfort. Yet, he remained undeterred, raising his right hand. In an instant, a surge of black energy erupted forth, extinguishing the surrounding flames in the blink of an eye. The once searing cavern cooled rapidly, with smoke billowing from the now glowing walls. Simultaneously, Lin Shun felt a wave of scorching energy merging into his body, gathering in his dantian. A small lotus flower composed of flames gradually formed within, its translucent appearance resembling something alive. Witnessing this, Lin Shun's heart swelled with joy. Could he truly absorb this celestial fire? This lotus-shaped flame could well be the Lotus Heart Flame, ranked 25th among celestial fires. However, Lin Shun soon noticed something amiss. The Lotus Heart Flame within his dantian was not complete. It was merely a fragment. Yet, even this portion possessed a power several times greater than the purple flames. It seemed the full Lotus Heart Flame resided deeper within the Serpent Tribe's territory. Lin Shun narrowed his eyes, contemplating further. Without hesitation, he continued deeper into the cavern. With a part of the Lotus Heart Flame already absorbed, the oppressive heat within the cavern diminished. As he ventured further, a ritual was underway within the Serpent Tribe's territory. Countless droplets of blood fell upon an array, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that ascended toward the heavens. Converging at the center of the array, the Serpent Queen's palace. Before the Serpent Queen, a stunning lotus flame slowly unfurled, its terrifying heat warping the space surrounding it. Once I absorb this Lotus Heart Flame, I shall return to my ancestral form, the seven-colored devouring python, and ascend to the true martial realm, exclaimed a woman with a serpentine tail. Her exquisite beauty partially concealed by a veil, captivating all with her every expression. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this Lotus Heart Flame was not whole. A portion remained in the external world. After an hour, Lin Shun finally reached the deepest part of the cavern. Drip, drop, sounds of water echoed. Exiting the cave, Lin Shun gazed upon a palace adorned with countless light blue spiritual plants, the air thick with an almost liquid-like spiritual energy. Is that Bailing grass? He exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the pale blue foliage. He hadn't anticipated encountering such spiritual flora just outside the cave, especially since, according to the fire-old ghost, even he had never laid eyes on Bailing grass. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the central area, its sheer force sending Lin Shun hurtling backward, leaving him gravely injured. He crashed against the stony wall, finally coming to a stop. Quickly, he activated his devouring energy to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and mend his wounds. Fortunately, I can utilize the surrounding energy to heal. Otherwise, in this battered state, retrieving the Bailing grass would be impossible, let alone escaping the Serpent Valley, Lin Shun thought grimly. What was that sound? He wondered, glancing toward the palace's center. There, a colossal python, over 100 feet long, soared skyward, lightning crashing down upon it, as if attempting to obliterate it. As the lightning struck, anguished roars echoed from the python, crimson blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this shocking scene, Lin Shun's gaze sharpened. Is that the Serpent Queen? Is she attempting to break through to the true martial realm? He speculated. If Lin Shun's conjecture was correct, the human inhabitants of the Tego Desert would face impending doom. A true martial realm powerhouse in the eastern region would act as a stabilizing force. Should the Serpent Tribe gain a true martial expert, the Wind and Cloud Empire would likely cede the Tego Desert to preserve the dignity of their powerful beings. In such a scenario, the humans of the Tego Desert might be reduced to mere livestock for the Serpent Tribe, a prospect Lin Shun found utterly unacceptable. However, before he could contemplate further, a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the sky, striking the giant python. The ground shook violently, causing the entire palace to tremble as the python crashed to the earth. The horrific lightning rendered the python unconscious, even melting its iron-like scales into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lin Shun's mind began to race. With the Serpent Tribe occupied outside, only the Serpent Queen remained here, her fate uncertain. If he were to slay her, it would undoubtedly quash the Serpent Tribe's arrogance. Resolving to act, Lin Shun suppressed his presence and stealthily approached the location of the fallen python. At that moment, the massive serpent had transformed back into human form. As Lin Shun drew closer, he beheld a breathtaking figure before him. Her skin was as white as snow, suffused with a hint of rosy hue, and her perfectly proportioned legs were elegantly crossed, hinting at an air of mystery. Most striking was her alluring visage, a beauty so captivating that even Lin Shun, who had previously encountered the enchanting Yun Li, felt a fleeting stir in his heart. A human. You dare to intrude upon this royal chamber? Do you seek death, perchance? Chapter 51. Negotiation. A voice imbued with overwhelming authority suddenly reverberated through the air, unmistakably emanating from a powerful being at the nirvana level. At that moment, a palpable pressure descended upon Lin Shun, akin to an immense mountain bearing down on him, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Whether I live or die is not for you to decide, Lin Shun retorted coldly. Through his mastery of the 5 elements' spiritual power, He discerned that the woman before him had completely exhausted her spiritual energy, leaving her in a severely weakened state. This knowledge emboldened his words. With a swift motion, Lin Shen raised his right hand, summoning a fiery bloom that burst forth into existence. In an instant, a multitude of flames inexplicably surrounded the Serpent Queen, surging violently from within her. "Ah!" she cried out in agony, for she had previously absorbed the Lotus Heart Flame, and now Lin Shen was forcibly extracting it, akin to drawing sinew and marrow from her being. "Wait," the Serpent Queen gasped, her voice frail. "Do you have any final words?" Lin Shen asked coldly. Despite the woman's stunning beauty, he felt no sympathy for her, remembering the heinous deeds committed by her kind. "You possess a portion of the Lotus Heart Flame as well. If you assist me in breaking through to Nirvana, I shall willingly offer you the Lotus Heart Flame." The Serpent Queen gasped, suppressing her pain. "You serpents have slaughtered countless humans. Who knows if you would slay me the moment you achieve your breakthrough?" Lin Shen scoffed. "Moreover, if I were to kill you now, wouldn't the Lotus Heart Flame belong to me? Slaughter humans?" The Serpent Queen murmured, her expression one of confusion. Lin Shen too felt a flicker of curiosity. Hadn't the serpent people always coexisted peacefully with humanity? The Tego Desert lies at the border of the Wind and Cloud Empire and the Serpent Clan, where the serpents have honored their ancestors' promises to engage in trade with humans. She asserted, her voice rising. "How laughable. You serpents poisoned General Li of Emo City, resulting in rebellion, and then used humans as offerings to commence a sacrificial ceremony. Surely what I witnessed with my own eyes cannot be false," Lin Shen exclaimed, suddenly yanking at the Lotus Heart Flame. At this moment, he had no desire to engage in further discourse with the woman before him, for her words starkly contradicted the actions of her people, igniting his fury further. The Lotus Heart Flame was violently drawn from her, and her exquisite visage contorted in pain. Yet, she remained perplexed by Lin Shen's claims. She had devoted herself to rigorous training within the palace, striving to break through to the true martial realm. Over the years, she had only ever confronted a rogue who intruded upon her chamber a year prior, never laying a hand on any human. The anger reflected in Lin Shen's eyes was undeniably genuine. This suggested the existence of traitors within the Serpent Clan, or that the internal dynamics of their clan had drastically changed since her initial seclusion. "I can give you the Lotus Heart Flame," the Serpent Queen said, a flicker of struggle crossing her face before she spoke again. "To me, the Lotus Heart Flame is of no use. I can hand it over to you directly. Currently, I am in a state of reversion, my bloodline tainted and impure, and my cultivation nearly depleted. I can offer you a portion of my soul, provided you assist me in breaking through to the true martial realm. As for the Serpent Clan's massacre of humans, once I ascend, I will purge the heretics within my clan and provide an explanation to humanity." Even Lin Shen could not help but be taken aback by the Serpent Queen's declaration. For a being of her stature, surrendering a portion of her soul was akin to relinquishing her very life into another's care. This audacious act momentarily unsettled him, leaving him uncertain about the Serpent Clan's actions and the extent of the Queen's involvement. "We can establish a sacred oath. If I fail to fulfill my promise, you may annihilate my soul and ensure my demise," the Serpent Queen declared resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen nodded in agreement. "Very well. If you truly adhere to your word, I shall allow your soul to remain intact," he replied. Should the Serpent Queen genuinely be unaware of her clan's internal strife, her intervention could indeed resolve the issues plaguing the Serpent Clan, restoring peace to the Tego Desert. Upon seeing Lin Shen acquiesce, the Serpent Queen raised her delicate hand and struck her chest. In an instant, a diminutive purple figure detached from her body and floated into Lin Shen's grasp. Gazing at the miniature being, Lin Shen marveled at the magnificence of the soul. Even holding it, he could sense the overwhelming mental pressure it exuded. It was as if, with a mere thought, his psyche would shatter into oblivion. Meanwhile, the Serpent Queen had no time for such distractions. She chanted incantations, tracing a symbol in the air, which enveloped both Lin Shen and herself in radiant light. Lin Shen was all too familiar with this scene, having witnessed Yun Li establish a sacred oath in a similar fashion. Once assured of its authenticity, he carefully stored the Serpent Queen's soul and began to inquire, "What must I do next?" "You need only to amalgamate the Lotus Heart Flame into a cohesive form and purify the tainted bloodline within me," the Serpent Queen instructed as she sat upright. Unbeknownst to her, this action unveiled her alluring form fully before Lin Shen, causing him to swallow hard. Even as a Nirvana-level being, the Serpent Queen became acutely aware of the implications of her posture. Yet, a fleeting blush graced her cheeks before she quickly regained her composure. "Very well," Lin Shen replied, suppressing his excitement. He summoned the Lotus Heart Flame from within him and channeled it into the Serpent Queen. Suddenly, the flames converged with the Lotus Heart Flame, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. Before him, an extraordinarily beautiful lotus flower manifested, revealing a lotus platform at its core, upon which several lotus seeds were in the process of cultivation. "Is this truly the Lotus Heart Flame?" Lin Shen gasped in astonishment. Indeed, each manifestation of this celestial fire was an immensely formidable entity. He could feel that each of the lotus seeds within the platform possessed the power to slay a Nirvana-level being. If this flame were to fall into his possession, He would no longer need to fear encounters with Nirvana-level adversaries. Steady your mind and refine my bloodline, the Serpent Queen urged. At her command, Lin Shen snapped back to reality, activating his spiritual power to manipulate the Lotus Heart Flame. As the flame consumed the energy, Lin Shen guided it with the ease of moving his own limbs. In mere moments, the murky blood within the Serpent Queen began to dissipate into nothingness under the searing flames. Brilliant light began to emanate from her body, as if she were on the verge of transcending her mortal form. However, at that moment, the energy within Lin Shen sensed the stirring of her bloodline and surged rapidly into her being. Chapter 52. The Seven-Colored Devouring Python. Ascending to the spirit body realm. Within the palace of the Serpent People Queen, the devouring energy within Lin Shen erupted forth in an instant, enveloping him and his companion completely. The immense spiritual power within the cavern converged into the black orb at that moment. The originally liquid spiritual energy dried up in an instant. At this juncture, the Serpent People Queen had already succumbed to unconsciousness, having endured the wrath of thunder and the extraction of the Lotus Heart Flame along with the separation of her soul. Even as a half-step true martial realm powerhouse, she could not bear such torment during the purification of her bloodline. Could it be that the devouring energy is absorbing the bloodline of the Serpent People Queen? Lin Shen pondered. He was indeed astonished by the unusual behavior of the devouring energy. It had always been stirred by immense spiritual power or mysterious physiques. To merely assist the Serpent People Queen in purifying her bloodline, and yet have it surge forth uncontrollably, was a phenomenon Lin Shen had never encountered before. However, he soon gleaned everything from the black orb in his spiritual sea. The devouring energy was channeling all the absorbed spiritual power into the body of the Serpent People Queen. In the next moment, an aura akin to that of an ancient behemoth erupted from her form. With a fierce roar, the body of the Serpent People Queen transformed into a diminutive serpent no larger than a palm. The ebony scales of the serpent gleamed with a myriad of colors, and upon its brow, a seven-colored mark was inscribed. Although this small serpent appeared weak, Lin Shen understood that this was the true form of the Serpent People Queen, the legendary seven-colored devouring python, one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts. Yet, at this moment, the little serpent blinked its tiny eyes and swiftly approached Lin Shen, gently nudging his cheek with its slender head. Such an intimate scene, if witnessed by the serpent people, would surely incite an immediate desire to slay Lin Shen on the spot, for she was their queen, the sovereign of the entire serpent people. Have you recognized me as your master? Lin Shen mused in disbelief, realizing that the seven-colored devouring python could resonate with the devouring energy. The earlier anomaly of the devouring energy within Lin Shen was indeed due to the Serpent People Queen's transformation into the seven-colored devouring python. According to the information from the black orb, the seven-colored devouring python possessed the ability to consume the heavens and the earth. Such power could not be achieved solely through bloodline ancestry. Even a true martial realm powerhouse could not contain such a formidable bloodline. This indicated that the path the Serpent People Queen had initially taken was erroneous. Even with the enhancement of the Lotus Heart Flame, she could not revert her bloodline, as she lacked the most crucial element, devouring ability. Lin Shen had never anticipated that his presence would perfectly compensate for this missing component. The might of the devouring energy was beyond question. Previously, the devouring energy within Lin Shen had consumed the bloodline of the Serpent People Queen and utilized the immense spiritual power to assist her breakthrough. The current seven-colored devouring python was likely even more formidable than in ancient times. In fact, the Serpent People Queen ought to express her gratitude to him. Without Lin Shen's, even with the Lotus Heart Flame, success would have been impossible, and this opportunity would not have arisen. At that moment, Lin Shen also found himself benefiting greatly. Suddenly, an immense surge of spiritual power emerged within him. In an instant, the 36 spiritual meridians within Lin Shen began to flicker, with an endless flow of spiritual energy circulating through them. Boom. 8th layer of the spiritual meridian realm. 9th layer of the spiritual meridian realm. Lin Shen's cultivation level surged 2 minor realms in an instant. Yet, the spiritual energy within him showed no signs of abating. In the next moment, the 36 spiritual meridians within Lin Shen exploded, channeling all the spiritual energy into his body. At that moment, Lin Shen felt as though his spirit had entered a new realm. An endless ocean of spiritual energy surged against Lin Shen's consciousness, and amidst the crashing waves, his mental strength seemed to undergo a transformation, shedding its superficiality. This was the spiritual domain possessed by Lin Shen's 36th meridian. At this moment, the entire spiritual domain began to shrink, with the golden waves being compressed, each layer more powerful than the last. Lin Shen sensed an additional layer of mysterious imprint within his spiritual being. Time passed, though Lin Shen could not discern how long. The 36 spiritual meridians within him transformed into a streak of blue light, merging into his body. In an instant, Lin Shen's entire being erupted with a dazzling radiance. And a terrifying aura brewed within his dantian, with waves of energy rippling outward like water. The entire palace of the Serpent People began to shake violently at that moment. Crash! Crash! Countless massive stones fell from above, revealing layers of golden minerals beneath. Upon these minerals lay a faint serpentine pattern, the coveted serpent lotus crystal that the fire-old ghost had longed for. At this moment, Lin Shun had no time to dwell on these discoveries, for he felt as if the spiritual energy within him was on the verge of exploding, surging towards his body uncontrollably. In an instant, Lin Shun's body began to swell like an inflated balloon, just as his body was about to burst. The devouring energy within him surged violently, swallowing all the spiritual energy and integrating it into his being. In that moment, the light enveloping Lin Shun shifted from blue to gold. Under the golden luminescence, the entire palace shimmered with resplendent brilliance. At that instant, Lin Shun's cultivation officially stepped into a new realm, the first layer of the spirit body realm. Lin Shun slowly opened his eyes, feeling the transformation within his body, overwhelmed with excitement. I never expected that this journey to the Serpent Valley would elevate my cultivation to the first layer of the spirit body realm. Lin Shun exclaimed joyfully. He gently placed the still slumbering seven-colored devouring python on the ground and stood up to fully appreciate the surge of power within him. Boom, boom. Lin Shun unleashed a punch, and the terrifying force of his strike caused the air around him to erupt with explosive sounds. Under the pressure of his fist, a chasm several tens of feet deep formed instantaneously. Such formidable strength was on an entirely different plane compared to the spiritual meridian realm. While the spiritual bodies of ordinary spirit body realm cultivators were merely blue, the spiritual body, formed from Lin Shun's 36 meridians, was golden. Lin Shun marveled at his golden spiritual body, filled with astonishment. Although he was unaware of the precise differences between golden and blue spiritual bodies, it was evident that in terms of strength, his spiritual body was far superior to those he had previously encountered, such as Lin Song. At the very least, if Lin Song attempted to strike him while standing still, he would likely be unable to breach Lin Shun's defenses. Yet what astonished Lin Shun even more was not merely the spiritual body, but the transformation of his spiritual sea. The once enigmatic domain of the 36th meridian had now fused with Lin Shun's spiritual being. Now, Lin Shun commanded with a thought. In an instant, an invisible pressure of spiritual energy appeared around him. This was unlike the spiritual shock he had previously comprehended. It was a tangible aura of spiritual domain pressure. Lin Shun was elated to discover that he could indeed control this spiritual domain. He could distinctly sense its potency. Now, even without lifting a finger, ordinary spirit body realm cultivators at the first or second layer would likely perish instantaneously under the weight of his domain. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Lin Shun could condense the spiritual waves to attack his adversaries. He had experienced their ferocity countless times. Lin Shun was confident that even a 9th-layer spirit body realm opponent would have their combat strength diminished by at least 30% in his presence. This seemingly modest 30% was sufficient to bridge the gap between a 1st-layer spirit body and an 8th-layer spirit body. Reflecting on this, Lin Shun could not help but pick up the still slumbering 7-colored devouring python and caress it tenderly. After all, it is precisely due to the 7-colored devouring python that I find myself in such circumstances. However, with the serpent people queen transformed into the 7-colored devouring python and now in slumber, how am I to fulfill the vow of the Tao heart she established? Moreover, I have yet to receive my lotus heart flame. Chapter 53, A Bountiful Harvest. Slaying the 5th-level spirit body serpent warrior. At this moment, Lin Shun found himself enveloped in a cloud of frustration. He had not anticipated that the serpent queen, upon her return to ancestral form, would succumb to slumber. Although he had ascended to the realm of the spirit body, he found himself unable to fulfill any of the requisite conditions, Lotus Heart Flame and the eradication of the Serpent Clan. The Lotus Heart Flame remained ensconced within the body of the 7-colored devouring python, and Lin Shun dared not seize it directly, for such an act might jeopardize the very foundation of the python. His concern for the 7-colored devouring python stemmed from the Black Sphere's assertion that it had recognized him as its master. A formidable warrior of the true martial realm at his command would surely render him invincible throughout the entire empire of wind and cloud, Lin Shun mused with a smile. Indeed, the 7-colored devouring python had acknowledged Lin Shun as its master. The Serpent Queen and the python now shared a dual existence, 2 souls within a single body, granting the python the ability to control this form, equating to the strength of a true martial realm warrior. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Shun couldn't help but envision the Serpent Queen's enchanting figure. If the 7-colored devouring python recognized me as its master, then surely the Serpent Queen would as well, he contemplated. The mere thought of that breathtaking beauty addressing him as her master filled him with excitement. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that the Serpent Queen was, after all, a powerful true martial realm entity. Should she exert her will to suppress the nascent spirit of the 7-colored devouring python, she could certainly do so. Unsure of how much time had passed, Lin Shun resolved to return with the Bailing grass before devising further plans. He tucked the 7-colored devouring python into his garments and began harvesting the surrounding Bailing grass. Fortunately, being a 5th-tier spirit plant, It possessed a degree of resilience. Otherwise, after the earlier upheaval, not a single plant would have remained. Lin Shun cleared the Bailing grass from within the Serpent Palace, collecting a total of 10 stalks, sufficient to heal 10 of the fire-old ghosts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a faintly golden crystal embedded in the nearby stone wall. Could this be the Serpent Lotus Crystal? Lin Shun wondered, approaching it and delivering a few powerful strikes with the dragon-slaying blade. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed, yet the golden crystal remained unscathed under the blade's assault. It was remarkable, considering Lin Shun was only at the first level of the spirit body realm. Even a third-level practitioner would struggle to withstand such blows. Now, Lin Shun was certain that the crystal before him was indeed the Serpent Lotus Crystal, for only it could endure his strikes. What a delightful surprise. I hadn't even sought you out, and you present yourself to me. Lin Shun exclaimed, exhilarated. He swiftly shattered the surrounding stone walls, securing a crystal the size of a human head into his storage ring. With this, Lin Shun felt he had triumphantly completed his expedition to the Serpent Valley. Just as he intended to depart, a formidable pressure suddenly bore down upon him. Bold thief, how dare you trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Serpent Clan? A piercing voice surged toward Lin Shun. The sound wave crushed countless boulders into dust. With a mere swing of the dragon-slaying blade, Lin Shun deflected the assault. Narrowing his eyes, he beheld a serpent warrior clad in armor, brandishing a spear and charging toward him with remarkable speed. 5th-level spirit body, is it? Lin Shun scoffed. However, this was the Serpent Clan's territory. Inciting chaos could summon more of their kin. Given the Serpent Queen's prolonged seclusion, the clan was undoubtedly on edge. If he were to be discovered here in the Serpent Palace, they would likely seize him for interrogation. With this thought, a glimmer of determination ignited in Lin Shun's eyes as an invisible mental pressure descended upon the serpent warrior. Suddenly, the warrior felt as though an immense weight pressed upon him, the overwhelming force causing his bones to creak. Even the spiritual energy within his spear began to wane. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of blade light severed his form in two, crimson blood instantly absorbed by Lin Shun. In his final moments, the warrior could scarcely believe the terrifying strength of this individual before him. Lin Shun absorbed the energy from his vanquished foe, feeling his own realm tremble with potential. However, a mere 5th-level spirit body was insufficient to catalyze a breakthrough for him, as his requirements far surpassed those of ordinary practitioners. Without hesitation, Lin Shun summoned the purple flame feather and swiftly entered the cave from whence he came. As the blade light dissipated, 2 figures of Nirvana realm powerhouses materialized in the spot Lin Shun had previously occupied. They surveyed the ravaged Serpent Palace, their eyes ablaze with fury. All clansmen on high alert. A thief has dared invade the sacred grounds of the Serpent Clan. The leading elder of the Serpent Clan roared. Instantly, numerous serpent warriors mobilized, scouring the area to locate their queen. Unbelievable. The human race harbors such audacity. We must intensify our assault on the city, commanded the elder to another Nirvana realm serpent. Jia. At last, I can unleash my wrath upon these feeble humans. The serpent, endowed with a green tail, vanished in an instant, leaving only a chilling echo. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, hastily fleeing the Serpent Clan's territory, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Yet he sensed a formidable serpent aura racing toward the city. His brow furrowed in alarm. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. This is bad. The city is in peril. Lin Shun surmised, quickening his pace. Within a short span, he exited the Serpent Valley, encountering several serpent warriors along the way, all of whom he dispatched with swift strikes. Preoccupied with urgency, Lin Shun had no time to absorb the energies of these minor foes. Upon traversing the Flame Mountain, he discovered the serpent encampment entirely deserted. This revelation intensified his unease. It was well known that the fire-old ghost had depleted most of his spiritual energy to ensure Lin Shun's survival. Now, the city relied solely on a handful of spirit body realm practitioners to fend off impending doom. If the Serpent Clan launched a full-scale invasion, the city would surely fall into desolation. Faster. I must move faster. Lin Shun urged himself mentally. At that moment, the Nirvana realm serpent, dubbed Green Snake, had already arrived at the city. Surveying the severely battered stronghold from above, a cruel smile graced his lips. Humans are naught but livestock for our Serpent Clan. Prepare to meet your demise. Raising his right hand, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coalesced above it. In the blink of an eye, the heavens trembled, and countless bolts of lightning rained down, causing multiple fractures to appear in the city's defenses. The practitioners within the city felt an overwhelming sense of despair. One Nirvana realm serpent had already brought them to their knees. Now the Elder Green Snake had arrived, leaving them powerless to resist. The Fire Elder was on the brink of collapse, and no one remained capable of contending with a Nirvana realm powerhouse. In that moment, countless practitioners relinquished their weapons, resigned to await the arrival of death. After all, beneath the Nirvana realm, all were but ants. Jean Lehigh gazed at the azure serpent soaring in the sky, and the image of Lin Shun involuntarily flashed through his mind. Lord Lin, where have you gone? Has fate truly led you to fall at the hands of the serpent people? Jin Lihai murmured to himself. In his eyes, although Lin Shan possessed only the cultivation of the spirit vein realm, he exhibited the prowess to contend with those at the nirvana realm. However, a month had passed without a trace of Lin Shan. Even the old fire sorcerer believed he had perished. After all, there were rumors that the queen of the serpent people had ascended to the true martial realm through sacrificial rites. The day thunder rumbled and a colossal python surged into the sky was an event visible even within the city walls. Big brother will be fine. He is merely delayed by circumstances, Nini said earnestly. After a month of baptism by war, Nini had already achieved the 5th level of the body refinement realm. While such cultivation was insignificant within the city, her unique constitution granted her the right to partake in the battlefield. Before Jin Lihai could respond, a fierce radiance suddenly descended from the heavens. The azure serpent's attack leisurely struck the grand formation protecting the city. At that moment, it reveled in the despair reflected in the eyes of the onlookers below, seemingly relishing the sensation. Haha, humans are meant to be the livestock of our serpent people. What audacity do livestock possess to defy their masters? You wretched creature, perhaps you have been a livestock for too long, deluding yourself. With a swift flash, a sharp blade of light sliced through the air, instantly clashing against that fierce radiance. Chapter 54. The ferocity of the serpent people suddenly. A brilliant light burst forth in the sky, causing a tumult of spiritual energy that threatened to shatter the surrounding space. With a resounding crash, Lin Chun unleashed a blade of light. However, due to the hasty nature of his strike, its residual power was insufficient, merely diminishing the blade's strength before dissipating. Yet, the remaining force was effortlessly countered by the protective formation around the city. This sudden attack incited fury within the green serpent, not merely because someone dared to oppose him, but more so due to Lin Chen's words that deeply pierced his heart. In the past, the serpent people had been forced to live in submission due to the dominance of the human race. However, upon ascending to the nirvana realm, he vowed to eradicate all humans, placing the serpent people atop the hierarchy. Lin Chen's appearance was undeniably a challenge to his authority. With a sweeping gaze, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that immediately swept towards Lin Chun, causing the ground around him to crack as if ravaged by an unyielding force. Yet, Lin Chen's momentum did not waver. With a flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring directly towards the city as protection. Seeing Lin Chun's form, Jin Lihai was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of relief. Lord Lin, I never expected you to save us once more. He exclaimed with joy. Big brother, I knew you would return. Nini chimed in, her blood vitality radiating from her. Lin Chun was equally surprised by her transformation. Nini, you've reached the 5th stage of body refinement. It seems you have been diligently cultivating, he remarked, ruffling her hair with a smile. Big brother, I have been training hard for this past month to become as formidable as you. Nini replied with a beaming smile. A month? Lin Chun furrowed his brow, realizing that this expedition to the Serpent Valley had consumed an entire month. He had spent this time nurturing his golden spiritual body. No wonder the 7-colored sky-swallowing python had fallen into slumber. Wait, wasn't that old fire demon on the brink of death? Before Lin Chun could ponder further, a furious voice echoed from above. You truly underestimate me, green serpent. The air crackled with thunder as countless serpent-shaped lightning bolts cascaded like meteors towards the protective formation of the city. The ground trembled violently, and the formation emitted mournful cries. Appearing on the verge of collapse, the surrounding earth was charred black, as if smitten by divine retribution. Jean, quickly deliver this herb to Elder Hua, Lin Chun commanded, handing the Bai Ling grass from his storage ring to Jin Lihai. Without waiting for a response, Lin Chun shot upwards, radiant golden light erupting from his form. The brilliance of his golden spiritual body bathed the entire city in luminescence. Slash! With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chun wielded the dragon-slaying blade, sending forth a dazzling arc of light that intercepted countless lightning serpents before they could breach the protective formation. You wretched creature, I cannot allow you to strike again, or this formation will indeed shatter, Lin Chun taunted. The protective formation could withstand only a limited assault from a Nirvana realm expert. Having already endured numerous battles, it was severely weakened. Should the green serpent continue its offensive, the formation would inevitably crumble. At that point, an invasion by the serpent people would be unstoppable. Even for Lin Chun. How dare you, a mere ant, insult this elder? The green serpent's green vertical eyes flashed with fury, launching a beam of energy towards Lin Chun. With a swift motion, Lin Chun raised his blade to block the attack. What's wrong? Are you angered by my words? It seems I have overestimated you. You are merely a pathetic, enraged serpent. He sneered. Had Lin Chun not ascended to the realm of spiritual bodies, he might have felt some trepidation before the green serpent. However, now that he had transcended to this new level, he was no longer the same. A second-tier Nirvana realm opponent presents a challenge. He mused with a smirk. You have thoroughly incited my wrath, human. Today, not only shall I capture you alive, but you shall also witness the fall of the humans defending the city at my hands. The green serpent declared with a roar. In an instant, A terrifying aura erupted from the green serpent. His body began to expand, drawing in the forces of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a monstrous figure towering 5 meters high, resembling a serpent with a human head, casting a shadow that obscured the sun above Lin Chun. Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of power from the serpent people. He could clearly perceive the transformation through the lens of the 5 elements. By utilizing his formidable physique as a vessel for the powers of heaven and earth, the green serpent had augmented his strength immensely. Ha! Human, are you afraid? If you kneel and apologize now, perhaps I may consider sparing your life. The green serpent laughed maniacally. At this moment, even those within the city felt despair. The previous pressure exerted by the green serpent had been formidable, but now, with this transformation, his power had surged exponentially. It's over. Everything is lost. Without Elder Hua, we cannot withstand the serpent people. Someone lamented. Curse this accursed race. I will fight them. I believe in Big Brother. He will surely defeat this villain. Nini shouted defiantly. Meanwhile, Jean Lihai hurried towards the residence of Elder Hua, fully aware that solely relying on Lin Chun would not suffice against the serpent people. Currently, only one Nirvana realm expert had been deployed by the serpent people, while their previous general had yet to make his move. If both Nirvana realm experts attacked simultaneously, even Lin Chun, with all his might, would struggle to hold them back. As Lin Chun gazed coldly at the green serpent hovering above, he remarked, "Do you know what became of the last person who spoke to me in such a manner?" Without waiting for a response, Lin Chun unleashed a terrifying force from his dragon-slaying blade, executing a series of fierce strikes. Ha! Your feeble attacks cannot breach my defenses. The green serpent scoffed, dismissing Lin Chun's efforts. Lin Chun's strikes were indeed more powerful than before, utilizing the technique of the Mad Warrior's blade. Yet, despite his strength, he remained at the first tier of the spiritual body realm, a disparity that the green serpent perceived as futile. Oh, is that so? Lin Chun replied, a smirk playing on his lips. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and pressed down heavily. Instantly, a formidable mental domain emerged, with countless golden waves of spiritual energy crashing towards the green serpent like a relentless tide. Chapter 55. The Manifestation of the Spiritual Realm. Drug Indulgence. Above the vast expanse of the sky, it transformed into a golden ocean, a multitude of spiritual forces coalescing into a grand sea. The azure serpent gazed in astonishment at the rapidly approaching ocean of spirit energy, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this mere insect before him had mastered such an enigmatic form of spiritual assault. Humph. No matter how many tricks you possess, what does it matter? I am a powerful being of the Nirvana realm, and to compare your spiritual prowess with mine is akin to courting death. The azure serpent scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, he fell silent, for he could distinctly sense the golden waves crashing upon him, revealing subtle signs of collapse within his formidable spiritual domain. A piercing headache ensued, and he felt his previously inflated form diminish slightly. In an instant, Lin Chun's blade radiance surged forth, striking him with unrelenting force. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the azure serpent as Lin Chun's blade cut through his defenses, unleashing a torrent of celestial power and a fountain of blood. Witnessing this scene, the many cultivators defending the city stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Meanwhile, the Nirvana realm general of the Serpent clan, still waiting at a distance for the outcome of the azure serpent's confrontation, nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene. Although the azure serpent had previously commanded him to allow him to slay the human defenders alone, he could not stand idly by if the azure serpent could not even defeat a mere spirit realm cultivator. However, he soon settled back down, for the azure serpent suddenly ingested a medicinal pill. In that instant, his body rejuvenated, and the celestial energies that had leaked away rushed back into him. This time, even Lin Chun's manifest spiritual realm could not shake him in the slightest. Insect, you have provoked my wrath. The azure serpent's eyes turned crimson, resembling a predator ready to devour Lin Chun, as he cursed furiously. What is this? Are you scared now, resorting to drugs? Lin Chun taunted. After all, the azure serpent was a formidable being of the Nirvana realm. The fact that he resorted to consuming a pill to deal with a mere spirit realm cultivator would be a severe blow to his reputation if it were to spread. Once I eliminate all of you, no one will know. The azure serpent hissed darkly. At this moment, he had abandoned the idea of capturing Lin Chun alive. Only by slaying Lin Chun could he quell the fury surging within him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The azure serpent unleashed a terrifying roar, dark clouds gathering ominously above, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around him as if he were a god. This oppressive atmosphere caused the spiritual energy above the city to scatter, forming a unique domain. With a sudden motion, the azure serpent raised his right hand, and a multitude of lightning coalesced within it, forming a colossal fist of electric brilliance. He struck out with a mighty blow, unleashing torrents of lightning that cascaded towards Lin Chun. Upon witnessing this attack, Lin Chun felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Although the speed of the lightning was astounding, he believed he could evade most of it if he exerted himself fully. However, he found himself with no escape. For behind him lay the city wall. Who would have thought this vile serpent possessed such strength? The effects of the drug he consumed must be formidable, Lin Chun mused inwardly. Yet, he was not the only one capable of indulging in drugs. From his storage space, Lin Chun retrieved a crimson medicinal pill, its fragrance wafting through the air. Any average spirit vein realm cultivator who merely inhaled its aroma would likely feel their blood boil with vigor. This was the 4th-tier medicinal pill, Blood Ignition Pill, discovered within Fong Wenlong's storage ring. Consuming this pill would ignite the cultivator's inner vitality, significantly enhancing their power. Had Fong Wenlong not been incapacitated, consuming this pill would have likely resulted in the demise of everyone present. Now, however, it would benefit Lin Chun instead. Though the side effects were considerable, Lin Chun possessed mysterious spiritual energy and a devouring body. As long as he could devour some serpent kin, he would be able to recover, Lin Chun thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill. In an instant, the blood energy within Lin Chun began to surge violently. His robust muscles writhed as they grew even more formidable, and he felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him, enough to shatter mountains with a single blow. The azure serpent's brow furrowed upon witnessing this transformation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. You are merely a spirit realm cultivator. No matter how many pills you consume, you cannot hope to match my strength, he derided. Nevertheless, Lin Chun was disinclined to heed the azure serpent and Apos' words. He concentrated the boiling blood energy around his spiritual form, which transformed into a deep crimson hue. From a distance, Lin Chun appeared as a demon born from a sea of blood. With both hands firmly gripping the dragon-slaying blade, Lin Chun swiftly executed 2 blade strikes. Frenzied battle dual blades. The 2 blade energies, one following the other, merged seamlessly under Lin Chun and Apos' will. The resulting blade energy was even more potent, immediately rivaling the azure serpent's full-force strike. Boom. The 2 formidable assaults collided in the sky, detonating in a spectacular display of power, scattering spiritual energy in all directions. It seems my intuition was correct. The blade energies of the frenzied battle technique can indeed merge, Lin Chun exclaimed with a grin. Previously, he had wondered if the frenzied battle technique was merely a series of strikes, culminating in a maximum power of 9-fold. While impressive, it did not seem sufficient for the reverence shown by the famed frenzied blade practitioners. Clearly, there was a hidden depth to it. Now, Lin Chun had discerned the truth. Blade energies could be unified. If the final 9 energies could coalesce into one, the resulting force would be incalculable. Lin Chun felt a thrill of excitement. In stark contrast to Lin Chun's exhilaration, the azure serpent appeared increasingly distressed. He never expected Lin Chun could withstand his full-force strike, especially given that he was in his serpent form. This is impossible. You are merely an insect of the spirit realm. How could you possibly be my equal? The azure serpent screamed in a frenzy. In this moment, he had lost all semblance of composure. Countless bolts of lightning surged around him, and in a blur, he charged toward Lin Chun, resembling a thunder god. I will see you dead, the azure serpent roared. In the face of this threat, Lin Chun displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, a smile graced his face. Come at me, he bellowed with laughter. The effects of the blood ignition pill would not last long. With Lin Chun's formidable physique, he could only sustain its power for a brief time. If the azure serpent delayed, Lin Chun might truly find himself at a disadvantage. However, now that the serpent was charging headlong into danger, Lin Chun would not hold back. With both hands tightly gripping the dragon-slaying blade, Lin Chun expanded his wings and surged towards the azure serpent. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, he chanted silently. In an instant, Lin Chun unleashed 3 blade energies, and the world dimmed as countless bolts of lightning vanished in fear. Channeling his spiritual power, Lin Chun merged the 3 blade energies, causing the defensive array of the city to creak ominously, as if confronting a terrifying force. Even the residual energy from the strike transformed the surrounding earth into dust, creating a massive pit dozens of feet deep. No, this cannot be. You are merely an insect. How could you possess such strength? The azure serpent roared in disbelief as he beheld the approaching blade energy, his voice laced with despair. He could clearly sense the aura of death emanating from the blade energy. Should he attempt to withstand this blow, he would surely perish. Why aren't you making a move? Do you intend to watch me die? The azure serpent shouted in desperation. In this moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Chun, and he called out for aid. Humans, dare you? A terrifying aura surged into the sky, directly enveloping Lin Chun. Chapter 56, a decisive strike against the green serpent. The battle serpent strikes. The space surrounding Lin Chun trembled, an overwhelming pressure akin to a great mountain pressing down upon him. Such underhanded tactics are futile against me, Lin Chun declared with a cold smirk. Undeterred, he charged directly at the green serpent. The Nirvana-level general of the serpent folk was taken aback by this audacity. Despite being a formidable Nirvana expert, he felt utterly powerless in this moment, for the distance was simply too great for him to close in an instant. Human, should you slay the green serpent, the serpent folk will not let you escape, the general roared. Lin Chun, however, showed no hesitation in his actions. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Shan pierced through the green serpent's body with astonishing speed. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The thunderous roars from the heavens abruptly ceased, leaving only an endless brilliance shimmering in the air. Ah! A chilling scream erupted, as the green serpent's form deflated like a punctured balloon, dispersing the vast energies of the world in a chaotic flight. The very technique he had once prided himself on had now become his fatal flaw. The uncontrolled eruption of energies rendered him immobile, while Lin Shan's blade cut through all without hesitation. How laughable! Did you ever spare a single human when you slaughtered our kind? Lin Shan remarked, caressing the dragon-slaying blade in his hand with a cold smile. Today, as Lin Shan of the human race, I shall slay the green serpent to atone for your sins. As his words echoed, the green serpent's body erupted with explosive sounds. Countless energies of heaven and earth were ignited by Lin Shan's blade in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the sky above the city was engulfed in rampant spiritual energy. Blood splattered like rain, and the once mighty form of the green serpent was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Even a Nirvana expert could not hope to survive amidst such violent explosions of power. Thus, the Nirvana general could not reclaim the green serpent's soul for resurrection. It was utterly obliterated. At this moment, everyone within the city was left in shock. They had anticipated Lin Shan's strength to be formidable enough to briefly contend with a powerful Nirvana cultivator, that they were astounded to witness him decisively slay one. To kill a Nirvana expert while at the spirit body level was an occurrence that had not been seen in centuries. For there existed an insurmountable chasm between Nirvana and spirit body. In an instant, the morale of the cultivators within the city soared. Lord Lin is indeed the greatest genius of the Wind and Cloud Empire. The serpent folk are but mere chickens and dogs. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the city's defenders, the serpent folk general seethed with rage. Human, you shall pay for this, he bellowed. All serpent folk warriors, charge with me. Today, we will annihilate the city. In an instant, countless serpent folk warriors surged forth from the distance. Hundreds of them at the spirit body level and thousands at the spiritual pulse level. Such a fierce assault was beyond what the city could withstand at present. Human, your prior victory over the green serpent was solely due to that blood-burning pill. Once its effects wane, how will you fend off my attack? The battle serpent moved, appearing before Lin Shan in an instant, swinging his blade fiercely toward Lin Shan's head. This strike was delivered with no reservations. It was the battle serpent's strongest blow. After all, Lin Shan's previous display of power had been nothing short of astonishing, and the battle serpent dared not underestimate him now. Humph, excellent timing. I was beginning to worry you would continue to cower like a turtle. Lin Shan retorted with a cold laugh. He swiftly rotated the dragon-slaying blade, channeling its divine essence to parry the attack. Clang! The terrifying force erupted in his grasp, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. Lin Shan quickly distanced himself, his expression grave as he observed the battle serpent. This adversary's strength was not much inferior to that of the green serpent. Lin Shan regarded the dragon-slaying blade in his hand, contemplating silently. Its blade shimmered as countless streams of spiritual energy coalesced within it. Yet, as the owner of the blade, he could distinctly feel the minute cracks forming upon its surface. A fourth-tier weapon attempting to contend with a Nirvana expert was ultimately a formidable challenge. Lin Shan sighed softly, realizing that he had expected to wield the dragon-slaying blade for a longer duration. He had not anticipated that the subsequent adversaries would all be Nirvana experts. After unleashing the 3 strikes of the Berserker's fury, combined with the battle serpent's attack, the dragon-slaying blade was nearing its limits. Moreover, time was not on his side. At this moment, the blood energy within Lin Shan continued to burn, but it was approaching its breaking point. Had Lin Shan not persevered, even the red spiritual form surrounding him might have faltered. Should the red spiritual form dissipate, Lin Shan would likely be unable to withstand a single blow from a Nirvana expert. After all, losing the red spiritual form would drastically diminish his physical strength. A casual strike from a Nirvana expert could easily bring about destruction. You insolent brat, for your repeated disrespect toward the serpent folk, you shall perish today, the battle serpent roared, brandishing his weapon in a frenzy. How many years had passed? Even when facing the Mo city, the serpent folk had never lost a Nirvana expert. As a general of the serpent folk, allowing an elder to perish before his eyes was an intolerable disgrace. If this news reached their clan, chaos would ensue. If he could not redeem himself by slaying the human before him, he would face severe repercussions from his kin. With that, the battle serpent unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Lin Shan. Clang, clang. Lin Shan, left with no choice, quickly consumed a healing pill and retaliated. Presently, he was utterly exhausted from previously employing the Berserker's fury, and with the effects of the blood-burning pill waning, the side effects of burning his blood energy had begun to manifest. Under the compounded strain, Lin Shan was no match for the battle serpent. Even with numerous healing pills at his disposal, they were but a drop in the bucket. Lin Shan's mental and physical energies were both drained. Simple healing pills could not remedy such a state, which required rest and recuperation. Must I resort to the strike bestowed by the Elder Fire? Lin Shan pondered as he deflected the battle serpent's blade. The hammer given to Lin Shan by the Elder contained most of his spiritual energy. One swing could surely obliterate the battle serpent. Yet the dilemma lay in the hammer's overwhelming power, which could not be controlled. A single strike might even annihilate the city itself. Such an outcome was not what Lin Shen desired to witness. Crack, crack, just as Lin Shen was deep in thought. Countless serpent folk were assaulting the city's grand formation below. The powerful spiritual energy surged forth, causing the already trembling formation to fracture further. Fellow cultivators, we must unite to stabilize the formation. Lord Lin is currently resisting a nirvana expert. Should he fall, these beasts will surely retreat. A cultivator at the spirit body level proclaimed loudly. At this moment, a glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of the cultivators in the city. After all, Lin Shen's prior decisive slaying of the green serpent had earned him their admiration. Now, with Lin Shen still holding off another nirvana expert, they could not afford to lag behind. Upon hearing those words, countless cultivators within the city ascended the city walls, channeling their vast spiritual energy into the formation. The formation, which had been teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly erupted with brilliant light, repelling the advancing serpent folk army. Yet at this juncture, the effects of the blood-burning pill had fully dissipated within Lin Shen, an overwhelming wave of pain surging through his mind. Even the once boiling spiritual energy within him dissipated in an instant. Ha! You little brat, your body is failing you. As the battle unfolded, the war serpent erupted into laughter upon witnessing the scene. He had engaged in combat with Lin Shen for quite some time and had naturally observed the waning intensity of Lin Shen's blade aura. It was precisely this moment that he had been anticipating, a chance for Lin Shen to seal his own fate. Without hesitation, the war serpent struck fiercely, his blade crashing into Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen possessed a sense of the five elements' spiritual power, he was ultimately unable to react in time. His mind was utterly exhausted. The feat of slaying a nirvana-level expert with his spiritual body cultivation had drained the majority of his spiritual energy. With every breath, he felt the searing pain coursing through him. The war serpent's blade fell mercilessly upon Lin Shen, who summoned the last vestige of his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The impact sent Lin Shen hurtling backward, crashing against the city wall, which buckled under the force as if it might collapse at any moment. Lord Lin, big brother. In that instant, concern spread through the hearts of those within the city as they beheld Lin Shen and Appo's plight. Meanwhile, the serpent folk, emboldened by their perceived advantage, grew increasingly reckless. The human champions have faltered. Let us unite and breach the city's defenses, exterminating the human race entirely. Even the war serpent soaring above felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Once Lin Shen fell, the city would lack any means to contend with those of Nirvana. At that moment, even Lin Shen could not suppress a wave of despair. Was it truly necessary to abandon the city to eradicate these beasts? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke gravely. No. If the city falls, what purpose is there in vanquishing this horde of serpent folk? With newfound resolve, Lin Shen rose to his feet, gazing defiantly at the war serpent above. Ha! Human, today you shall meet your demise. I dare anyone to lay a hand on the city. Within the city, an overwhelming aura surged forth, descending upon the serpent folk outside. In the blink of an eye, over 100 serpent folk exploded into nothingness. Chapter 57. The Fierce Fire Old Ghost. The Fall of the Battle Serpent. In the heart of the city wall, a shadowy figure suddenly stepped into the air, instantly arriving at the fortress wall. Countless terrifying spiritual energies erupted from within, scattering crimson flames that turned numerous serpent warriors to ashes in an instant. Fire Old Ghost, you are still alive. The battle serpent glared fiercely at the newcomer, roaring with rage. Beneath the black robe, a disheveled face emerged, revealing none other than the Fire Old Ghost. Upon his arrival, the entire fortress erupted in a frenzy. Senior Fire has recovered. The serpent race stands no chance against us. Indeed, with Lord Lin Shen and Senior Fire stationed here, the fortress is as secure as a fortress. The morale of the defenders soared, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Shen, noticing the situation, swiftly unfurled his wings and flew to the side of the Fire Old Ghost. Senior Fire, I have not failed you. Lin Shen smiled. Ha! Youngster, I did not misjudge you. Fire Old Ghost laughed heartily. Witnessing this scene, the battle serpent felt a pang of retreating resolve. After all, the prowess of the Fire Old Ghost was evident to all. Even when poisoned, he had managed to contend with 2 Nirvana-level experts and forcibly establish a city in the Treading War Desert. Now that he had regained his full strength, the battle serpent realized he was no match for him. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, quickly noticing an anomaly in the Fire Old Ghost. Although he had consumed the Bailing grass to cure the Bailing serpent's poison, his spiritual power had been depleted for a year, leaving him merely an empty shell. Lin Shen thought to himself. However, an idea soon formed in his mind. Senior Fire, this is your weapon. Lin Shen retrieved a hammer from his storage ring and handed it to the Fire Old Ghost. Looking at the weapon in his hands, a glimmer of joy flashed in the Fire Old Ghost's eyes. He had initially assumed that Lin Shen had used this means of survival to return safely from the Serpent Valley. Now, Lin Shen's return of the weapon was unexpected yet timely. Gripping the weapon tightly, an unending stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Even the battle serpent found it challenging to withstand the pressure. Fire, old ghost. Do you know whom you are protecting? This little brat killed our elder. If you hand him over, we, the serpent race, can overlook the fortress's involvement. The battle serpent strained against the pressure, shouting furiously. Ridiculous. You serpent race sought to slaughter us humans. Yet when we retaliate by slaying your elder, you think we should stand idly by? Are you deranged, or am I? You are nothing but trash. Fire, old ghost retorted angrily. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive fiery hammer. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a terrifying inferno, and countless serpent warriors could not resist the overwhelming power, turning to ash. At that moment, even the battle serpent trembled. He could clearly sense that if the hammer fell, even he would meet a demise beyond recovery. Very well. Fire, old ghost, this is your own doing. When the serpent army moves out, do not regret it. The battle serpent shouted in anger. Without looking back, he fled towards the serpent valley. You dare threaten me and think you can escape? Not without my permission. Fire, old ghost scoffed. With that, he brought the hammer down, and the fierce flames instantly consumed all the serpent warriors present. Fire, old ghost. Are you truly seeking a fight to the death? The fleeing battle serpent roared as he glanced back at the descending hammer. Humph. Seeking a fight to the death? You are not worthy. Fire, old ghost showed no mercy, unleashing all his remaining spiritual energy. In the next moment, the hammer crashed onto the battle serpent. No matter how swift his escape, against the formidable fire, old ghost, he was merely an insignificant insect. Boom. The hammer struck down, unleashing a terrifying explosion that resonated through the heavens. The already ravaged ground became even more fragmented. When the dust settled, there was no trace left of the serpent warriors, only countless ashes swirling in the air. At this moment, the defenders of the fortress could no longer contain their cheers. Wonderful. We have finally triumphed. Long live Senior Fire. Long live Lord Linshun. This battle had dragged on for an entire month, with countless cultivators falling and the fortress's barrier being breached multiple times. At this moment, Linshun was also filled with exhilaration. The recovery of the fire, old ghost meant he could forge a 5th-tier weapon for himself. After all, he had also retrieved the serpent lotus crystal. If combined with the teeth of the purple flame mad lion, Linshun could hardly imagine the strength of the reforged dragon-slaying blade. Linshun, help me up. Just as Linshun was lost in thought, a faint voice reached his ears. He turned abruptly to see the imposing fire, old ghost, who was now leaning heavily, a look of surprise flickering across his face. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? I can barely hold on. The fire, old ghost urged anxiously. He had expended all his spiritual energy for that last strike. Had it not been for the sufficient power within the hammer, he would have fainted by now. Hearing this, Linshun cautiously approached the fire, old ghost, supporting him with his wings to prevent him from collapsing. Who would have thought, Senior Fire, that you still enjoy showing off? Linshun said awkwardly. What do you know? This is to intimidate the enemy. If I had not struck with such force, do you believe those serpent warriors would not return in full force? Fire, old ghost turned his face away, declaring with righteous indignation. Linshun, unable to refute his pride, reluctantly assisted him back to his quarters. Once inside, the fire, old ghost slumped into the armchair, utterly exhausted. Phew, I almost gave myself away. Fortunately, my willpower is remarkable. Fire, old ghost sighed in relief. Seeing this, Linshun felt a sense of shattered image. In his eyes, the fire, old ghost was a Nirvana-level expert, yet now he appeared no different from the common folk. Senior Fire, your body has just recovered. It would be wise not to exert your spiritual energy for a while, Linshun advised respectfully. Linshun too bore heavy wounds from the previous battle. However, during that brief time, he had quietly absorbed some spiritual energy, activating the mysterious power within him to heal his injuries. Though not fully recovered, he was considerably better off. In contrast, the fire, old ghost was truly depleted. Even a mere body refinement expert could easily slay him. Do not worry. I am not dead yet. I am merely fatigued. Fire, old ghost chuckled. However, you have astonished me. Not only did you retrieve the Bailing grass, but you also fiercely killed the green serpent. That foul serpent had many tricks. Even an ordinary Nirvana level 3rd stage would likely suffer at his hands. It was merely luck. Linshun replied humbly. By the way, Senior Fire, could you take a look at this and see if it is the serpent lotus crystal? Linshun took out a large golden crystal from his storage space and placed it before the fire, old ghost. Upon hearing Linshun's words, the fire, old ghost's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he examined the golden crystal closely. This. How did you find this crystal? Chapter 58. Pure Crystal of the Serpent Lotus. The multicolored devouring python awakens. Upon hearing this, Linshun's face momentarily registered astonishment. He had not anticipated that this crystal would even astonish the fire, old ghost. It is known that the fire, old ghost, as a 5th-tier blacksmith, has encountered countless treasures. This crystal is a kind I discovered within the palace of the serpent people's queen. At the time, its remarkable hardness compelled me to bring it back. Linshun elucidated. I see. This crystal is even more formidable than the serpent lotus crystal. It is the pure crystal of the serpent lotus, formed from the energies of numerous serpent lotus crystals. The creation of such a material requires not only an abundance of serpent lotus crystals in the vicinity, but also immense pressure to force their fusion. Both elements are indispensable. You have indeed stumbled upon great fortune. The fire old ghost chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Shen picked up the serpent lotus crystal for a closer inspection. Beneath its pale golden exterior, countless translucent serpent imprints were etched within. This was evidently a product of multiple serpent lotus crystals merging together. Who would have thought I would find such a great treasure? It must have formed accidentally when the serpent people's queen ascended to the true martial realm. Lin Shen mused inwardly. Now that your strength has been restored, can you not refine this pure crystal of the serpent lotus along with the fangs of the purple flame mad lion? Lin Shen inquired, pulling out the dragon slayer sword and the fangs of the purple flame mad lion, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Lin Shen had long awaited the reforging of the dragon slayer sword. Today, if he possessed a 5th-tier long sword, he could at least temporarily contend with a Nirvana-level powerhouse without resorting to pills. This represented a significant enhancement for someone at the spiritual body realm. You truly present me with a conundrum. My body has only just recovered, and it will take several days to refine such weapons. However, since you have entrusted the serpent lotus crystal to me, it fulfills a long-held desire of mine. Therefore, come back in 10 days to retrieve the dragon slayer sword. The fire old ghost said, his eyes flickering before finally giving a nod. Very well. I shall await the good news from you, Fire Elder. Lin Shen replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Once the dragon slayer sword was successfully reforged, Lin Shen's journey to the Tagosha Desert would be deemed a significant accomplishment. Do not be too hasty. Whether the city can endure these 10 days remains uncertain. The fire old ghost lamented. Although we have slain 2 Nirvana-level warriors, the serpent people will undoubtedly return. There are still 4 Nirvana powerhouses within their ranks, and if they all mobilize, the city will be obliterated in an instant. Will you continue to consume that blood-burning pill each time? Fire Elder, what should I do now? Lin Shen frowned. He had long anticipated the serpent people's invasion, but had not realized there were so many formidable experts among them. Even after slaying 2 Nirvana-level warriors, 4 remained, likely of the 4th or 5th tier. When I was recovering my strength, I sensed a familiar aura within Mo City. If my senses do not deceive me, it belongs to General Li. The fire old ghost narrowed his eyes and continued. General Li? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Shen's eyes. According to Jin Li Hai, General Li had been poisoned and besieged by rebels within Mo City. Now the fire old ghost claimed he was still alive. Indeed, General Li possesses the strength to suppress the Tagosha Desert. Even the Bai Ling snake poison would likely not be enough to kill him in a short time. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Precisely. You are the only one with the Bai Ling grass. If you can detoxify General Li with the protection of Mo City, the entire Tagosha Desert will surely return to its former tranquility. The fire old ghost smiled. All right. I shall rescue General Li tomorrow. Lin Shen nodded, accepting this mission. After all, he could not bear to witness the slaughter of humanity in the Tagosha Desert by the serpent people. The fire old ghost smiled and nodded in agreement. Lin Shen did not linger further. Instead, he left some healing elixirs for the fire old ghost to aid in his recovery. Subsequently, he returned to the small abode of Jin Li Hai. Along the way, many defenders of the city expressed their gratitude towards Lin Shen. This scene made Lin Shen feel somewhat uncomfortable, as he had always been a lone wolf, slaying beasts without ever having such prestige. My Lord Lin, I never expected that you would save us again. Jin Li Hai regarded Lin Shen with respect. Without the Fire Elder, we would have surely met our end. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing. Jin Li Hai merely smiled and refrained from speaking further, knowing full well who had saved them given that he had provided the Bai Ling grass to Lin Shen. Brother Jin, are there any other entrances to Mo City now that it is sealed? Lin Shen inquired. Mo City had closed its gates due to the rebellion, and the entire city was enveloped by an immense magical formation, making it seemingly impenetrable. With Jin Li Hai, a former inhabitant of Mo City, Lin Shen felt it prudent to ask. The formation of Mo City is indestructible. Even several Nirvana-level warriors would be halted in their tracks. Jin Li Hai hesitated momentarily before continuing. However, there is a unique entrance at the west gate. It can be opened with the Mo City token. As he spoke, Jin Li Hai handed his token to Lin Shen. My Lord Lin, do you intend to rescue General Li? Jin Li Hai understood that such secrets concerning Mo City were not to be divulged lightly, as they pertained to the city's safety. Yet, recalling how Lin Shen had saved him multiple times and possessed the medicine to heal the fire old ghost, he could not help but lower his guard. Indeed, the serpent people will likely gather their forces soon. I must restore Mo City to its rightful function. Lin Shen affirmed. My Lord Lin, I shall accompany you. Jin Li Hai's expression turned somber as he spoke. To be honest, I am one of the guards whom General Li risked his life to send out. The others perished at the hands of those villains. I am the sole survivor. To this day, I still wish to rescue General Li from peril, but alas, my strength is insufficient. Returning to Mo City would be akin to marching to my death. Lin Shen nodded in understanding at Jin Li Hai's plight. Very well. With your guidance, my chances of success will increase. Despite being merely a spiritual vein realm cultivator, Jean Lehigh disregarded the dangers and chose to accompany Lin Shen, which deeply impressed Lin Shen. It appeared that General Li was indeed a commander who treated his subordinates with great kindness. Lin Shen mused inwardly. After a brief discussion with Jean Lehigh, Lin Shen provided further guidance to Nini regarding her training before heading to the martial arts arena. Lin Shen gazed at the slumbering, multicolored, devouring python in his arms, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. This python remained in slumber. The serpent people could hardly rely on her now. Originally, Lin Shen's collaboration with the serpent people's queen required the eradication of the serpent people. However, with the serpent people almost at their doorstep, the multicolored devouring python continued to sleep. As if sensing Lin Shen's thoughts, the multicolored devouring python slowly opened her eyes, her deep black vertical pupils blinking curiously at Lin Shen. Hisses. Chapter 59. Subduing the Lotus Flame. Entering Ink City. The seven-colored devouring python gently nudged Lin Shen's cheek with its serpent head, seemingly quite fond of him. To my surprise, it clung to me right upon waking. From now on, I shall call you Little Kai. Little Kai, can you awaken the other soul within you? Lin Shen inquired while stroking Little Kai's head. The seven-colored devouring python clearly understood Lin Shen's words, closing its eyes and attempting several times. Yet there was no change, only a shake of its head. It appears that breaking through the true martial realm is indeed challenging. The queen of the serpent people remains in slumber. I feel as though I have been deceived. I have not received any of the promised conditions, Lin Shen said helplessly. Little Kai seemed to grasp Lin Shen's thoughts and expelled a ball of flame from within. In an instant, an overwhelming heat rushed toward them. A strikingly beautiful flame lotus floated in midair, with countless flames transforming into twinkling stars adorning its surroundings. Just a casual flicker of flame charred the ground beneath them to a deep black. Little Kai, I did not expect you to conjure the lotus flame. However, wouldn't this harm your foundation? Lin Shen asked excitedly while petting Little Kai's head. Little Kai shook its head and then climbed onto Lin Shen's shoulder, nudging him toward the flames. Very well. Today, I shall claim this extraordinary fire. Lin Shen laughed heartily. In that moment, the devouring energy within Lin Shen erupted forth, enveloping the entire lotus flame. At once, Lin Shen felt a tremendous energy surging into his dantian. A flame lotus began to nurture itself within. As the purple flame that originally resided there was instantly consumed by the lotus flame, transforming into a seed upon its lotus pedestal. As Lin Shen absorbed this extraordinary fire, Little Kai also wobbled and absorbed some devouring energy. Yet, in an instant, it fell back into slumber. This minuscule amount of devouring energy was negligible for Lin Shen, who could recover with just a breath. At this moment, all of Lin Shen's attention was focused on the absorbed lotus flame. Once the lotus flame was fully absorbed, Lin Shen sensed an inexplicable surge of power within him. He lifted his right hand, and with a mere thought, a flame lotus materialized instantly. To his astonishment, the purple flame had transformed into a seed within the lotus flame. Thus, I have successfully condensed my first seed. Lin Shen gazed at the lotus seed with a smile. Originally, within the lotus flame, there existed several semi-finished seeds. However, due to assisting the queen of the serpent people in breaking through to the true martial realm, the power of those seeds had been entirely exhausted. Now, through the purple flame, a new seed was nurtured, which was a tremendous boon for Lin Shen. Moreover, this seed was a specially crafted purple flame seed, capable of continuously refining new seeds, possessing even greater power. It seems that even without the dragon-slaying blade, my journey to Ink City will not be hindered. Lin Shen beamed. Initially, Lin Shen had worried that with only the Chongyun blade, encountering several spirit realm cultivators might prove to be quite troublesome. However, it now appeared that even with just the frenzied war blade, as long as the lotus flame was present, its power would rival that of 2 or 3 blades. When fully unleashed, even those of the Nirvana realm would have to retreat. After securely storing Little Kai, Lin Shen spent a sleepless night. He continuously familiarized himself with the lotus flame in the training grounds. Bang! A burst of lotus flame erupted, instantly shattering the entire training ground array. Countless waves of scorching spiritual power made nearby cultivators feel uncomfortable. The terrifying flames turned the training ground into a veritable hell. Congratulations, Lord Lin, on your further advancement in strength, Jean Lehigh respectfully remarked. Merely a few life-saving measures. However, I have once again destroyed your training ground, Brother Jean. Lin Shen said somewhat awkwardly. Jean Lehigh's training ground had been destroyed twice, both times by Lin Shen's actions, leaving Lin Shen feeling rather embarrassed. No matter. Lord Lin has saved me twice. This loss is insignificant. Jean Lehigh shook his head. Nevertheless, Lin Shen still gifted several medium-grade spiritual stones to Jean Lehigh, as the training ground array indeed required a considerable expenditure. After a brief farewell to Ni and Fire Old Ghost, Lin Shen and Jean Lehigh departed the city's defenses, swiftly heading toward Ink City. Lord Lin, Ink City is not far from the city's defenses. At our speed, we should arrive in less than half an hour, Jean Lehigh respectfully stated. Lin Shen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Half an hour later, as Lin Shen and Jean Lehigh crossed a steep desert slope, a massive ink-colored city suddenly came into view. A grand array enveloped the entire city, with countless black bricks forming walls that exuded an air of oppressive might. On those walls, there were numerous mottled blood-brown stains. The whole city emanated an eerie silence. Is this Ink City? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Lord Lin, follow me. We will soon reach the west gate. Jean Lihai's expression was somewhat complex as he pointed westward. Lin Chen nodded and walked a short distance, soon spotting a severely damaged plaque. The characters for West Gate were in disarray. Jean Lihai produced the Ink City token and gently placed it upon the grand array. The array emitted a faint sound, followed by ripples. An entrance large enough for one person appeared before them. In an instant, a pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses. The stench of decaying corpses lingered, making even a seasoned warrior like Lin Chen feel nauseated. Lin Chen covered his mouth and nose with spiritual power and entered the city alongside Jean Lihai. Gazing at the bleached white bones beneath their feet, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. These exiled criminals are indeed unforgivable. Lin Chen exclaimed in anger. These criminals took advantage of General Li's poisoning and conspired with a guard captain within the city to rebel. This caused the heart curse to fail, leading to the massacre of all the guards in the city. Jean Lihai, recalling the past, spoke with a sorrowful expression. Lin Chen remained silent, slowly stepping further into the city. In an instant, countless ruins came into view. Within the vast Ink City, not a single intact building remained. Additionally, the ground was littered with severed limbs and blood. Cackling, I wondered who it could be. So it is the coward returning. A sinister voice rang out. From not far away, 5 men dressed in tattered clothing emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing them, Jean Lihai trembled uncontrollably. It is they who slaughtered the guards back then. Jean Lihai's expression turned furious. I did not expect you to dare return. Today is the perfect opportunity to capture you and force you to reveal the way out of Ink City. The leading man's eyes flashed with malice as he waved his hand. They had been trapped in Ink City for a long time, consistently searching for a way out. Had it not been for their status as spirit realm cultivators with sufficiently strong wills, they might have gone mad. After all, spending every day in a bloody city surrounded by corpses is unbearable for anyone. Lin Chen pressed his hand on Jean Lihai's shoulder and nodded slightly. The 5 before them, with the leading man at the 6th level of the spirit realm, while the rest were at the 3rd level. Such combat prowess would cause even a 7th level spirit realm cultivator to retreat. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, eerily calm. So it is you filthy rats who wish to seize Ink City. Lin Chen spoke in a flat tone. Clearly, this was the precursor to Lin Chen's wrath. A mere 1st level spirit realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. I have slain countless spirit realm cultivators, and you are not one to be missed. The leading man sneered. Come to me and die. With a sudden stamp of his foot, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Lin Chen in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The formidable spiritual energy surged like a wandering dragon, causing the surrounding air to resonate with explosive sounds. Yet, the scene the man had envisioned in his mind failed to materialize. His punch struck nothing but empty air. Trash should possess the awareness befitting its nature. Lin Chen remarked coldly.